the act of tasting. Gustations, plural of gustation. Gustacious, of or relating to eating or tasting. Gustative, gustatory. Gustativeness, the quality of a gustative. Gustatorio, of or pertaining to gustation, the sense of taste. Gustatorially, in a gustatorial manner. Gustator, alternative form of gustatory. Gustatorily, in relation to the sense of taste. Gustatory, of or relating to the sense of taste. Gustatory hair, a fine hair at the tip of a taste bud. Gustatory hairs, plural of gustatory hair. Nassau, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Gustav, a male given name from the Germanic languages, variant of Gustav. Gustavia, the main town and capital city of St. Barthélemy, an overseas collectivity of France and Ireland in the Caribbean. Gustavian, pertaining to the era of King Gustav Roman III of Sweden, for example its furniture style, and to the Gustavians. Gustavians, plural of Gustavian. Nastavai, an orthorhombic dipyramidal steel gray mineral containing bismuth, lead, silver, and sulfur. Gustavo A. Madero, the northernmost borough of Mexico City. Gustavs, plural of Gustav. Gustavsen, a surname. Gustavsens, plural of Gustavsen. Gustavus, a male given name from the Germanic languages, a Latinized form of Gustav. Gustacin, a protein associated with the sensation of taste. Nasta, simple past and past participle of gus. Yaso, nasti. Gustfully, in a gustful manner. Gustfulness, appealing taste, tastiness. Gustfuls, plural of gustful. Ase, comparative form of gusty, more gusty. Gaseous, superlative form of gusty, most gusty. Gustily, in a gusty manner, in gusts. Nasse, a surname. Gustine, a city in Merced County, California, United States. Nustines, the condition of being gusty, the presence of gusts of wind. Nusting, present participle and gerund of gus. Gustins, plural of gustin. Nustless, tasteless, insipid. Gustnado, a type of short-lived, low-level rotating cloud that can form in a severe thunderstorm. Gustnados, plural of gustnado. Gustnados, plural of gustnado. Gusto, enthusiasm, enjoyment, vigor. Gustafacial, of or relating to a basic reflex where different tastes produce different reactions in young children. Gustometer, a device that delivers a precise amount of a taste gustatory stimulus to the tongue of a recipient. Gustometers, plural of gustometer. Gaston, a village and civil parish in Dover District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 3244. Gustoso, in a tasteful, agreeable manner. Gusts, plural of gusts. Gustful, plural of gustful. Gusted, of wind, blowing in gusts, blustery, tempestuous. A district of modern Suzhou, established in 2012 and comprising the old city and downtown. initialism of grand unification theory or grand unified theory. That, a surname from German. That barging, a somewhat comical sport in which two fat men try to push each other off a mat using their bellies. Got bomb, any greasy, filling junk food. Got bombs, plural of gut bomb. Gut bread, alternative form of gut bread. Gut breads, plural of gut bread, alternative form of gut breads. Gut buster, an extremely funny joke. Gut busters, plural of gut buster. Gut check, an honest, reflective appraisal of one's true feelings concerning a matter of concern. That checks, plural of gut check. Gut course, an easy and challenging course. Gut courses, plural of gut course. Gut factor, the emotional dimension of decision-making. A person's subjective, often almost visceral feelings about what is right or wrong, good or bad. Gut factors, plural of gut factor. Gut feel, alternative form of gut feeling. Gut feeling, an instinct or intuition, an immediate or basic feeling or reaction without a logical rationale. Gut feelings, plural of gut feeling. Gut feels, plural of gut feel. Gut fermentation syndrome, synonym of autobrewery syndrome. Gut for, to want something desperately. Gut hoe, a hook on the back of a knife blade used for skinning or removing the organs of a dead animal. Gut hooks, plural of gut hook. Gut load, to provide insects or other feeder animal with a nutrient-rich diet before they are fed to pets, such as reptiles and amphibians. Gut loaded, simple past and past participle of gut load. Gut loading, present participle and gerund of gut load. Gut loads, third person singular simple present indicative of gut load. Gut out, to endure stoically. Gut punch, a hard hit to the stomach. Gut punches, plural of gut punch. Gut reaction, an instantaneous reaction made without thought. Gut reactions, plural of gut reaction. Gut rehab, a major restoration project on an old house or other building, ripping out plaster walls back to the studs and rafters and replacing them along with some or all of the trim, windows and doors, plumbing and electrical systems, exterior siding, roof, etc. Gut roll, a protruding area of fat on the belly. Gut rolls, plural of gut roll. Gut rot, stomachache. Gut shoot, alternative form of gut shoot. Gut shooting, present participle and gerund of gut shoot. Gut shoots, third person singular simple present indicative of gut shoot. Gut shot, simple past and past participle of gut shoot. Gut shot straight, alternative form of gut shot straight. Gut shot straights, plural of gut shot straight. Gut shots, plural of gut shot. Gut up, to show courage and hide one's apprehension. Gut bread, alternative form of gut bread. Gut breads, plural of gut bread, alternative form of gut breads. Gut busting, very funny. Gut check, alternative form of gut check. Gut checks, plural of gut check. Gut pudding, a sausage. Gut puddings, plural of gut pudding. Gut scraper, one who plays the fiddle or a similar instrument. Gut scrapers, plural of gut scraper. That shoot, to shoot in the gut with a firearm. That shooting, present participle and gerund of gut shoot. That shoots, third person singular simple present indicative of gut shoot. That shot, simple past and past participle of gut shoot. Gut shots straight, a straight obtained by an inside straight draw, a poker hand which is 4 cards to a straight, where only one rank can complete a straight, e.g. 3-4-6-7 requiring a 5. Gut shot straights, plural of gut shot straight. Dat shots, plural of gut shot. Dat tie, alias occurring in horses or cattle. Gut trench, gut trenching, sickening. Gut trenchingly, in a gut trenching way. Udalac, a municipality of Zamboanga del Norte, Philippines. Utamal, synonym of gutnish. Gut bomb, a food item that is hard on the stomach due to its greasiness, large size, richness, etc. Gut bombs, plural of gut bomb. Gutbre, the pancreas, especially the pancreas of livestock used as food. Gut breads, plural of gut bread. Gut bucket, synonym of washed base. Gut buckets, plural of gut bucket. Gut buster, something very funny. Gut busters, plural of gut buster. Udikunst, a surname from German. Udikunsts, plural of Udikunst. Guten Tag, hello, hello, good day, good afternoon. Udenmer, a habitational surname from German. Udenbergen, of or pertaining to Johannes Gutenberg c. 1398-1468, inventor of the European technology of printing with movable type. Budas, a surname from Portuguese. Gütersloh, a city, the administrative center of Gütersloh district, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Uderson, a surname. Udersons, plural of Uderson. Dat fail, that feeling. Datfeld, a surname. Gutfelds, plural of Gutfeld. Gut-foundered, extremely hungry. That's all, as much as a gut abdomen will hold. Gutfuls, plural of gutful. That, a surname. Guthrie, a surname. Guthries, plural of Guthrie. Guthmuller, a surname. Guthmullers, plural of Guthmuller. Now, alternative spelling of Guthook. Guthooks, plural of Guth. Guthridge, a surname. Guthridges, plural of Guthridge. Guthrie, an Irish or Scottish surname. Guthrie Center, a small city, the county seat of Guthrie County, Iowa, United States. Guthrie County, one of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat, Guthrie Center. Guthrie tests, a screening test done on newborns involving the collection of blood from a pinprick puncture in the heel. Guthrie tests, plural of Guthrie test. Guthrie's sweet whiskey. Synonym of chloroform, a sweet drinking tonic made of chloroform. Guthrie's, plural of Guthrie. Thus, plural of Goth. An ancient nomadic people of the Zagros Mountains on the border of modern Iran and Iraq. Yushin, a member of the Gudi people. Yushins, plural of Gushin. That a surname from Spanish. Gutierrezes, plural of Gutierrez. Gutierrez, a surname from Spanish. Udao, the homeland of the Gutian people. Natha, a preparation of crushed areca nut, tobacco, catechu, paraffin, slaked lime, and sweet or savory flavorings chewed recreationally in India. Natha, alternative form of gutka. Nutmat, a surname. Nutmats, plural of gutnat. Matkowski, a surname from Polish. Gutowskis, plural of Gutkowski. Gotland, a region in southern Luxembourg. Gutless, cowardly, lacking courage or morals. Gutless wonder, one who lacks guts or courage, a coward. Gutless wonders, plural of gutless wonder. Gutlessly, in a gutless way, with cowardice. Gutlessness, the state or condition of being gutless, cowardice. Gut-like, resembling or characteristic of a gut. Gutling, at what? Gutlings, plural of guttling. Eva, a surname. Eva, a surname. Gutman method, an algorithm for securely erasing the contents of a hard drive by writing a number of different patterns over the existing data. Namans, plural of Gutman. Namans, plural of Gutman. Nautne, synonym of Gutnish. Gutnish, the native language of the island of Gotland in present-day Sweden, used both as a spoken and written language until late medieval times. Synonym of Gadaba. Udads, plural of Utah. Udasan, a barangay of Kalubian, late Philippines. Gutoski, a surname from Polish. Gutoskis, plural of Gutoski. Eudoxin, a toxic substance produced when azinphos methyl is metabolized in the body by replacing a sulfur atom with oxygen, 3-dimethoxyphosphorylsulfonyl sulfonyl methyl 1,2,3-benzotriazine 4,1. Another alternative form of Gutra. Gutrige, a surname. Gutriges, plural of Gutrige. Gutra, alternative form of gut rot. That, plural of gut. That's, plural of gut. That's for third person singular simple present indicative of gut for. Guts out. To persevere through, to complete in spite of pain, etc. That's up. Third person singular simple present indicative of gut up. That's simple past and past participle of guts. That's stout. Simple past and past participle of guts out. That's yes. Third person singular simple present indicative of guts. That's is ath. Third person singular simple present indicative of guts out. Yachts hull. Plural of gutful. Dacha, a surname. Shawls, plural of shawl. Gutschut, alternative form of gutschut. Gutschooting, present participle and gerund of gutschut. Gutschoots, third person singular simple present indicative of gutschut. Gutza, simple past and past participle of gutschut. Gutshot straight, alternative form of gutshot straight. Gutshot straights, plural of gutshot straight. Gutshots, plural of gutshot. Athe, comparative form of gutsy, more gutsy. Athias, superlative form of gutsy, most gutsy. Gutsily, in a gutsy way, bravely. Gutsiness, the state or condition of being gutsy. Gutse, present participle and gerund of guts. Gutsing out, present participle and gerund of guts out. Gutstring, a string made of gut. Gutstrings, plural of gutstring. Yatsaw, alternative form of hutzel. Gutzels, plural of gutzel. Nutze, marked by courage, determination, or boldness in the face of difficulties or danger, having guts. That, obsolete form of gut. Yeah, a small water-repelling, cone-shaped projection used in the architrave of the Doric order in classical architecture. Guttahanking, an inferior, whitish or reddish guttapercha from the tree Palaquium leicarpum. Guttapercha, alternative form of guttapercha. Guttaperchas, plural of guttapercha. Gutta serena, amaurosis. Guttapercha, an inelastic natural latex produced from the sap of several tropical trees of the genera Palaquium and Paina. Guttaperchas, plural of guttapercha. The plural of gutta. Alternative form of guttapercha. Guttapercha, alternative form of guttapercha. Guttaperchas, plural of guttapercha. Nas, plural of gutta. Guttes, shaped like or resembling drops. Guttata, alternative form of guttate. Guttately, in a guttate manner. Guttates, third person singular simple present indicative of guttate. Guttatum, drop by drop, one drop at a time. Guttating, present participle and gerund of guttate. Guttation, the exudation of drops of water from the leaves of some vascular plants as a result of root pressure. Guttations, plural of guttation. Gutte, alternative spelling of gutty seme with drops. Gut, eviscerated. Gutted for, simple past and past participle of gut for. Gutted out, simple past and past participle of gut out. Gutted up, simple past and past participle of gut up. Gutte, alternative spelling of gutty seme with drops. Ether, a prepared channel and a surface. Gutter ape, a black person. Gutter apes, plural of gutter ape. Gutter ball, a ball that rolls into the gutter without striking any pins. Gutter balls, plural of gutter ball. Gutter dar, a person of low social rank. Gutter dogs, plural of gutter dar. Gutter gan, the practice of going out at night to cold approach strangers on the street outside nightclubs, etc., and attempt to seduce them. Gutter guard, a cover that prevents leaves and debris from entering roof gutters. Gutter guards, plural of gutter guard. Gutter member, a member made by treating the outside face of a gutter in a decorative fashion or by crowning it with regularly spaced ornaments. Gutter members, plural of gutter member. Gutter mouth, alternative form of guttermouth. Gutter mouths, plural of gutter mouth. Gutter oil, illicit cooking oil that has been recycled from waste oil collected from restaurant fryers, slaughterhouses, sewage, etc. Gutter out, to become extinguished. Gutter plane, a grooved plane with a semi-cylindrical sole which cuts a smooth, hollow molding. Gutter planes, plural of gutter plane. Gutter press, the sensationalist tabloid newspapers in general. Gutter presses, plural of gutter press. Gutter rabbit, a cat or cat meat served as a substitute for rabbit. Gutter rabbits, plural of gutter rabbit. Gutter stick, a piece of wooden furniture consisting of a gutter that runs lengthwise, used to separate pages that are side by side in a chase. Gutter sticks, plural of gutter stick. Gutter wound, a traumatic wound oriented tangentially to the surface of the skin or an internal organ, which creates a groove or furrow without passing beneath the surface. Gutter wounds, plural of gutter wound. Gutter dog, alternative form of gutter dog. Gutter dogs, plural of gutter dog. Guttural, misspelling of guttural. Gutter ball, alternative spelling of gutter ball. Gutter balls, plural of gutter ball. Gutter blood, a person of low pedigree, one of the common rabble. Gutter bloods, plural of gutter blood. Gutter brains, a state of mind which finds sexual innuendo in innocent things. Gutter dog, alternative form of gutter dog. Gutter dogs, plural of gutter dog. Gutter, simple past and past participle of gutter. Guttered out, simple past and past participle of gutter out. Gutteridge, a surname. Gutteries, plural of guttery. Guttering, gutters collectively. Guttering out, present participle and gerund of gutter out. Gutterings, plural of guttering. Gutterless, without a gutter. Gutter-like, resembling or characteristic of a gutter. Guttermouth, a foul-mouthed person. Guttermouths, plural of guttermouth. Gutters, plural of gutter. Gutters out, third person singular simple present indicative of gutter out. Gutter snipe, a person of the lowest social or economic class. Gutter snipes, plural of gutter snipe. Gutter snipish, resembling or characteristic of a gutter snipe. Gutter some, characteristic or indicative of a gutter. Gutter wise, in the manner of a gutter. Gutter work, the guttering of a building. Guttery, vulgar, salacious, or crude. A golf ball made from gutta chow. Other comparative form of gutty, more gutty. Gutierrez, a surname from Spanish. Gutierrezes, plural of Gutierrez. Gutes, plural of Cutty. Ethis, superlative form of gutty. Most gutty. Yadifer, a plant that exudes gum or resin. Of the family of trees and shrubs Guttiferae, now Clusiaceae. Guttiferum, any of a group of cytotoxic polyisoprenolated benzophenons. Guttiferones, plural of guttiferone. Guttiferous, yielding gum or resinous substance, especially said of trees and shrubs in family Guttiferae, now Clusiaceae, that abound in resinous sap. Guttifers, plural of guttifer. Guttiform, shaped like or resembling a drop. Notinous, the quality of being gay. Other, present participle and gerund of gut. Gutting for, present participle and gerund of gut for. Gutting out, present participle and gerund of gut out. Gutting up, present participle and gerund of gut up. Guttings, plural of gutting. Yatha, often followed by down or up, to swallow something greedily, to gobble, to guzzle. Gutalt, simple past and past participle of guttle. Guttler, one who guttles, a greedy eater, a glutton. Guttlers, plural of guttler. Guttles, third person singular simple present indicative of guttle. Guttlesome, greedily eating and gorging oneself, gluttonous. Guttling, present participle and gerund of guttle. Detha, a surname. Nutmans, plural of gutman. Navex, a front bum or pupa. That's plural of guts. Gutula, a droplet. Gutuli, plural of gutula. Gutulate, having gutules. Gutule, a small, round vesicle, typically filled with oil. Gutulf, plural of gutul. Gutulus, in drop-like form. Guttural, sounding harsh and throaty. Gutturalization, alternative form of gutturalization. Gutturalize, alternative form of gutturalize. Gutturalize, simple past and past participle of gutturalize. Gutturalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gutturalize. Gutturalizing, present participle and gerund of gutturalize. Gutturalism, the quality of being guttural. Gutturalisms, plural of gutturalism. Gutturalities, plural of gutturality. Gutturality, the quality of being guttural. Gutturalization, the act or process of gutturalizing. Gutturalizations, plural of gutturalization. Gutturalize, to pronounce in a guttural manner. Gutturalize, simple past and past participle of gutturalize. Gutturalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gutturalize. Gutturalizing, present participle and gerund of gutturalize. Gutturally, in a harsh or throaty manner. Gutturalness, the quality of being guttural. Gutturals, plural of guttural. Gutturize, to make a sound in the throat, to gutturalize. Gutturize, simple past and past participle of gutturize. Gutturizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gutturize. Gutturizing, present participle and gerund of gutturize. Gutturonasal, both guttural and nasal. The charge gutturizing, present participle and gerund of gutterize. Gutturonasal, both guttural and nasal. The charged or sprinkled with drops. Datly, ulva intestinalis, as seaweed. Datwing, a surname from German. Datwings, plural of gutwing. Datwar, a plant, Globularia alipum, which has purgative properties and is found in Africa. Gut-wrenching, alternative spelling of gut-wrenching. Gut-wrenchingly, alternative form of gut-wrenchingly. Gutsmann, a surname from German. Gutsmans, plural of Gutsman. Gutzumer, a surname from German. Gutzumers, plural of Gutzmer. Gutzwoer, a surname from German. Gutzwoers, plural of Gutzwiller. The initialism of Georgia, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, and Moldova, a U.S.-backed regional agreement having those 5 member nations. Gubiyimithir, an Australian Aboriginal people who live in northern Queensland. Gubiyimithir, alternative spelling of Gubiyimithir. The initialism of germicidal ultraviolet. A form of address to a man, usually a stranger or a superior. Goan, pronunciation spelling of government. Namans, plural of government. Government, alternative spelling of government. Governments, plural of government. Yummer, an informal form of address to a man. See Gov. This version is especially likely to be applied to the owner of a business or the landlord of a public house. Yames, plural of Kovner. Uvacine, an alkaloid, 1,2,3,6-tetrahydropyridine 5-carboxylic acid, present in erica nuts. Uvacholine, an alkaloid that is the methyl ester of guanosine. Uverment, I dialect spelling of government. Uverments, plural of guverment. Uverment, I dialect spelling of government. Uverments, plural of guverment. Yaman, pronunciation spelling of government. Namans, plural of government. Government, pronunciation spelling of government. Namans, plural of government. Yano, pronunciation spelling of governor. Nanas, plural of governor. Yauner, alternative spelling of governor. Yames, plural of governor. Yauna, pronunciation spelling of governor. Yamnas, plural of governor. Nas, plural of cov. Government, I dialect spelling of government. Governments, plural of government. Government, I dialect spelling of government. Governments, plural of government. Guwahati, a large city Assam, India. Yor, alternative form of Gawar. That's a cold wind of the Alps in Switzerland. A male given name from the Germanic languages. Di and Pip, the love team of Filipino actors Nora Honor and Terso Cruz Roman 3. Guy Code, alternative form of Guy Code. Guy Code, an informal set of rules for how to be a man and interact with other men. Guy Codes, plural of Guy Code. Dash Fo, archaic form of Guy Fawkes. Guy Fawkes, an effigy of Guy Fawkes that is burned as part of the Guy Fawkes night celebrations. Guy Fawkes Day, November 5, a celebration in England since the 17th century commemorating the failure of the 1605 gunpowder plot. Guy Fawkes Night, the revelry on Guy Fawkes Day, the 5th of November, in commemoration of the failure of the gunpowder plot of 1605, traditionally including the burning of effigies of the Pope, Guy Fawkes, and Slash or the Devil. Guy Fawkes Day, alternative form of Guy Fawkes Day. Guy Fawkes, simple past and past participle of Guy Fawkes. Guy Fawkeses, plural of Guy Fawkes. Guy Fawkesing, present participle and gerund of Guy Fawkes. Guy friend, a male friend. Guy friends, plural of Guy friend. Guy line, alternative spelling of Guy line. Guy lines, plural of Guy line. Guy rope, a rope or cable used to steady either a tall structure or a thing being hoisted or lowered. Guy ropes, plural of Guy rope. Guy talk, discourse between males which is considered to be inappropriate or uninteresting to female ears. Guy wire, alternative spelling of Guy wire. Guy wires, plural of Guy wire. Guy friend, alternative form of Guy friend. Guy friends, plural of Guy friend. Guy wire, a metal guy rope used to stabilize a tall structure such as a radio mast. Guy wires, plural of Guy wire. Da, abbreviation of Vienna. Diabano, the soursop Annona muricata tree and fruit. Diabanos, plural of Gaiabano. Gal, archaic form of Gale. Niles, plural of Kyle. Guyana, a country in South America. Official name: Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Capital and largest city, Georgetown. Guyana spotted roach, synonym of Dubia roach Blaptica dubia. Guyana spotted roaches, plural of Guyana spotted roach. Dianate, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing chromium, hydrogen, and oxygen. Guyanan, synonym of Guyanese. Guyanans, plural of Guyanan. Guyanas, alternative spelling of Guyanas. Wyandotte, alternative form of Wyandotte. Wyandottes, plural of Wyandotte. Wyandotte, alternative form of Wyandotte. Wyandottes, plural of Wyandotte. Guyanese, a person from Guyana or of Guyanese descent. Guyanese Creole, an English-based Creole language spoken in Guyana. Guyaneseness, quality of in Guyanese. Guyanosa, alternative form of Guyscutus. Guyanosas, plural of Guyanosa. Diascutis, alternative form of Guyscutus. Diascutises, plural of Diascutes. Diascutus, an imaginary four-legged monster of varying descriptions, usually with 2 legs on one side of its body longer than the 2 on the other. Diascutises, plural of Diascutus. A surname. Guybrows, prominent eyebrows on a man. Yadam, the quality of being a gay or man. God, fitted with or attached to a guy. Dan, a former duchy in the Kingdom of France covering northern Aquitaine. Dyer, a surname. Dyers, plural of Geyer. Diet, a surname. Dat, a surname. That's, plural of Guyat. Diefriend, rare form of guy friend. Guy friends, plural of guy friend. Yair, a village in Wisbech St Mary Parish, Fenland District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 3903. Diod, the state or condition of being a guy man. Dying, present participle and gerund of guy. Guyings, plural of kine. Gaish, of or relating to guys, especially to the typical behavior of men. Yaikuro, a giantess, typically a giant wife. Girls, plural of girl. Die-like, characteristic of a guy, a male. Die-line, a rope or cable, a line used to restrain the motion of something, as a cable used to prevent a mast from falling over. Die-liner, eyeliner when used on men, usually associated with the goth and emo subcultures. Die-lines, plural of guy line. Diamond, a fraudster involved in an advance fee scam. Diamond, plural of Kaiman. Diamond, a city, the county seat of Texas County, Oklahoma, United States, named after Edward T. Diamond. Dinus, the state of being a guy. Di, a surname. Dines, plural of kine. Dudo, a barangay of Las Navas, Northern Samar, Philippines. A surname from French. Gayans, plural of Gayan. A surname from French. Gayas, plural of Gayas. Guyrope, alternative spelling of guyrope. Guyropes, plural of guyrope. As a town in Tennessee. Guysboro, a community and district municipality, the municipality of the district of Guysboro in Guysboro County, Nova Scotia, Canada. Guysboro County, a county of Nova Scotia, Canada. Guys, obsolete form of guys. Geyser, alternative form of geyser. Geysers, plural of Kaiser. Says, alternative spelling of guys, plural of guy. Guyton, a surname. Guytons, plural of Guyton. Gytrash, alternative form of Gytrash. Gytrahes, plural of Gytrash. Uyu. The sixth solar term in East Asian calendars. Dayuan, a prefecture-level city of the Ningxia Autonomous Region, China. A local government area of Adamawa State, Nigeria. Yayola, a Yelmu surname. Yider, flattering talk, behavior put on to impress or deceive, persiflage. Guywire, alternative spelling of guy wire. Guywires, plural of guy wire. That, a surname. Yuza, a surname from Polish. Uzerath, obsolete form of Gujarati. Uzerati, obsolete form of Gujarati. Uzerats, plural of guzerat. Yozas, plural of guza. Use a roundlet of the sanguine tincture, which is blazoned without mention of the tincture. Guzi, alternative form of gauzy coarse cotton cloth. Uzis, plural of guzi. Józek, a surname from Polish. Józeks, plural of Guzek. Userat, obsolete form of Gujarat. Userati, obsolete form of Gujarati. Userats, plural of Gujarat. Uzes, plural of Kuz. Nother, a county of Jiangxi Prefecture, Hunan, China. Vivang, a subdivision of the Cambrian period. Then, a zither-like stringed instrument with at least 18 strings and movable bridges, played with a plectrum, originating in the traditional music of China. Mashingnes, a guzheng player. Nodans, plural of guzheng. Yuze, a surname. Yuzex, plural of Guzik. Yad, alternative spelling of Gussel. Daz, plural of Gazla. Dazlan, a surname from Spanish. Guzmania, any plant of the genus Guzmania. Guzmanias, plural of Guzmania. Gusander, alternative spelling of Gazander. Gusanders, plural of Gusander. Nede, a surname from Polish. That is, plural of Gazi. That, HMNB Devonport. Gazardo, a surname from Italian. Nazardos, plural of Gazardo. Nadi, alternative form of guzzy coarse cotton cloth. Nadi is, plural of guzzy. Nez, plural of guz. Yada, a surname from Italian. Dadas, plural of gazzetta. Guzzi, a surname from Italian. That, plural of kazi. Yazenta, division, in terms of working out how many times one number goes into another. Yudis, plural of guzi. Yao, to drink or eat quickly, voraciously, or to excess, to gulp down, to swallow greedily, continually, or with gusto. Guzzle down, to eat or consume quickly and greedily, to drink or chug something. Dull up, to eat or consume quickly and greedily, to consume resources. Yalt, simple past and past participle of guzzle. Guzzled down, simple past and past participle of guzzle down. Guzzled up, simple past and past participle of guzzle up. Guller, somebody or something which guzzles. Gullers, plural of guzzler. Gulls, third person singular simple present indicative of guzzle. Guzzles down, third person singular simple present indicative of guzzle down. Gulls up, third person singular simple present indicative of guzzle up. Going, present participle and gerund of guzzle. Guzzling down, present participle and gerund of guzzle down. Guzzling up, present participle and gerund of guzzle up. Gullings, plural of guzzling. Gully, relating to guzzling drinking greedily or with gusto. Gatto, a surname from Italian. Gattos, plural of guzo. A kind of coarse cotton cloth. Re, initialism of gender variant not conforming to expected gender roles. JVHD, initialism of graft versus host disease. AVHD, graft versus host disease. JVer, abbreviation of George V. Vex, the royal cipher of George V. JVer, a wealthy person. Deval, abbreviation of Greenville. Dev, initialism of global virus network. JVAS, a municipality of Croatia. Javazdan, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Dewe, abbreviation of George V. Rex, the royal cipher of George V. of the United Kingdom King Ferdinand. Dewe, plural of JVR. JVS, initialism of Great Vowel Shift. JVSD, initialism of Gun Violence Suppression Division of the New York City Police Department. JVT, abbreviation of government. JVS, plural of JVT. JV JVW, initialism of gross vehicle weight rating. JVWR, abbreviation of gross vehicle weight rating, maximum allowed weight of a vehicle and its contents. JVWR, plural of GVWR. JVW, plural of GVW. JW, initialism of George Washington. JW, initialism of good work. GW 506U78, alternative spelling of 506U78. Allelic association for genes throughout a genome. A Bantu language spoken in Nigeria. A cigarette. Gwadar, a port city of Balochistan, Pakistan, situated along the Arabian Sea. Guelo, alternative form of Guelo. Guelos, plural of Guelo. Gwalior, a city in the central Indian state of Madhya Pradesh. Dwa, load, large amount. Dwals, plural of Gwal. Dwalthi, a surname. Gwaltnis, plural of Gwalti. Kwemi, a Korean winter dish of half-dried Pacific herring or Pacific sori. The pronunciation spelling of going on. Gwenda, a town, the capital of Matabeleland, South Zimbabwe. Dwangbadel, synonym of Liberation Day. Gwangju, a city in South Korea. Gwangyong, a city in Gyeonggi Province, South Korea. Gwangyang, a port city in South Jeolla Province, South Korea. Guans, plural of Guan. The acronym of game with a purpose. The alternative spelling of Gua. The plural of Gua. Wurda, a very venomous Australian snake, Pseudonogena chalis. Gwardar, alternative form of Gwarda. Gwardars, plural of Gwardar. Gwardas, plural of Gwarda. Gwardar, alternative form of Gwarda. Gwardars, plural of Gwardar. Gorosa, Karoshi, death from overwork. Vori, alternative spelling of Gwari. Vori, Alternative form of Gwari. Gwaris, plural of Gwari. GWAS, acronym of Genome-Wide Association Study and Analysis of Allelic Association for genes or genetic markers throughout a genome. GWAS says, plural of Gwas. A river in Leicestershire, Rutland, and Lincolnshire, England, that joins the River Welland. It flows in and out of Rutland Water, a reservoir en route. GWAS, plural of Gwas. Gwatkin, a patronymic Welsh and English surname, derived from Watkin, a pet name for the given name Walter. Originally Ap Gwatkin or Ap Gwatkin, meaning son of Watkin. Fuan Ki Gawan, a village in Neath Port Talbot Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 7011. Shade out WB. Initialism of George Walker Bush. Nweta. Alternative form of geoduct. Nweta. Alternative form of geoduct. Wedex, plural of Gwedex. Wedex, plural of Gwedex. Dwe, Eduiv. Dwevs, plural of Quiv. Dwedor, a parish in County Donegal, Ireland. Thwea, a large megapode bird of species Electrolethami with black feathers and a red head, found in eastern Australia. Dwe, to work on a minicomputer late at night. Wait, simple past and past participle of Gweep. Fweaving, present participle and gerund of Gweep. Dweeps, plural of Gweep. Dwelo, a white person in China, particularly a man, a foreign devil. Dwelos, plural of Guelo. Dweto, an older Caucasian woman. Dweiter, alternative spelling of Guepo. Dwapers, plural of Guaper. Dwapos, plural of Guapo. Drai, a large marine fish, Megalaspes cordula. Dralis, plural of Gweli. Dwelo, former name of Gweru, Zimbabwe. Renamed in 1982. A female given name. Wenda, a female given name. Wendy, a female given name. Wendy, a female given name. Gwendolyn, a female given name from Welsh. Gwendoling, a female given name from Welsh, an anglicized form of Welsh Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn, a female given name from Welsh, variant of Gwendolyn. Gwendry, a river with two branches, Gwendreath Fatch and Gwendreath Fower, north and south of Kidwelly in Carmarthenshire, Wales, which combine in an estuary linked to Carmarthen Bay. Gwendy, a diminutive of the female given name Gwendoline. Gwenwefar, alternative form of Guinevere. Gwenevere, a female given name from Cornish. Gwemlyan, a female given name from Welsh. Gwena, a village and civil parish southeast of Redruth, West Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 7340. Thwino, a tribe from Tanzania. But, a historical kingdom of Wales in the south of the country. Bwir, a language spoken in Uganda. Dwerida, a surname from Shona. Gwernafield, a village in Gwernafield with Pantomwin community, Flintshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SJ 2064. Gwernafield with Pantomwin, a community civil parish in Flintshire, Wales, which includes the name places. Wernicht, a community civil parish in Powys, Wales. Wersalt, a large village and community in Wrexham Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SJ 3153. Wertzmann, a surname from German. Wertzmanns, plural of Wertzmann. Bweru, a city, the capital of the province of Midlands, Zimbabwe. Ors, a traditional folk song from Brittany. Werther, plural of Gwers. Gwesta, alternative form of Gwestfa. Gwestfas, plural of Gwestfa. Vesta, an entertainment duty levied by the king of a GW lad twice a year upon his free men, payable in food or silver. Vestas, plural of Gwesta. GWF, initialism of gay white female. JWG, abbreviation of game winning goal. JWG, plural of GWG. Mwyasdyn, a surname from Polish. Mwyasdyns, plural of Gwyasdyn. Dwichin, an ethnic group native to the northern Yukon Territory and adjacent parts of Alaska. Breda, alternative form of geoduck. Gwedex, plural of Gwyduk. Huebe, a rare ammonium potassium nitrate mineral with chemical formula NHKNO, orthorhombic in form and colorless with a vitreous luster. Bwili, a river in Carmarthenshire, Wales, which joins the River Tywee at Abergwili. William, a surname from Welsh. Williams, plural of Gwilliam. Rut, a surname. A surname. Vi, present participle of go. Gwinier, a small village in Gwiniergwithian Parish, southwest Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SW 5937. Gwydegwydde, a civil parish in West Cornwall, England, which includes the named places. Viter, contraction of going to. Gwydiat, alternative form of Gwiniad. Gwydiad, plural of Gwiniad. B, a surname. Brith, a surname. Gwinnett County, a county of Georgia, United States. County seat, Lawrenceville. Gwinnett, plural of Gwinnett. Gwins, plural of Gwyn. Gwins, plural of Gwyn. Dwichin, alternative form of Gwichin. Dwichin, plural of Gwichin. Gwet, a coastal village in Gwiniergwithian Parish, West Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SW 5841. GW ladies, alternative form of Gladys, a female given name. GWM, initialism of gay white male. GWM, plural of GWM. Gwoka, a type of drum and a genre of music associated with it, from the folk culture of the island of Guadeloupe. Gola, Guap, Skrilla, Mula, money. Guandat, a set of unarmed combat techniques in Korean martial arts. Got, money, Mula. Hura, pronunciation spelling of girl. Huras, plural of quarrel. Dwasts, a surname from Polish. Initialism of global war on terrorism. Woyuramatsi, a transliteration system for Mandarin Chinese, characterized by its tonal spelling without diacritic marks. Gwiazd, a surname from Polish. Gwiazdas, plural of Gwazds. GWP, initialism of Gross World Product. GWPF, initialism of Global Warming Policy Foundation. GWR, initialism of Gross Weight Rating. GWR, plural of GWR. GWS, initialism of Get Well Soon. GW, plural of GW. GWT, initialism of Global Workspace Theory. Initialism of George Washington University. Fua, alternative spelling of Gua. Fwamki, alternative form of Galapki. Bidwell, synonym of Fidshell. Widower, a village and community in Denbighshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SJ0746. Gwydion, a magician, hero, and trickster in Welsh mythology. Dwyer, a surname from Norman. Dwyers, plural of Gwyer. A male given name from Welsh. Alternative form of Gwaun. Gwynedd, a historical kingdom of Wales in the north of the country. Gwynedd, a female given name from Welsh. Gwynfi and Croesuwa, a community in Neathport Talbot Borough County Borough, Wales that includes the villages of Abergwynfi, Blaenwynfi, and Croesuwa. Bwydya, a freshwater fish, Coregonus pennantieri, native to Tabala Lake in Gwynedd. Bwydyadas, plural of Gwyniad. A male given name from Welsh. A surname from Welsh. Brynny, a diminutive of the female given name Gwyneth. Gwither, a surname from Welsh. Gwithers, plural of Gwither. Dex, abbreviation of Grex. Duck, initialism of Galley Yarn. JSDT, abbreviation of Gunnery Sergeant. JSDES, plural of Jai. SDT. Jaibre, in Tibetan cuisine, a pancake made with barley flour, yak butter, dry cheese curds, and sugar. Jao, in Tibetan cuisine, a chafing dish in the Han Chinese style, a hot pot of vermicelli, kombu, mushrooms, meatballs, bamboo sprouts, and salt. Jao, alternative form of Gale Indian cattle. Jail Dem, group of girls or women. Jaildem, alternative form of Jail Dem. Gyoptatious, of or relating to the Gyoptaceae. Gyoctiform, resembling the genus Gyocta. Gyoctoi, synonym of Gyoctiform. Gyiling, a horn used in Tibetan Buddhist and Mongolian Buddhist ceremonies. Gyelings, plural of Gyeling. Gyel, obsolete form of Gale. Gyels, plural of Gyal. Gyaloo, a Tibetan patriotic song which serves as the de facto national anthem of the Tibetan government in exile. Gyeorong, a sub-branch of the Gyeorongic languages spoken by the Gyeorong people. Gyeorongic, of or relating to a branch of the Kyngic languages of Sino-Tibetan, spoken in Sichuan, China. Giles, plural of Gial. Giavi, a surname from Akin. Giambis, plural of Giampi. Gyaya, alternative form of Jainana, reflecting the Hindi pronunciation / letter 261J letter 251 lengthen and /. Giant, alternative spelling of Ganya. Giansi, alternative form of Giancy. Dani, a knowledgeable or wise person, sage, saint. Danis, plural of Jayani. Jayanya, alternative spelling of Ganya. Giant, obsolete form of giant. Giants, plural of giant. Jiangxi, a county of Shigatse, Tibet Autonomous Region, China. Jiapek, alternative form of Capic. Jiapex, plural of Jiapek. Jeru, a Japanese subculture and fashion style popular in the 1990s, typically involving ostentatious clothing, tanning, and heady makeup. Jarumoji, alternative form of Jarumoji. Jarumoji, a form of cryptic Japanese writing that substitutes similar-looking characters for the characters intended. Jarumoji, alternative form of Jarumoji. Jarai, alternative form of Jailrong. Viaris, plural of Jaru. Giascutus, alternative form of Giascutus. Giascutuses, plural of Giascutus. Jayasa, a sail trading vessel of the Upper Nile with one mast and a very large lateen sail on a yard twice as long as the mast and as long as or longer than the vessel itself. Jayasas, plural of Jayasa. Jayase, plural of Jayasa. Yath, alternative form of Jayat. Jayat Dam, alternative form of Jayat. Jayats, plural of Jayat. Jayatso, a unisex given name from Tibetan. Yath, well-shaped or attractive buttocks. Jayatayam, original form of Jayat. Jayat, plural of Jayat. Yael, archaic form of Gale. Jaels, plural of Jael. Jat, to shift a fore and aft sail from one side of a sailing vessel to the other while sailing before the wind. Jab, simple past and past participle of Jai. Jibes, plural of Jai. Jiving, present participle and gerund of Jai. Jiled, obsolete form of Gil. Giles, plural of Jiled. Jailong, a Buddhist priest in Tibet. Jailongs, plural of Jailong. Jeongi, a province of South Korea. Jeonju bread, synonym of Hwangnom bread. Jeonju breads, plural of Jeonju bread. Jeomsang, a province of South Korea. Jeomseang, alternative form of Keijo. Jiax, a surname from German. Jiaxes, plural of Gygax. Gygaxian, of or relating to Gary Gygax 1930, 2008, American game designer and author. Jider. Alternative spelling of jigger door. Jigers. Plural of jiger. Ta. A pentatonic instrument of Africa, resembling a xylophone. Yals. Plural of jo. Jylland. A village in Flekkefjord Municipality, Agder County, Norway. Jylane. Of or pertaining to Jylani. Jylanes. Plural of Jylani. Jylani. A social system based on equality of women and men. Gelden. A kind of gold coin. Geldens. Plural of Gilden. Ja. The amount of beer brewed at a time. Giltan. A large vat in which wort ferments as part of brewing. Giltans. Plural of Giltan. Giles. A male given name from ancient Greek. Gyllenhaal. A surname. Gylon. Alternative form of Gylong. Gylons. Plural of Gylon. Yo. Clipping of gymnasium, especially a school gymnasium. Gym bag. Sports bag. Gym bags. Plural of gym bag. Gym ball. An exercise ball. Gym ball. Plural of gym ball. Gym bro. A man who spends much of his free time working out at a gym. Gym bros. Plural of gym bro. Gym bunnies. Plural of gym bunny. Gym bunny. A person who spends a large amount of time working out at a gym and who wants to improve their physique. Gym candy. Steroids or other drugs taken to improve physical performance. Gym chalk. Synonym of hand chalk. Gym clothes. Clothing, specifically athletic wear, worn to a gym, fitness center, or health club for the purpose of physical activity. Gym day. A day on which one exercises at a gym. Gym days. Plural of gym day. Gym knickers. Large girls' underpants traditionally worn as shorts during school sports activities. Gym muscles. Large, aesthetic, well-developed muscles, especially ones that are believed to be overly large or impractical. Gym rat. A person who spends an unusually large amount of time at a gym. Gym rats. Plural of gym rat. Gym scooter. A square plank made from plastic or wood which is attached to 4 swivel casters at the corners, used in physical education. Gym scooters. Plural of gym scooter. Gym shoe. Running shoe, trainer. Gym shoes. Plural of gym shoe. Gym shorts. A type of relatively lightweight shorts with elastic waistbands designed for use in sports and physical activity, especially gym class. The terms basketball shorts and mesh shorts are used nearly synonymously with gym shorts in the United States, despite their different initial usage. Gym strap. A set of clothing, generally a t-shirt and shorts brought to school to wear during gym class. Gym thought. A girl or woman who wears revealing clothes to a gym. Gym thoughts. Plural of gym thought. Gym goer. A person who exercises at a gym. Gym goers. Plural of gym goer. Gym rat. Alternative form of gym rat. Gym rats. Plural of gym rat. Gimel. alternative form of gimbal. Gimbals, plural of gimbal. Gimbro, alternative form of gimbro. Gimbros, plural of gimbro. Gymsol, an incel who works out to become more physically fit and improve their sexual market value. Gymsol, simple past and past participle of gymsel. Gymseling, present participle and gerund of gymsel. Gymsols, plural of gymsol. Gym, simple past and past participle of gym. Gymal, alternative form of Gimel Semitic letter. Gymals, plural of gymal. Gymfluencer, an influencer who primarily creates content related to fitness or bodybuilding. Gymfluencers, plural of gymfluencer. Gymyalam, an orgasm in women induced by intensive exercise. Gymyalams, plural of gymgasm. Gymnoer, a person who attends a gym for exercise. Gymnoers, plural of gymgoer. Gymming, present participle and gerund of gym. Gymkhana, a competition where riders and horses display a range of skills and aptitudes. Gymkhanas, plural of gymkhana. Gemas, without a gym. Yumwa, someone who consumes material related to athleticism more than perusing it physically. Gymlets, plural of gymlet. Gymike, resembling a gym room or building for indoor sports. Gemo, obsolete form of gimbal. Gemos, plural of gemmel. Gymax, to work out at the gym and build muscle in order to increase one's attractiveness. Gymax, simple past and past participle of gymax. Gymaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of gymax. Gymaxing, present participle and gerund of gymax. Gyund, simple past and past participle of gym. Jove, present participle and gerund of gym. Gemmel, alternative form of gimmel. Gymmals, plural of gymmel. Gymnarchid, any fish in the family Gymnarchidae, consisting of a single species Gymnarchus niloticus of a bass or African knifefishes. Gymnarchids, plural of gymnarchid. Gymarthrid, any of the extinct family Gymnovidae of Tutatamorphmegosaurs. Gymarthrids, plural of gymarthrid. Gymasia, plural of gymnasium. Gymnasio, of or pertaining to an academic gymnasium. Gymnasiarch, an officer who had various powers and duties connected with the gymnasia, such as the payment of training, oil, or other necessities. Gymnasiarchs, plural of gymnasiarch. Gymnasiast, one who attends the kind of school called a gymnasium. Gymnasiasts, plural of gymnasiasts. Gymnasic, obsolete form of gymnastic. Gymnasium, plural of gymnasium type of European school. Gymnasium, alternative form of gymnasium. Gymnasians, plural of gymnasium. Gymnasium, a large room or building for indoor sports. Gymnasiums, plural of gymnasium. Gymass, one who performs the sport of gymnastics. Gymnaste, of or pertaining to gymnastics. Gymnastical, alternative form of gymnastic. Gymnastically, in a gymnastic manner. Gymnasticals, archaic form of gymnastics. Gymaste. Obsolete form of gymnastic. Gymnastics, a sport involving the performance of sequences of movements requiring physical strength, flexibility, and kinesthetic awareness. Gymnastics chalk. Synonym of hand chalk. Gymnasts, plural of gymnasts. Gymnatoria, plural of gymatorium. Gymatorium, a room, as in a school, combining the functions of gymnasium and auditorium. Gymatoriums, plural of gymatorium. Gymectomy, the situation where the placenta protrudes through the ovary. Gymimagenin, a triterpenoid aglycone of gymnemic acid. Gynemericide, a particular steroid glycoside. Gymimate, any salt or ester of gymnemic acid. Gymimates, plural of gymimate. Gymnemic acid, any of a group of antisweet glycosides isolated from the leaves of Gymnema sylvester. Gymnemic acids, plural of gymnemic acid. Gymnopregoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Gymnasians, Gymnasian islands. Gymne, gymnastic, athletic. Gymnical, alternative form of gymnic. Gimmicks, gymnastics. Gemmite, an amorphous form of antigorite. Gemmites, plural of gymnite. Gymnotid, any ammonite in the family Gymnotidae. Gymnotids, plural of gymnotid. Gymno, neger. Gymnoscaceous, of or relating to the Gymnoscaceae. Gymnoblasts, any member of the Gymnoblastia. Gymnoblastic, of or pertaining to the order Anthothecata, formerly known as Gymnoblastia. Gymnoblasts, plural of gymnoblasts. Gymnocarpe, synonym of Gymocarpus. Gymocarpus, having fruit that is either smooth or not adherent to the perianth. Gymnosin, any of a group of cytotoxic cyclic ethers found in dinoflagellates of the genus Gymnodinium. Gymnosins, plural of gymnosin. Gymnosus, a series of shield-like walls in a colony of zooids. Gymnocystal, relating to a gymnocyst. Gymnocysts, plural of gymnocysts. Gymnocyte, a cytid without a proper cell wall, but with a nucleus. Gymnocytes, plural of gymnocyte. Gymnocidode, a cytid without either a cell wall or a nucleus. Gymnocidodes, plural of gymnocidode. Gymnodamine, a toxic spirocyclic amine present in the dinoflagellate Gymnodinium. Gymnodamines, plural of gymnodamine. Gymnodinialan, of or relating to the Gymnodiniales, an order of dinoflagellates of the class Dinophyceae. Gymnodinii, alternative form of gymnodinoid. Gymnodiniides, plural of gymnodinioi. Gymnodini, any dinoflagellate of the genus Gymnodinium. Gymnodinides, plural of gymnodinoi. Gymnodamas. Lacking an envelope open to the surrounding environment. Gymnodont, one of a former family of Plectognath fishes gymnodonts, having the teeth and jaws consolidated into one or two bony plates on each jaw. Gymnodonts, plural of gymnodont. Gymnodon, a gymnosperm. Gymogens, plural of gymogen. Gymogrammine, the chalcone 2,6-dihydroxy 4,4-dimethoxychalcone. Gymolimate, any member of the Gymolimata class of bryozoans. Gymopedia, an annual celebration in ancient Sparta, during which naked young men displayed their athletic and martial skills through dancing. Gymnopedic, having young that are featherless when hatched. Gymnopediae, alternative form of Gymopedia. Gymnophala, any trematode of the family Gymnophalidae. Gymnophalids, plural of gymnophalid. Gymnophaonin, any amphibian of the order Gymnophaona, echizillion. Gymnophaonins, plural of gymnophaonin. Gymnophobe, one who has an aversion to nudity. Gymnophobes, plural of gymnophobe. Gymophobia, an inordinate fear or hatred of nudity. Gymnophobic, relating to or characteristic of gymnophobia. Gymnophthalmid, any lizard of the family Gymnophthalmidae. Gymnophthalmids, plural of gymnophthalmid. Gymnophyte, the archegonium of a gymnosperm. Gymnophytes, plural of gymnophyte. Gynoplast, a cell or mass of protoplasm devoid of an envelope, such as a white blood corpuscle. Gynoplasts, plural of gymnoplasts. Gymnopoi, relating to fungi of the genus Gymnopus. Gymnopedic, obsolete typography of Gymnopedic. Genosis, the delivery is single-stranded antisense allogotic nucleotides to cells in the absence of transfection. Gymosomatus, relating to sea angels of the clade Gymnosomata. Gymnosome, any sea angel of the suborder Gymnosomata. Gymnosomes, plural of gymnosome. Gymnosoph, a nudist, one who practices or promotes gymnosophy. Gymnosophy, relating to gymnosophy. Gymnosophical, relating to gymnosophy. Gymnosophist, one of a school of ancient Indian ascetic philosophers reported in antiquity who wore little clothing, a mystic. Gymnosophists, plural of gymnosophists. Gymnosophes, plural of gymnosoph. Gymnosophy, a philosophy and lifestyle based around the idea that nudity is a natural condition and should be widely acceptable in society. Gymnosperm, any plant such as a conifer whose seeds are not enclosed in an ovary. Gymnospermal, synonym of gymnospermous. Gymnospermatus, synonym of gymnospermous. Gymnospermae, synonym of gymnospermous. Gymnospermism, the trait of being gymnospermous. Gymnospermous, having seeds that are not protected in a capsule. Gymnosperms, plural of gymnosperm. Gymnospermy, the property of being gymnospermous. Gymnospore, a type of spore that does not have a protective envelope, especially one not produced in a sporangium. Gymnospores, plural of gymnospore. Gymnosporous, having or relating to gymnospores. Gymnostom, a naked stoma, one without a peristome. Gymostomus, lacking a peristome. Gymostoms, plural of gymnostom. Gymnote, any of the genus Gymnotus of knifefishes. Gymnotes, plural of gymnote. Gymnothe, relating to gymnosis. Gymnotid, any member of the Gymnotidae and naked-back knifefish. Gymnotids, plural of gymatid. Gymatiform, belonging to the gymatiforms. Gymatiforms, plural of gymatiform. Gymatine, any of the genus Gymnotus of knifefishes. Gymatines, plural of gymatine. Gymnotus, any of the genus Gymnotus of electric knifefishes. Gymnotus, plural of Gymnotus. Gymnure, a carnivorous mammal, subfamily Galaricinae, related to the hedgehogs and resembling a large rat, which inhabits various parts of Southeast Asia. Gymnures, plural of gymnure. Gymnurid, any fish in the family Gymnuridae. Gymnurids, plural of gymnurid. Gympie, a city in Gympie Region, Queensland, Australia, 160 kilometers north of Brisbane. Gympie, an Australian plant dendrocnide moroids or Laportea moroids that has toxic, stinging leaves. Gymbies, plural of Gympie. Jambies, plural of Gympie. Yamas, plural of gym. Timsla, a sleeveless tunic with a pleated skirt, most commonly seen as part of a girl's school uniform. Gymslip mum, a teenage mother. Gymslipped mums, plural of gymslip mum. Gymslept, dressed in a gymslip. Gymslips, plural of gymslip. Imsuit, an outfit worn for gymnastics. Yamsuits, plural of gymsuit. Gintimidation, a sense of intimidation felt by an inexperienced visitor to a gym upon seeing the physiques and abilities of the regular users. Gym Talk, the community of fitness and bodybuilding-oriented accounts on TikTok. Gymwear, clothing designed to be worn while exercising at the gym. The abbreviation of gynecologist. The alternative form of gyno. Gynecomastia, misspelling of gynecomastia. Gyne, abbreviation, informal gynecological. Gynecandrous, alternative form of gynandrous. Gynecea, plural of gynecea, alternative form of gynecea. Gynecale, relating to the gynecia. Gynecea, the women's quarters in a household, hence loosely any building or area for women. Gyneceas, plural of gyneциum. Gynecia, plural of gynecium. Gynecial, alternative form of gynecial. Gynecian, rare spelling of Gynesian. Gynesic, alternative form of gynesic. Gynesium, alternative form of gynecium. Gyneco, woman, female. Gynecocracies, plural of gynecocracy. Gynecocracy, alternative form of gynecocracy. Gynecogenic, alternative form of gynecogenic. Gynecoid, characteristic of a woman. Gynecol, abbreviation of gynecology. Gynecologic, alternative form of gynecologic. Gynecological, alternative spelling of gynecological. Gynecologically, alternative spelling of gynecologically. Gynecologies, plural of gynecology. Gynecologists, Canadian spelling. Also common, a physician who specializes in diseases of the female reproductive system. Gynecologists, plural of gynecologists. Gynecology, alternative form of gynecology. Gynekomania, alternative form of gynekomania. Gynekomast, alternative form of gynekomast. Gynecomastia, alternative form of gynecomastia. Gynecomastic, alternative spelling of gynecomastic. Gynecomasts, plural of gynecomasts. Gynecomasty, alternative form of gynecomastia. Gynekomorphous, alternative spelling of gynekomorphous. Gyneconitis, a gynecian. Gynecophobia, an irrational fear of women. Gynecophoric, alternative form of gynecophoric. Gynecophorical, alternative form of gynecophoric. Gynephobia, alternative form of gynophobia. Gynes, plural of gyne. Gynander, a plant belonging to the obsolete class Gynandria, having the stamens inserted in the pistil. Gynanders, plural of gynander. Gynandrian, gynandrous, belonging to the obsolete class Gynandria. Gynandric, alternative form of gynandrous. Gynandries, plural of gynandry. Gynandrism, gynandromorphism. Gynandrium, a combined male and female stamen structure. Gynandroblastoma, a kind of sex cord gonadal stromal tumor. Gynandroblastomas, plural of gynandroblastoma. Gynandroblastomata, plural of gynandroblastoma. Gynandroi, seeming to have both male and female attributes. Gynandroids, plural of gynandroid. Gynandromorph, an insect, crustacean or bird literally having physical characteristics of both sexes, usually displaying a bilateral difference. Gynandromorphic, having male and female characteristics. Gynandromorphism, the condition of being a gynandromorph. Gynandromorphisms, plural of gynandromorphism. Gynandromorphophile, a person who has gynandromorphophilia. Gynandromorphophiles, plural of gynandromorphophile. Gynandromorphophilia, paraphilic attraction to transgender women gynandromorphs. Gynandromorphous, alternative form of gynandromorphic. Gynandromorphs, plural of gynandromorph. Gynandromorphy, gynandromorphism. Gynandrosporous, having reproductive organs with both male and female functions. Gynandrous, having stamens and pistils together in a column. Gynandry, hermaphroditism, intersexuality, androgyny, resemblance by a member of one sex of another sex. Gynanthorous, pertaining to an abnormal condition of the flower, in which the stamens are converted into pistils. Gynarcho, gynarchic, of or related to gynarchy. Gynarchic, of or pertaining to gynarchy. Gynarchical, of or relating to gynarchy. Gynarchies, plural of gynarchy. Gynarchy, a government ruled by a woman or women. The primary reproductive female caste of social insects, especially ants, wasps, and bees, those destined to become queens. Alternative form of gyno. Gynecandrous, alternative form of gynandrous. Gynaecea, plural of gynaeceum. Gynaecea, alternative form of gynaeceum. Gynecia, plural of gynaeceum. Gynecian, of or relating to women. Gynecic, gynecological. Gynecidal, relating to or carrying out gynecide. Gynecide, alternative form of gynecide. Gynesem, alternative form of gyneeceum. Gyneco, alternative form of gyneco. Gyneco-oncology, a branch of oncology concerned with gynecological tumors. Gynecocentric, alternative form of gynocentric. Gynecocentrism, alternative form of gynocentrism. Gynecocide, alternative form of gynecide and gynecide. Gynecocracy, plural of gynecocracy. Gynecocracy, government or rule by women or a society with such leadership. Gynecocrat, a supporter or member of a gynecocracy. Gynecocratic, of or relating to gynecocracy. Gynecocrats, plural of gynecocrat. Gynecogenic, giving birth mostly to females. Gynecography, radiography of the female reproductive system. Gynecoi, characteristic of a woman. Gynecol, abbreviation of gynecology. Gynecolatry, synonym of gynecolatry, the worship of women. Gynecologic, gynecological. Gynecological, of or pertaining to gynecology. Gynecologically, in a gynecological context. Gynecologies, plural of gynecology. Gynecologist, Canadian spelling, common a physician specializing in diseases of the female reproductive system. Gynecologists, plural of gynecologists. Gynecology, the study of or the branch of medicine specializing in the medical problems of women, especially disorders of the reproductive organs. Gynekomania, sadasses. Gyneconast, a man with gynecomastia. Gynecomastia, excessive development of breasts in men, resembling the breast development in women. Gynecomastias, plural of gynecomastia. Gynecomastic, of, relating to, or affected by gynecomastia. Gynecomastism, synonym of gynecomastia. Gyneconasts, plural of gynecomasts. Gynecomasty, alternative form of gynecomastia. Gynecomasia, synonym of gynecomastia. Gynecomorphous, resembling a female in shape, attributes, or appearance. Gyneconum, an ancient Athenian civil servant whose job was to apply sumptuary laws and ensure adult women behaved morally. Gyneconums, plural of gyneconum. Gynecobstetric, relating to gynecology and obstetrics. Gyneco-oncology, alternative spelling of gyneco-oncology. Gynecopathic, of or relating to a gynecopathy. Gynecopathies, plural of gynecopathy. Gynecopathological, relating to gynecopathology. Gynecopathologist, a pathologist whose specialty is gynecopathology. Gynecopathologists, plural of gynecopathologists. Gynecopathology, the study of diseases associated with childbirth or that affect mostly women. Gynecopathy, any disease that only affects women. Gynecophile, someone sexually attracted to women. Gynecophiles, plural of gynecophile. Gynecophilia, sexual attraction to women. Gynecophilic, sexually attracted to women. Gynecophobia, alternative form of gynecophobia. Gynecophoral, relating to a gynecophore. Gynecophore, alternative form of gynecophore. Gynecophores, plural of gynecophore. Gynecophoric, alternative form of gynecophoric. Gynecophorus, alternative form of gynecophorus. Gynocratic, alternative form of gynocratic. Gyne, a kind of dwarf cow bred in Bengal. Gynes, plural of gyne. Gynemimses, the state of being a transfeminine individual or trans woman who has not had sex reassignment surgery. Gynemimetic, a transfeminine individual or trans woman who has not had sex reassignment surgery. Gynemimetics, plural of gynemimetic. Gynemitophilia, a sexual attraction to trans women or to men who look and act like women. Ganyocracies, plural of ganyocracy. Ganyocracy, alternative or to men who look and act like women. Ganyocracies, plural of ganyocracy. Ganyocracy, alternative form of gynecocracy. Gyneoliter, one who worships or adores women. Gyneoliters, plural of gyneoliter. Gyneolity, the worship or adoration of women. Gynophile, alternative form of gynophile. Gynophiles, plural of gynophile. Gynophilia, the love of women, a sexual attraction to women in general, female-oriented teleophilia. Gynophilic, relating to gynophilia, woman-loving. Gynophobe, alternative form of gynophobe. Gynophobes, plural of gynophobe. Gynophobia, alternative form of gynophobia. Gynophobic, alternative form of gynophobic. Gynergy, female creative energy. Gynoromantic, romantically attracted to women, female-identified persons, or femininity. Gynes, plural of kine. Gynosexual, sexually attracted to girls, women, or females. Gynosexuality, the state of being sexually and romantically attracted to femininity. Gynosexuals, plural of gynosexual. Gynesic, of or related to the female genitals. Gynosyne, trigonelline. Venger, obsolete form of ginger. Didate, gynecological. Didactics, gynecology. Didaris, plural of gynecology. Didere, the study of women's diseases, gynecology. Gyne, diminutive of gynecologist. Gynes, plural of gyne. Gynality, alternative form of gynolatry. Then, obsolete form of guinea. Guineas, plural of guinea. Guineas, plural of guinea. Then, obsolete form of guinea. Gyno, clipping of gynecologist. Gyno, of or pertaining to women. Gynobase, a conical or flat elevation of the receptacle of the flower, bearing the gynosium. Gynobases, plural of gynobase. Gynobasic, pertaining to or having a gynobase. Gynobases, alternative form of gynobase. Gynocardin, a cyanogenic glycoside found in the passion flower. Gynocentric, of pertaining to or exhibiting gynocentrism, focused on females. Gynocentrically, in a gynocentric manner. Gynocentrism, an ideological focus on females and issues affecting them, possibly to the detriment of non-females. Gynocentrists, a proponent of gynocentrism. Gynocentrists, plural of gynocentrists. Gynochrome, having the color of a female of the species. Gynochromes, plural of gynochrome. Gynocidal, of or relating to gynocide, killing women. Gynocide, the killing of women and girls, especially considered as a social phenomenon. Gynocides, plural of gynocide. Gynocracies, plural of gynocracy. Gynocracy, synonym of gynecocracy. Gynocrat, a person advocating rulership by women. Gynocratic, pertaining to government by women. Gynocrats, plural of gynocrats. Gynocritic, one who evaluates literature in terms of gynocriticism. Gynocritical, relating to gynocriticism. Gynocritically, in terms of or by means of gynocriticism. Gynocriticism, the historical study of women writers as a distinct literary tradition. Gynocriticisms, plural of gynocriticism. Gynocritics, plural of gynocritic. Gynodioecious, dioecious, but having some hermaphrodite or perfect flowers on an individual plant which bears mostly pistillate flowers. Gynodiocy, the condition of having some female parts and other hermaphroditic parts. Gynotia, plural of gynosium. Gynoecial, relating to the gynosium. Gynoecious, that produces mostly or only female flowers. Gynosium, the pistils/carpels of a flower considered as a group. Gynosiums, plural of gynosium. Gynocy, the condition of being gynoecious. Gynogamete, synonym of egg cell. Gynogametes, plural of gynogamete. Gynogen, a cell that contains only genes from the mother. Gynogenesis, female parthenogenesis in which the embryo contains only maternal chromosomes due to the failure of the sperm to fuse with the egg nucleus. Gynogenetic, relating to gynogenesis. Gynogenetically, by means of gynogenesis. Gynogens, plural of gynogen. Gynography, radiography of the female genital organs. Gynohaploid, haploid and having all genetic material passed from the female parent. Gynoid, an android humanoid robot in female form. Gynoidal, synonym of gynoid. Gynoids, plural of gynoid. Gynolatric, of or pertaining to gynolatry. Gynolatrous, worshipping a woman or women. Gynolatry, the worship of women. Gynomania, synonym of transvestism. Gynamonious, Alternative form of gynemonosis. Gynemonosis. Having bisexual flowers and female flowers on the same plant. Gynemonocism. The property of being gynemonosis. Gynemonocy. The condition of being gynemonosis. Gynomorph. An organism with female physical characteristics. Female mimic. Gynomorphic. Having the shape of a woman. Gynomorphically. In a gynomorphic way. Gynomorphs. Plural of gynomorph. Gynopara. A viviparous female aphid that is born in the autumn on a secondary host, then flies to the primary host where she produces new females that mate and deposit eggs. Gynopary. Plural of gynopara. Gynophagia. A sexual paraphilia based on the idea of cooking and eating women. Gynophagy. The eating of women. Gynophile. One who loves women, a person who loves or is sexually attracted to women or to femininity. Gynophile. Plural of gynophile. Gynophilia. Alternative form of gynophilia, love of women. Gynophilic. Alternative form of gynophilic, woman loving. Gynophobe. One who fears or hates women. Gynophobes. Plural of gynophobe. Gynophobia. Fear of or aversion to women or girls. Gynophobic. Having a fear of or aversion to women. Gynophore. The stalk of a pistil, the stalk present in certain flowers such as those of the genera Talopia and Brachychiton, which supports the gynosium. Gynophores. Plural of gynophore. Gynophorus. Relating to the gynophore. Gynophyte. The female plant in a sexual generation. Gynophytes. Plural of gynophyte. Gynorhyngenology. The videography of the female humanity. Gynos. Plural of gyno. Gynosual. Alternative form of gynosexual. Gynosuality. Alternative form of gynosexuality. Gynosuals. Plural of gynosual. Gynosome. A penis-like organ in female Neotraba. Gynosomes. Plural of gynosome. Gynosphinx. A sphinx with the head of a woman. Gynosphinxes. Plural of gynosphinx. Gynostegia. Plural of gynostegium. Gynostegio. Relating to the gynostegium. Gynostegium. An adnation of the stamens with the style and stigma typically found in members of the family Apocynaceae. Gynostemia. Plural of gynostemium. Gynostemium. A reproductive structure in some plants formed by fusion of the stamens and pistil. Gynostemiums. Plural of gynostemium. Gynotation. A politician viewed as interfering with women's private medical decisions by lobbying for restrictions on abortion and or contraception. Gynotations. Plural of gynotation. Gynoticolobomastophile. A person who enjoys nibbling the earlobes of women. Gynoticolobomastophiles. Plural of gynoticolobomastophiles. The plural of GYN. Gintum. Or relating to Peer Gynt 1845, a 5-act play in verse by the Norwegian dramatist Henrik Ibsen, or its protagonist of the same name. Gyne. Alternative spelling of gyne. Gynique. Woman, female. Gynecandrous, obsolete typography of Gynecandrous. Gynecea, plural of gyneceum. Anisea, dated form of gyneceum. Aniseas, plural of gyneceum. Gynecian, obsolete typography of Gynecian. Gynesic, obsolete typography of Gynesic. Gynecem, obsolete typography of Gynecem. Gyneco, alternative form of gyneco. Gynecocracy, alternative spelling of gynecocracy. Gynecocratic, obsolete form of gynecocratic. Gynecoid, alternative form of gynecoid. Gynecologic, obsolete typography of gynecologic. Gynecological, obsolete form of gynecological. Gynecologist, obsolete typography of gynecologist. Gynecologists, plural of gynecologists. Gynecology, archaic spelling of gynecology. Gyneconast, obsolete typography of gyneconast. Gynecomastia, obsolete typography of gynecomastia. Gyneconast, plural of gynecomasts. Gynecomasty, obsolete typography of gynecomasty. Gynecomasia, alternative form of gynecomastia. Gynecomorphous, obsolete typography of gynecomorphous. Gyneconitis, obsolete typography of gyneconitis. Gynecophore, receptacle in the bodies of certain male animals such as schistosomes in which females may be contained. Gynecophores, plural of gynecophore. Gynecophoric, of or pertaining to the nature of a gynecophore. Gynecophorus, synonym of gynecophoric. Gyaltha, a city in Saitama Prefecture, Japan. Gyoji, a referee in a sumo match. Gyoji, alternative form of gyoji. Gyojis, plural of gyoji. Gyokuro, a kind of green tea from Japan, differing from sencha in being grown in the shade. Győr, the capital city of Győr-Mosonszapron County, Hungary. Győr-Mosonszapron, an administrative county of Hungary. Jeizaku, a traditional form of Japanese fish printing. Gyoza, a Japanese crescent-shaped dumpling filled with a minced stuffing and steamed, boiled or fried, the Japanese equivalent of the Chinese gyoza. Gyozas, plural of gyoza. A cheat or swindle, a rip-off. Gypboard, alternative form of gypsum board. Gypgrete, a sedimentary rock, a hardened deposit of gypsum capable of cementing together with other materials. Gypgretes, plural of gypcrete. Gypcrust, a duricrust composed almost wholly of gypsum. Gypcrusts, plural of gypcrust. Fool, clumsy, awkward person. Gypanoside, any of a group of triterpenoid saponins. Gypanosides, plural of gypanoside. Gypes, plural of gype. Ipor, a potent gypsy moth attractant synthesized from ricinoleic acid. Gythao, alternative spelling of gypo. Gypos, plural of gypo. Yet, simple past and past participle of gyp. Whoever, one who gyps, a cheat or swindler. Jipperies, plural of jippery. Jippers, plural of jipper. Jippery, the act of one who gyps, cheating, swindle. Jippy, alternative form of jippy. That is, plural of jippy. Jeppe, present participle and gerund of jip. Jeppo, alternative spelling of jippo. Jippo logger, an independent, strike-breaking or low-quality logger. Jippo loggers, plural of jippo logger. Jippos, plural of jippo. Jippos, plural of jippo. Jeppy, I jepse. Jeppy tummy, a feeling of sickness in the stomach leading to diarrhea. Jebrai, rock rich in gypsum, gypsic soil. Jeprocked, simple past and past participle of gyprock. Gyprocker, a laborer who works with gyprock, plaster and drywall. Gyprockers, plural of gyprocker. Gyprocking, present participle and gerund of gyprock. Gyprocks, plural of gyprock. Ifs, plural of gyp. Jeffa, plural of gypsum. Gypsuronite, a type of sandstone composed of gypsum grains. Hiss, obsolete form of gypsum. Gypsam, of or relating to gypsies. Yetses, containing gypsum. Gypsat, of or related to a bohemian, nomadic and sophisticated lifestyle and fashion. Gypsy, archaic form of gypsy. Hedsus, plural of gypsy. Kedse, of or having to do with gypsum. Yetsekos, that thrives in soil containing gypsum. Yetse, gypsisol. Yetseds, plural of gypsid. Yetse, archaic spelling of gypsy. Yetsy's kiss, misspelling of gypsy's kiss. Yetsy's kisses, plural of gypsy's kiss. Yetse, simple past and past participle of gypsy. Yetse is, plural of gypsy. Ipsiferous, containing gypsum. Gypsification, diagenetic alteration to gypsum, especially by hydration of anhydrite. Gypsify, simple past and past participle of gypsify. Gypsifies, third person singular simple present indicative of gypsify. Gypsify, to diagenetically alter to gypsum. Gypsifying, present participle and gerund of gypsify. Gypsiologist, one who studies the life and culture of gypsies. Gypsiologists, plural of gypsiologists. Gypsiology, the study of the life and culture of gypsies. Gypsura, a type of gypsiferous aridisol. Gypsuveds, plural of gypsurid. Gypsisol, a soil with a substantial secondary accumulation of gypsum found in arid climates. Gypsisols, plural of gypsisol. Gypsite, an earthy variety of gypsum. Gypsoblum, a love dart. Gypsobiocide, a particular steroid glycoside. Gypsographic, of, pertaining to, or made by gypsography. Gypsography, the art or process of engraving on gypsum. Gypsologist, one who studies gypsology. Gypsologists, plural of gypsologists. Gypsology, the study of gypsies. Gypsophila, any of the many flowering plants of the genus Gypsophila, which have a profusion of small pink or white flowers. Gypsophilus, plural of Gypsophila. Gypsophile, any plant exhibiting gypsophily. Gypsophiles, plural of gypsophile. Gypsophilic, relating to or exhibiting gypsophily. Gypsophilus, synonym of gypsophilic. Gypsophile, a plant's preference for growing in the presence of gypsum. Gypsophyte, any plant that tolerates or thrives in soil rich in chalk or limestone. Gypsophytes, plural of gypsophyte. Gypsoplast, a cast produced with plaster of Paris or in white lime. Gypsoplasts, plural of gypsoplast. Gypsisase, a particular steroid glycoside. Gypstack, a mound of phosphogypsum. Gypsax, plural of gypstack. Gypster, a trickster or swindler. Gypsters, plural of gypster. Gypsum, a mineral consisting of hydrated calcium sulfate. When calcinated, it forms plaster of Paris. Gypsum board, panels used for drywall construction. Gypsum cave, a natural karstic formation in gypsum. Gypsum caves, plural of gypsum cave. Gypsum plaster, synonym of plaster of Paris. Gypsum board, alternative form of gypsum board. Gypsum-like, resembling or characteristic of gypsum. Gypsums, plural of gypsum. Ketze, a member of the Romani people or one of the subgroups Roma, Sinti, Romanishal, etc. Gypsy cab, an unlicensed taxi, especially in the northeastern United States. Gypsy cabs, plural of gypsy cab. Gypsy cream, a biscuit consisting of a soft vanilla or chocolate cream layer between two oaty biscuits. Gypsy creams, plural of gypsy cream. Gypsy Day, the day traditionally 1 June when sharemilkers move their cattle from one farm to another. Gypsy hat, a women's hat with large flaps at the sides. Gypsy hats, plural of gypsy hat. Gypsy jazz, a style of swing-influenced jazz music of French origin played by small groups. Gypsy meltdown, a move in contra dancing in which a gypsy precedes a swing. Gypsy meltdowns, plural of gypsy meltdown. Gypsy moon, a full moon in September. Gypsy moons, plural of gypsy moon. Gypsy moth, a moth of species Lymantria dispar, destructive of many plants, of worldwide distribution. Gypsy moths, plural of gypsy moth. Gypsy mushroom, Cortinarius caparatus, a highly esteemed edible mushroom related to webcaps. Gypsy mushrooms, plural of gypsy mushroom. Gypsy rose, a perennial plant, Nausea arvensis, commonly known as field scabious. Gypsy roses, plural of gypsy rose. Gypsy sauce, a sauce made with tomato paste, paprika, bell peppers, and sometimes onion. Gypsy setting. The setting of a stone directly into metal so that it does not protrude, using a burnishing tool to push the metal all around the stone. Gypsy settings. Plural of gypsy setting. Gypsy swing. Synonym of gypsy jazz. Gypsy table. A small high lightweight table, usually round. Gypsy tables. Plural of gypsy table. Gypsy tart. A sweet tart made with evaporated milk and muscovado sugar. Gypsy tarts. Plural of gypsy tart. Gypsy truck. A freelance truck. Gypsy trucks. Plural of gypsy truck. Gypsy wagon. A caravan. Gypsy wagons. Plural of gypsy wagon. Gypsy's kiss. This. Gypsy's kisses. Plural of gypsy's kiss. Gypsograph. The practice of gypsy magic, sorcery, or the use supernatural powers to influence or predict events. Gypsydom. The realm or sphere of gypsies. Gypsist. Synonym of gypsyish. Gypsify. Simple past and past participle of gypsify. Gypsifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of gypsify. Gypsify. Alternative form of gypsify to make or become gypsy. Gypsifying. Present participle and gerund of gypsify. Gypsy. Present participle and gerund of gypsy. Gypsies. Plural of gypsying. Gypsish. Like a gypsy. Gypsyism. The state of being a gypsy. Gypsyisms. Plural of gypsyism. Gypsy-like. Resembling or characteristic of a gypsy. Gypsy. Speedwell, Veronica officinalis. Gypsort. Lycopus europaeus, a ladyate plant. Gypsorts. Plural of gypsywort. Gypsa. Obsolete form of gypsy. Gyptians. Plural of Gyptian. Gypwater. Water with a high level of dissolved gypsum which can cause diarrhea. Der. Abbreviation of Digir. Gerfalcon. Alternative form of Geofalcon. Gerfalcons. Plural of Gerfalcon. Gyra. The richly embroidered border of her robe. Gyrocanthid. Any extinct fish of the family Gyracanthidae. Gyracanthids. Plural of gyracanthid. Gyratic. Plural of gyradius. Gyradius. Radius of gyration. Gyri. Plural of gyra. Gyra. Of or pertaining to a gyrus. Gyrally. In a gyral manner. Gyrat. Gyrating. Gyrase. An enzyme that supercoils DNA. Gyrases. Plural of gyrase. Gyrate. To revolve round a central point, to move spirally about an axis as a tornado. Gyrated. Simple past and past participle of gyrate. Gyrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of gyrate. Gyrating. Present participle and gerund of gyrate. Gyrating angel. A rescue helicopter. Gyrating angels. Plural of gyrating angel. Gyratingly. So as to gyrate. Gyration. the act of turning or whirling, especially around a fixed axis or center, a circular or spiral motion, rotation. Gyrational, of, pertaining to, or caused by gyration. Gyrationally, in terms of or by means of gyration. Gyrations, plural of gyration. Gyraton, an object that has a finite energy and spin, moving at the speed of light. Gyrotonic, describing rotating electromagnetic radiation. Gyratons, plural of gyraton. Gyrator, anything that gyrates. Gyratories, plural of gyratory. Gyratorally, in terms of or by means of gyration. Gyrators, plural of gyrator. Gyratory, moving in a circle or spirally revolving, whirling around. Gyratory compactor, a device used to test compactability and to make compacted test samples. Gyratory compactors, plural of gyratory compactor. Gyratory crusher, a machine for crushing raw material consisting of two vertical cones that are moved by a cam. Gyratory crushers, plural of gyratory crusher. Gyre, a swirling vortex. Gyrocarlin, a wood. Gyrocarline, alternative form of gyrocarlin. Gyrocarling, alternative form of gyrocarlin. Gyrocarlins, plural of gyrocarlin. They're simple past and past participle of gyre. Gyreful, moving in gyres, whirling. Gyrencephalic, having a cerebral cortex covered with convolutions. Gyrencephaly, the folding of the surface of the neocortex. Gyron, a member of the United States Marine Corps. Gyrans, plural of gyron. Gyres, plural of gyre. Gyfalcon, any large falcon, especially as used to fly herons. Gyfalcons, plural of gyfalcon. Gyri, plural of gyrus. Gyrification, the formation of gyri folds on the surface of the cerebral cortex. Gyrifications, plural of gyrification. Gyrify, simple past and past participle of gyrify. Gyrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of gyrify. Gyriform, having the form of gyri. Gyrify, to undergo gyrification. Gyrifying, present participle and gerund of gyrify. Geranol, a toxic unsaturated ketaldehyde obtained from the water boatman. Gyri, present participle and gerund of gyre. Gyronid, any beetle in the family Gyronidae, a whirligig beetle. Gyronids, plural of gyronid. Gyronochelid, any fish in the family Gyronochelidea. Gyronochelids, plural of gyronochelid. Ged, a male gyfalcon. Ekins, plural of geokin. Gallant, obsolete form of garland. Galons, plural of galand. Gyro, a gyroscope. Gyrocompass, alternative form of gyrocompass. Gyrocompasses, plural of gyrocompass. Gyro, circle, circular or spinning motion. Gyrostabilizer, alternative spelling of gyrostabilizer. Gyrostabilizers, plural of gyrostabilizer. Gyrodition, a gyroctor space addition. Gyroditions, plural of gyrodition. Gyrongle, an angle in gyroctor space. Gyrongles, plural of gyrongle. Gyroeutomorphism, an automorphism in gyroctor space. Gyroeutomorphisms, plural of gyroeutomorphism. Gyroaverage, the average over a gyroperiod, a gyrophase average. Gyroaverage, simple past and past participle of gyroaverage. Gyroaverages, plural of gyroaverage. Gyroaveraging, present participle and gerund of gyroaverage. Gyroball, a spinning pitch thrown most commonly by Japanese baseball players. Gyroballs, plural of gyroball. Gyrobicupola, a bicupola in which the bases have the opposite orientation. Gyrobephastigia, plural of gyrobephastigium. Gyrobephastigium, a polyhedral solid formed by joining two face-regular triangular prisms along corresponding square faces, giving a quarter turn to one prism. It is noted for being one of the few regular polyhedra that packs in 3 dimensions. Gyrobephastigiums, plural of gyrobephastigium. Gyrobirotunda, a birotunda in which the bases have the opposite orientation. Gyrobus, an electric bus which stores energy in a flywheel rotating at high speeds up to 3,000 RPM rather than batteries. Gyrobuses, plural of gyrobus. Gyrocab, synonym of aircab, a flying taxi, particularly a helicab or autogyro taxi. Gyrocabs, plural of gyrocab. Gyrocar, a two-wheeled automobile in which balance is provided by one or more gyroscopes. Gyrocars, plural of gyrocar. Gyrocenter, the center of an object in gyroctor space. Gyrocenters, plural of gyrocenter. Gyrocenter, alternative form of gyrocenter. Gyrocenters, plural of gyrocenter. Gyrocentroid, a centroid in gyroctor space. Gyrocentroids, plural of gyrocentroi. Gyrochronological, relating to gyrochronology. Gyrochronology, a method of estimating the age of a star by measuring its rotation rate. Gyrocircle, a hyperbolic circle in gyroctor space. Gyrocircles, plural of gyrocircle. Gyrocommutative, whose binary operation obeys a b equals to a, bbia. Gyrocompass, a north-seeking form of gyroscope used as a directional reference in navigation. Gyrocompass, simple past and past participle of gyrocompass. Gyrocompasses, plural of gyrocompass. Gyrocompassing, present participle and gerund of gyrocompass. Gyrocone, an organism with a gyroconic shell. Gyrocones, plural of gyrocone. Gyroconic, having or being a mollusk spiral shell which is conic wider on the open end and in which the whorls do not touch. Gyrocopter, an autogyro similar to a helicopter. Gyrocopters, plural of gyrocopter. Gyrocosine, the product of the two unit gyroctors that correspond to the two gyroctors that define a gyrongle. Gyrocosines, plural of gyrocosine. Gyrocupola rotunda, a cupola rotunda in which the bases have the opposite orientation. Gyrodactylid. Any parasitic flatworm of the order Gyrodactylidae. Gyrodactylids, plural of gyrodactylid. Gyrodactylosis, the disease caused by the ectoparasite Gyrodactylus cellaris. Gyrodiagonal, a diagonal in gyropter space. Gyrodiagonals. Plural of gyrodiagonal. Gyrodyne, a kind of VTOL aircraft with a helicopter rotor-like system driven by its engine for takeoff and landing, as well as one or more conventional propellers to provide forward thrust during cruising flight. Gyrodynes, plural of gyrodyne. Gyroelectric, describing the effects of an electric field on optical rotation in certain materials. Gyroelongated, having been elongated by placing an antiprism in the middle of the polyhedron. Gyrofield, a gyrotropic field. Gyrofields, plural of gyrofield. Gyrofluid, a fluid that is undergoing gyroscopic movement, used attributively to describe the flow effects of rotation. Gyrofluids, plural of gyrofluid. Gyrofrequencies, plural of gyrofrequency. Gyrofrequency, the frequency of the circular motion of a charged particle in the presence of a uniform magnetic field. Gyrogauge, a transformation by a gyroctor and arbitrary position-dependent rotation. Gyrogeodesic, a geodesic in gyroctor space. Gyrogeodesics, plural of gyrogeodesic. Gyroglider, synonym of rotor kite. Gyrogliders, plural of gyroglider. Gyrogonite, the petrified fruit of several species of stonewort. Gyrogonites, plural of gyrogonite. Gyrograph, a recording of gyratory stability, used to determine optimal bitumen mixtures for paving, etc. Gyrographs, plural of gyrograph. Gyrogravitomagnetic, describing a system of two or more gravitomagnetic fields that rotate about each other. Gyrogroup, a groupoid whose binary operation satisfies certain axioms used with gyroctors. Gyrogroups, plural of gyrogroup. Gyroi, plural of gyros. Gyroid, an infinitely connected periodic minimal surface containing no straight lines. Gyroidal, spiral in arrangement or action. Gyroidally, in a gyroidal manner. Gyroids, plural of gyroid. Gyrokinetic, of or pertaining to gyrokinetics. Gyrokinetics, the branch of physics concerned with the helical flow of particles in the magnetic field of a plasma. Gyrokite, synonym of rotor kite. Gyrokites, plural of gyrokite. Gyroclystron, a hybrid high-power microwave amplifier that combines the multi-cavity klystron configuration with the cyclotron resonance maser. Gyrolaser, a ring laser used to measure rotation. Gyrolasers, plural of gyrolaser. Gyrolayer, a specific layer of a gyroresonant fluid object. Gyrolayers, plural of gyrolayer. Gyrolane, a line in gyroctor space. Gyrolenes, plural of gyroline. Gyrolite, a hexagonal pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Gyrolites, plural of gyrolite. Gyroma, a large convoluted mass in the ovary similar to an endothelioma. Gyromagnetic, of, relating to, or resulting from the properties of a spinning magnet or a spinning electric charge. Magnetogyric. Gyromagnetic compass, a gyrocompass. Gyromagnetic compasses, plural of gyromagnetic compass. Gyromagnetic effect, an effect that arises from the relation between the angular momentum and the magnetization of a magnetic substance. Gyromagnetic effects, plural of gyromagnetic effect. Gyromagnetic ratio, the ratio of the angular momentum to the magnetic moment in an atom, etc. Gyromagnetic ratios, plural of gyromagnetic ratio. Gyromagnetically, in a gyromagnetic manner. Gyromagnetics. Gyromagnetism. Gyromagnetism, the property of being gyromagnetic. Gyromancies, plural of gyromancy. Gyromancy, divination where people walk on a circle of letters until dizzy. The letters they fall on are significant. Similar to dervishing. Gyromantic, of or pertaining to gyromancy. Gyromata, plural of gyroma. Gyrometer, a device that measures angular velocity and or acceleration. Gyrometers, plural of gyrometer. Gyrometric, of or pertaining to gyrometry. Gyromidpoint, a midpoint in gyrometer space. Gyromidpoints, plural of gyromidpoint. Gyrometrin, a toxin and possible carcinogen present in most members of the fungal genus Gyromitra, most notably the false moral Gyromitra esculenta. Gyromotion. Gyroscopic motion. Gyri, a triangular form having an angle at the fess point and the opposite side at the edge of the escutcheon. Gyrone, alternative form of gyrani. Gyrani, covered with gyrons or divided into several gyrons, typically 8. Gyrons, plural of gyron. Gyroparallelogram, a hyperbolic quadrilateral whose two gyrodiagonals intersect at their gyromidpoints, analogous to a parallelogram in Euclidean space. Gyroparallelograms, plural of gyroparallelogram. Gyroperiod, the period of the circular motion of a charged particle in the presence of a uniform magnetic field. Gyroperions, plural of gyroperiod. Gyrophase, the angle in the perpendicular plane between a reference direction, the gyroradius vector. Gyrophases, plural of gyrophase. Gyrophoric acid, an acid found in the lichen Lazalia pustulata. Gyrophototactic, of or pertaining to gyrophototaxis. Gyrophototaxis, the combined effects of gyrotaxis and phototaxis. Gyroplane, any aircraft that obtains lift from both rotating blades and small wings. Gyroplanes, plural of gyroplane. Gyroquadrilateral, a quadrilateral in gyrometer space. Gyroquadrilaterals, plural of quadrilateral. Gyroidi, plural of gyroradius. Gyroradius, the radius of the circular motion of a charged particle in the presence of a uniform magnetic field. Gyrosonance, gyroscopic resonance. Gyrosonances, plural of gyrosonance. Gyrosonant, gyroscopically resonant. Gyrorocker, a piece of laboratory equipment that provides gentle agitation. Gyrorockers, plural of gyrorocker. Gyrorotor, synonym of gyrational. Gyrorotation, a rotation in gyrotor space. Gyrotations, plural of gyrorotation. Gyros, alternative form of Gyro-Greek sandwich. Gyroscale, the scale of particles in a gyrokinetic plasma. Gyroscales, plural of gyroscale. Gyroscope, an apparatus composed of a wheel which spins inside of a frame gimbal and causes the balancing of the frame in any direction or position, in the form of a gyroscopic stabilizer used to help keep aircraft and ships steady. Gyroscope compass, synonym of gyrocompass. Gyroscope compasses, plural of gyroscope compass. Gyroscopes, plural of gyroscope. Gyroscopic, pertaining to, by means of, or in the manner of a gyroscope. Gyroscopic compass, synonym of gyrocompass. Gyroscopic compasses, plural of gyroscopic compass. Gyroscopic stabilizer, a device for stabilizing using a gyroscope. Gyroscopic stabilizers, plural of gyroscopic stabilizer. Gyroscopically, using a gyroscope. Gyroscopics, synonym of gyroscopy. Gyroscopy, the use of the gyroscope. Gyros, turned around like a crook or bent to and fro. Gyroskin, a gyroline that intersects a gyrocircle in two distinct points. Gyroskins, plural of gyroskint. Gyrosensor, a gyroscopic sensor. Gyrosensors, plural of gyrosensor. Gyrosine, given at gyrotriangle ABC, where the gyron will defined by the gyrockers a letter 6 nen ba sa and sa letter 6 nen ba is a red angle. The gyrosine of the gyron will defined by ba letter 6 nen ba and a letter 6 nen ba sa is the length of ba letter 6 nen ba divided by the length of a letter 6 nen ba sa. Gyrosines, plural of gyrosine. Gyrosonic, of or pertaining to gyrosonics. Gyrosonics, a form of audio binaural stimulus that produces rotational perceptions of sound movement in the head at a particular predetermined frequency. Gyrostabilization, alternative form of gyrostabilization. Gyrostabilize, to stabilize by means of a gyroscope or gyrostabilizer. Gyrostabilize, simple past and past participle of gyrostabilize. Gyrostabilizer, alternative form of gyrostabilizer. Gyrostabilizers, plural of gyrostabilizer. Gyrostabilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gyrostabilize. Gyrostabilizing, present participle of gyrostabilize. Gyrostabilization, a method of stabilization using a gyroscope. Gyrostabilize, to stabilize by means of a gyroscope or gyrostabilizer. Gyrostabilized, simple past and past participle of gyrostabilize. Gyrostabilizer, a device for stabilizing using a gyroscope. Gyrostabilizers, plural of gyrostabilizer. Gyrostabilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gyrostabilize. Gyrostabilizing, present participle and gerund of gyrostabilize. Gyrostat. A gyroscope fixed within a rigid case. Gyrostatic. Of, pertaining to, or containing a gyrostat. Gyrostatically. In terms of, or by means of, gyrostatics. Gyrostatics. The study of rotating bodies. Gyrostats. Plural of gyrostat. Gyrostaminaceous. Of or relating to the gyrostaminaceae. Gyrosynchrotron. Describing electromagnetic radiation emitted by charged particles moving at close to light speed in a magnetic field. Gyrotactic. Of or pertaining to gyrotaxis. Gyrotactically. With regard to gyrotaxis. Gyrotangent. A gyroline that intersects a gyrocircle in exactly one point. Gyrotangents. Plural of gyrotangent. Gyrotaxis. Any directed locomotion resulting from a combination of gravitational and viscous torques in a flow. Gyrotheodolite. An instrument composed of a gyroscope mounted to a theodolite. Gyrotheodolites. Plural of gyrotheodolite. Gyrothermal. Describing heating effects in a rotating fluid. Gyrotop. A toy gyroscope. Gyrotops. Plural of gyrotop. Gyrotranslation. A translation in gyrovector space. Gyrotranslations. Plural of gyrotranslation. Gyrotriangle. A triangle in gyrovector space. Gyrotriangles. Plural of gyrotriangle. Gyrotrigonometry. Relating to gyrotrigonometry. Gyrotrigonometrically. In a gyrotrigonometric manner. Gyrotrigonometry. The use of gyro concepts to study hyperbolic triangles. Gyrotron. A type of microwave generator employing cyclotron resonance coupling between microwave fields and a beam of electrons. Gyrotrons. Plural of gyrotron. Gyrotropic. Of, pertaining to, or exhibiting gyrotropy. Gyrotropically. In a gyrotropic manner. Gyrotropization. Conversion to gyrotropic motion. Gyrotropizations. Plural of gyrotropization. Gyrotropy. The helical movement of electromagnetic radiation through a chiral material. Gyrotwistron. A high-power microwave amplifier that combines a traveling wave tube and a gyroclystron. Gyrove. A wandering monk having no fixed monastery, as exemplified in the Rule of St. Benedict. Gyrovags. Plural of gyrove. Gyroctor. A type of vector for which addition is defined by a formula that satisfies the axioms for gyrogroup. Gyroctors. Plural of gyroctor. Gyrovirus. Any annelidvirus of the genus Gyrovirus. Gyroviruses. Plural of gyrovirus. Gyroviscosities. Plural of gyroviscosity. Gyroviscosity. Gyroscopic viscosity. Gyroviscous. Displaying gyroviscosity. Gyrosin. A toxin present in the venom of the rattlesnake Crotalus duricis. Gyroxins. Plural of gyroxin. There's plural of gyrus. A fold or ridge on the cerebral cortex of the brain. Gyrus rectus. A gyrus in the frontal lobe of the brain, adjacent to the longitudinal fissure. Gyruses. Plural of gyrus. Joas. An Anglo-Saxon population of the Fens, divided into northern and southern groups. Ja, plural of gy. Jais, plural of jais. Jason, a surname. Jethel, a town in southern Laconia Prefecture, Greece. Julium, a city, predecessor of the modern Githeo. Yöthia, a priestess of the modern Norse religion. Yödes, plural of Githde. Jaitan, a surname. Yödre, a legendary black dog or sometimes a horse or mule said to haunt lonely roads in northern England and lead people astray. Jitreus, plural of Jitresh. Jeta, a mud formed from the partial decay of peat. Jedes, plural of Jitge. Eodai, a Japanese dish of rice topped with beef and onions simmered in a mildly sweet sauce. Gyumri, the second largest city in Armenia and the capital of the Shirak province in the northwestern part of the country. Gyuakse, a surname from Hungarian. Ja, a shackle or fetter, especially for the leg. Jive, simple past and past participle of jive. Jives, plural of jive. Jiving, present participle and gerund of jive. Jaze, congratulations. Jazai. Initialism of Nguangxishuang Autonomous Region. Jaya, a village near Moscow, Russia, famous for its blue and white pottery. Jaelian, a subdivision of the Carboniferous period. GZID, alternative form of DZIB. JZIBs, plural of GZIB. JZF, to compress using the gzip program. JZet, simple past and past participle of gzip. Jzepping, present participle and gerund of gzip. Jzeps, third person singular simple present indicative of gzip. JZK, initialism of Greisensatzeping Kuzmin. GZK cut off, abbreviation of Greisensatzeping Kuzmin cutoff. 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 GZK horizon, synonym of Greisensatzeping Kuzmin horizon. GZK limit, initialism of Greisensatzeping Kuzmin limit. GZK limit, initialism of Greisensatzeping Kuzmin limit. GZK mechanism, synonym of Greisensatzeping Kuzmin mechanism. Alternative spelling of Gia. Dalda, a village on the island of Eysturoy, Faroe Islands, also consisting of the sub-villages Gaduithi, Gadajog, and Sithugoda. Full name North Ragoda. Villarreal. A town in Lower Silesian Voivodeship, Poland. G letter 1 C3 KUN letter 1 C1 adjective HOMDIM. Accentless spelling of the planetoid G letter 1 C3 KU acute N letter 1C1 injective H O grav MD I acute MA. G letter 1C3 KU acute N letter 1C1 injective H O grav MD I acute MA. 229,762 G letter 1C3 KU acute N letter 1C1 injective H O grav MD I acute M a planetoid orbiting in the scattered disk. Its moon is G letter 1C3 O grav ejective E acute Q. G letter 1C3 O grav ejective E acute Q. The moon of the trans-Neptunian planetoid G letter 1C3 KU acute N letter 1C1 ejective H O grav MD I acute M. Jetuan, alternative form of Jejuvan. J flat, alternative spelling of G flat. G flat S, plural of G flat. J sharp, alternative spelling of G sharp. G sharp S, plural of G sharp. At the eighth letter of the English alphabet, called H and written in the Latin script. H bar, spoken form of letter 210F, reduced Planck's constant. H bars, plural of H bar. H bone, alternative form of H bone. H bones, plural of H bone. H hinge. A hinge shaped like the capital letter H, used on flush-mounted doors. H hinges, plural of H hinge. H Roman II region, a large nebula of gas and plasma of glowing low density in which star formation has recently taken place. H Roman II regions, plural of H Roman II region. H and C, initialism of hot and cold water. H and E, hematoxylin and eosin, a histological stain widely used in medical diagnosis. H and H, initialism of hemoglobin and hematocrit as a combined blood test. H and I, initialism of harassment and interdiction. H and J, abbreviation of hyphenation and justification. H and L, abbreviation of hook and loop Velcro, a fastener consisting of two strips of fabric, one covered with miniature fiber hooks and the other with tiny fiber loops which stick strongly together but can still be pulled apart. H and NC, initialism of head and neck cancer. H and P, a report containing a patient's medical history and the results of his or her physical exam. H and PS, plural of H and P. HBAT, abbreviation of Hyderabad, a city in Telangana, India. HDQS, alternative spelling of HDQRS. HLO, abbreviation of hello. H, form of hum. H-on, alternative spelling of Han to come on, bravo. HS, plural of H. H-wood, abbreviation of Hollywood. H-ana, abbreviation of Haryana. H asterisk Teeler, censored spelling of Hitler. H plus, transhumanism. H-1B, a visa granted to foreign workers that allows them to be hired by American companies for specialty occupations. H-1BS, plural of H-1B. H-2A, a visa granted to foreign workers that allows them to be hired by American companies for agricultural occupations. H-2S, plural of H-2A. H-2B, a visa granted to foreign workers that allows them to be hired by American companies for non-agricultural occupations. H-2BS, plural of H-2B. H-back, alternative form of H-back. H-backs, plural of H-back. H-bar, alternative form of H-bar. H-bars, plural of H-bar. H-beam, synonym of I-beam. H-beams, plural of H-beam. H-bomb, a hydrogen bomb. H-bombs, plural of H-bomb. H-gubber, someone with H-cup-sized breasts. H-gubbers, plural of H-gubber. H-DNA, a configuration of DNA, a triple-threaded DNA helix structure right-hand twisting, where the third DNA strand fills in the major groove found in bDNA, binding to the bDNA with cysteine binding, forming cysteine base pairs. HNA, plural of HDNA. H-dropping, the omission of n/h/ sound normally present in a word, making the word home sound like ohm, for example. H-hour, the hour at which any major event planned for the future is set to begin, as used in United States military. H-showers, plural of H-shower. H-index, an author-level metric that attempts to measure both the productivity and the citation impact of the publications of a scientist or scholar, based on a set of most cited papers and the number of citations in other publications. HORSE, alternative form of horse variant of basketball. H-beas, the part of a plunger pump that contains the valve. H-beases, plural of H-beas. H-pop, hint of the pop music, Indian nationalist pop music. H-prothesis, the prothesis of the sound /h/ to words beginning with a vowel, especially as found in Celtic languages such as Irish and Welsh, and in dialects of English, especially those that pronounce H weakly. HR diagram, abbreviation of Hertzsprung-Russell diagram. HR diagrams, abbreviation of Hertzsprung-Russell diagrams, plural of HR diagram. HS chart, synonym of Maulier diagram. HS charts, plural of HS chart. H-shackle, a shackle shaped like an H or two Us joined together to give a waisted appearance instead of the more usual single U-shackle or D-shackle. H-shackles, plural of H-shackle. H-shaped, shaped like the capital letter H. H-space, a topological space X generally assumed to be connected together with a continuous map mu, X times X right arrow X with an identity element E such that mu E, X equals mu X, E equals X for all X in X. H-spaces, plural of H-space. H-system, a convention whereby Esperanto's circumflex accents C circumflex, G circumflex, H circumflex, J circumflex, S circumflex are replaced by an H after the letters CH, GH, HH, JH, SH, and the breve U breve is left out entirely U for convenience of typing. H-town, nickname for Houston, a major city in Texas, United States. H-word, alternative letter case form of H-word. H-words, plural of H-word. Atcholdo, a barangay of Las Navas, Northern Samar, Philippines. Atcholjo district, a barangay of Las Navas, Northern Samar, Philippines. H. luzonensis, H. luzonensis, synonym of Kalaw man. Was, abbreviation of House Resolution, also H.res. Acronym of High School. HM, alternative spelling of HAM. HC, alternative form of HC. HD, abbreviation of House of Delegates. HT, initialism of Holocene era. HS, Alternative form of HH. HIH. Her or His Imperial Highness, an honorific used of certain nobility. HIM. Her or His Imperial Majesty, an honorific used of certain nobility. HIV. Initialism of human immunod. HIM. Her or His Imperial Majesty, an honorific used of certain nobility. HIV. Initialism of human immunodeficiency virus. HK. Abbreviation of Heng Kong. HM. Alternative form of HM, His Majesty, Her Majesty, etc. HMSO. Initialism of Her His Majesty's Stationery Office. HORSE. Alternative spelling of horse variant of basketball. HQ. Alternative form of HQ. HR. Abbreviation of House of Representatives. HRH. Alternative form of HRH. H.Res. Abbreviation of House Resolution, also H. What? HSH. Alternative form of HSH. H/C. Alternative letter case form of H/C. H/C. Initialism of hot and cold water. H/G. The ship of characters Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley of the Harry Potter series. H/H. The ship of characters Harry Potter and Hermione Granger of the Harry Potter series. H/HR. The ship of characters Harry Potter and Hermione Granger of the Harry Potter series. H/O. Abbreviation of hold on. H/T. Abbreviation of hat tip used to acknowledge the source of something, for example an idea or a piece of media. H0. Abbreviation of H0 scale. H0 scale. Alternative form of HO scale. H1. The first half of a calendar year, January to June. H1N1. A strain of influenza, the most common cause of flu in humans, also the strain responsible for swine flu. H2. The second half of the calendar year, July to December. H2G2. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, a comedy science fiction series by Douglas Adams. H2H. Initialism of human to human. H2O. Hishamuddin Hussein Onn, Malaysian politician and son of Hussein Onn, third Prime Minister of Malaysia. H2 Ra. Abbreviation of H2 receptor antagonist. H2 Ra. Plural of H2 array. H35. A grade of hydrogen H refueling capacity, comprising hydrogen delivery at 5 T0R. Alternative spelling of H4X0R hacker. H4GTLT0RS. Plural of unsupported titles / H4GTLT0R. H4X. Alternative form of hacks. H4X0R. A hacker. H4X0R. A hacker. H4X0RS. Plural of H4X0R. H4X0RZ. Plural of H4X0R. X0RZ. Plural of H4X0R. H4XX0R. Alternative spelling of Haxor. H5N1. A strain of avian influenza, often lethal in humans but not transmissible between humans. H5N2. A subtype of the species influenzavirus, a avian influenza virus or bird flu virus, which infects a wide variety of birds and may cause mild symptoms in humans. H5N9. a strain of avian influenza. H70, a grade of hydrogen H refueling capacity comprising hydrogen delivery at 10,000 size/70 MPa. H8, abbreviation of hate. H8 ed, simple past and past participle of H8. H8er, abbreviation of hater. H8ers, plural of H8er. H8ing, present participle and gerund of H8. H8r, alternative form of H8er. H8rs, plural of H8r. H8s, plural of H8. H-at, H-s, plural of H-at. R. H8s, plural of H8. H-at, H-s, plural of H-at. Initialism of Highways Agency. An ethnic and linguistic group based in Kigoma region in western Tanzania. Hadian, a province of Vietnam. Hagao, alternative form of Hargao. Ele, expression of laughter. Ha 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 funny, alternative spelling of ha ha funny. Ha 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 Herman, a variant of the game of hide and seek in which one player hides and the others look for him slasher. The player in hiding must call Herman in response to the seeker's call of ha ha. Ha ha only serious, intended as a joke, but also containing truths meant for reflection later. Ha cow, alternative form of Hargao. Ha ling, ellipsis of Ha Ling Peak. Ha Ling Peak, a peak in Mount Lawrence grassy. Age Nakota, Camor, Kananaskis, Alberta, Canada. H letter 1EA1 long, Asidimanam. H letter 1EA1 long bay, a bay in the Gulf of Tonkin, adjacent to the city of H letter 1EA1 long in Vietnam, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site and popular travel destination. Now, a province of Vietnam. Ha N letter 1ED9I, alternative spelling of Hanoi. Ha Tin, a city in Kien Giang province of Vietnam. Ha Tin, a province of Vietnam. Ha Suan, an area of Yuen Long District, New Territories, Hong Kong. Ha Wan, a former district of Victoria, Hong Kong, United Kingdom. Abbreviation of half. Harbin, synonym of Harbin, the Mandarin Chinese derived name. Pronunciation spelling of half. Alternative spelling of hant. Alternative form of haunt, haint ghosts. Hats, plural of hant. Hapworth, a halfpenny worth, the amount that can be bought for a halfpenny. Hapworths, plural of hapworth. Happens, plural of halfpenny. Happiness, plural of halfpenny. Halfpenny, a halfpenny, a former British and Irish coin. Halfpenny starver, a small bread roll costing 1 halfpenny. Halfpenny starvers, plural of halfpenny starver. Hapworth, alternative spelling of Hapworth. Hapworths, plural of Hapworth. Plural of Ha. Hawaii, alternative spelling of Hawaii. Alternative form of ha-ha. Ha-cha-cha, characteristic of sexy jazzy dancing. Ha-cha-chas, plural of ha-cha-cha. Ha-er-pen, alternative form of harbin harbin. Haerpen, alternative form of Herben Harben. An approximation of the sound of laughter. Ha ha funny, alternative form of funny. Ha ha. Ha ha pigeon, synonym of laughing. Cucaparadicilo noveguini. Ha ha pigeons, plural of ha. Ha pigeon. Hut as, plural of ha ha. Ha my, alternative form of hami. Ha mrs. Say, initialism of hospital-associated MRSA. HATAI, a short immunohoritive sequence that is cloned to a gene and can be used to identify or purify recombinant proteins. HA tags, plural of HA tag. HA1C, initialism of hospital apprentice first class. HA2C, initialism of hospital apprentice second class. Initialism of high-altitude airship. Asai. Ha-Phi. The sum of the mass concentrations of phi-halocetic acids regulated by the USEPA mono, D and trichlorocetic acid and mono and dibromocetic acid. A surname from German or Dutch. Hockey, a surname from German. Hocker, a surname from German. Hoggers, plural of hawker. Hawkes, plural of hockey. Hope. Ha. The open sea, especially as a place to fish. Hafu. Person of half or mixed ethnic Japanese and other ancestries, usually from outside Japan. Havthes, plural of Hafu. Hud, a surname. Hogg's theorem, a theorem stating that the interaction picture does not exist in an interacting, relativistic quantum field theory. Haagen-Dazs, ice cream of a certain high-end brand. Hokan steak, the plant Acacia tortilis. Hockdoring, synonym of hookthorns. Senegalia caffra. Hockdorings, plural of hockdoring. A surname. Håkansson, a surname from Swedish in turn from Old Norse. Håkanssons, plural of Håkansson. Hags, plural of Hawk. Hagen, a male given name from Old Norse, that of many kings of Norway. Haken County, one of 66 counties in South Dakota, United States. County seat, Philo. Haken Flip, an aerial maneuver performed in a half pipe by taking off backwards and performing an inverted 720 degrees rotation. Haken Flips, plural of Haken Flip. Hawksbergen, a village and municipality of Overijssel, Netherlands. Holland, a surname. Hollands, plural of Holland. Halpuler, synonym of Taukulor. Halpulers, plural of Halpular. A surname. Hanepoot, a kind of large, fleshy South African grape. Hanepoots, plural of Hanepoot. Hangi, alternative form of hanky. Hamis, plural of hangi. Hans, plural of han. Adlale, a surname from Finnish. Hapale, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral bronze red mineral containing hydrogen, iron, magnesium, nickel, oxygen, and sulfur. Habalas, plural of Hapala. Hapamägi, a village in Kiuru Municipality, central Finland. Haapsalu, a town on the west coast of Estonia. A municipality near Munich, Germany. Haar space, a finite dimensional subspace B of letter 1D49EX, letter 1D542, where X is a compact space and letter 1D542 either the real numbers or the complex numbers, such that for any given F letter 1D49EX, letter 1D542 there is exactly one element of V that approximates F best, i.e. with minimum distance to F in suprema norm. Haar spaces, plural of Haar space. Haar wavelets, a sequence of rescaled square-shaped functions which together form a wavelet family or basis. Haar wavelets, plural of Haar wavelets. Harder, Planalis a hematochelis, the redlip mullet, a mugilid fish. Harders, plural of Harder. Haarlem, a city and municipality, the capital of North Holland, Netherlands. Haarlem blue, synonym of Prussian blue. Haarlemmer, a person from or residing in Haarlem. Haarlemmers, plural of Haarlemmer. Haarlemmermeer, a municipality of North Holland, Netherlands. Initialism of high-frequency active oral research program. Has, plural of Haar. Haarche, a specialized spot of epidermis, functioning as a touch receptor that contains many Merkel cell NURT complexes. Haarschiben, plural of Haarsche. Initialism of highly active antiretroviral therapy. IRI, marked by the presence of Haar coastal fog, foggy. Hot, plural of HAA. Hot, a surname from Pennsylvania, German. Haas effect, the phenomenon whereby humans localize sound sources in the direction of the first arriving sound, even in the presence of a single reflection from a different direction. Haas effects, plural of Haas effect. Haas, a surname. Haasses, plural of Haas. Haas, a remote township in the West Coast region, South Island, New Zealand, named after Julius von Haast. Haast's eagle, an extinct giant eagle of New Zealand, Hierodus morae, which preyed on moas. Haast's eagles, plural of Haast's eagle. Initialism of height above average terrain. A local open-air market held regularly. Plural of Hat. Initialism of horizontal assembly building. A member of the Montreal Canadiens hockey team. Hab or nap, win or lose, however things turn out, in any case. Abbreviation of Habakkuk. HabCorp, abbreviation of habeas corpus. Habitability, misspelling of habitability. Habakkuk, alternative form of Habakkuk. Habit, alternative form of Chabad branch of Judaism. Haberdashery, misspelling of haberdashery. A barangay of Guyuan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Habakkuk, a prophetic book in the Old Testament of the Bible, one of the minor prophets, or the eighth part of the Tir Asar in the Jewish Tanakh. Habakkuk hypothesis, synonym of Habakkuk thesis. Habakkuk thesis, The theory that land abundance and labor scarcity in the 19th century United States led to high wages, which resulted in labor-saving technological innovations and the development of the American system of manufacturing based on the extensive use of machinery and interchangeable parts. Habal habal, a motorcycle taxi, particularly a small motorcycle modified to carry up to 6 passengers and cargo. Habal habals, plural of habal habal. Habanera, a dance performed to this music. Habaneras, plural of habanera. Habanero, an intensely spicy chili pepper, Capsicum chinense. Habanero, non-standard form of habanero. Habaneros, misspelling of habaneros, plural of habanero. Habaneros, misspelling of habaneros, plural of habanero. Habaneros, plural of habanero. Habaneros, plural of habanero, alternative spelling of habaneros. A surname. Habakkuk, alternative spelling of Habakkuk. Haben, a surname from German. Habens, plural of haben. Hadal, to perplex. Habel, simple past and past participle of habel. Habels, third person singular simple present indicative of habel. Habelang, present participle and gerund of habel. Habbo, a member of the social networking website Habbo. Habos, plural of Habbo. Habnabs, alternative form of abhabs. Habthou, alternative form of habdala. Habimiosarcoma, misspelling of rabimiosarcoma. Heb, a member of a certain tribe of Nigeria. Habeas, a habeas corpus. Habeas corpora, plural of habeas corpus. Habeas corpus, a writ ordering that a person be brought before a court or a judge, most frequently used to ensure that a person's imprisonment, detention, or commitment is illegal. Habeas corpus, simple past and past participle of habeas corpus. Habeas corpuses, third person singular simple present indicative of habeas corpus. Habeas corpusing, present participle and gerund of habeas corpus. Habemeses, plural of habeas. Heda, a surname. Hebger, a surname from German. Hebgers, plural of Hebger. Hebex, plural of Hebeck. Ada, a surname. Habibati, an attractive Arab female. Habibs, plural of Habib. Hebiger, a surname. Hebigers, plural of Hebiger. Habemus patem, used by the Vatican to announce the election of a new pope. Hedma, a restricting bandage or frenum. Hedme, plural of Hebna. Hebna, of or pertaining to a Hebna. Hebendum, the part of a deed that formally defines the extent of ownership or tenancy granted. Hebendums, plural of Hebendum. Habenula, a circumscript mass of cells in the caudal and dorsal aspect of the dorsal thalamus. Hebmuli, plural of Hebmula. Hebmular, of or pertaining to a Hebmula. Hebmulointerpeduncular, Hebular and interpeduncular. Hebmuli, plural of Hebula. Haber, a surname from German. Haber process, The nitrogen fixation reaction of nitrogen gas and hydrogen gas over an enriched iron or ruthenium catalyst used industrially to produce ammonia. Haber syndrome, a cutaneous disorder of hyperpigmentation characterized by reticulated pigmentation of the skin. Haberdasher, obsolete spelling of haberdasher. Haberdashers, plural of haberdasher. Haberdash, to deal in small wares or provide with wares. Haberdash, decorated with ribbons, trinkets, etc. Haberdasher, a dealer in ribbons, buttons, thread, needles, and similar sewing goods. Haberdasher of pronouns. Schoolmaster. Haberdasheries, plural of haberdashery. Haberdashers, plural of haberdasher. Haberdashers of pronouns, plural of haberdasher of pronouns. Haberdashery, ribbons, buttons, thread, needles, and similar sewing goods sold in a haberdasher's shop. Haberdashes, third person singular simple present indicative of haberdash. Haberdashing, present participle and gerund of haberdash. Haberdine, pod salted and dry. Haberdines, plural of Haberdine. Haberfield, a surname. Habergeon, a sleeveless or short-sleeved coat of mail armor, a shorter hauberk. Habergeons, plural of habergeon. Haberjet, alternative form of haberject. Haberjets, plural of haberjet. Haberden, alternative spelling of habergeon. Habergeons, plural of habergeon. Haberjacked, a kind of cloth used in high medieval England. Haberjects, plural of haberjacked. Haberkorn, a surname from German. Haberkorns, plural of haberkorn. Haberl, a surname from German. Haberle, any plant of the genus Haberlea, perennials native to Bulgaria and Greece. Haberleas, plural of Haberlea. Haberls, plural of Haberl. Haberman, a surname from German. Haberman, a surname from German. Habermans, plural of Haberman. Habermans, plural of Haberman. Habermasian, of or pertaining to Eugen Habermas, German sociologist and philosopher. Habermel, a surname from German. Habermales, plural of Habermal. Habersham, an unincorporated community in Campbell County, Tennessee, United States. Habersham County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Clarksville. Habershams, plural of Habersham. Haberstroh, a surname. Haberstros, plural of Haberstroh. Heves, plural of Heu. Heda, a member of a Semitic-speaking ethnic group of Christian faith between the Blue Nile and the Red Sea, whether Amhara, Tigrayan, or Tigrinya. Haba, a surname. Habibai, a surname from Arabic. Habibes, plural of Habibai. Habad, plural of Habo. Habit, a surname from German. Habiganj district, one of the 4 districts in the Sylhet division of Bangladesh. Habis, plural of habe. Habiliment, alternative form of habiliment. Habiliments, plural of habiliment. Habillatory, of or pertaining to clothing. Habile, generally able or adroit, handy. Habiliment, clothes, especially clothing appropriate for someone's job, status, or to an occasion. Habilimentation, clothing. Habilimented, clothed. Habiliments, plural of habiliment. Habiline, a specimen of the now extinct species Homo habilis. Habilians, plural of habiline. Habilitate, qualified or entitled. Habilitative, simple past and past participle of habilitate. Habilitates, third person singular simple present indicative of habilitate. Habilitating, present participle and gerund of habilitate. Habilitation, equipment, qualification. Habilitations, plural of habilitation. Habilitative, that serves to habilitate. Habilitator, one who supplies money to work a mine. Habilitators, plural of habilitator. Hability, obsolete form of ability. Habilities, plural of hability. Hability, obsolete form of ability. Havaru, people variously described in 2nd millennium BC texts throughout the Fertile Crescent as rebels, outlaws, raiders, mercenaries, bowmen, servants, slaves, and laborers. Habit, an action performed on a regular basis. Habit and repute, the condition of being notorious enough to afford strong and generally conclusive evidence of something. Habit cough, a chronic cough that has no underlying organic cause or medical diagnosis and does not respond to conventional medical treatment. Habit coughs, plural of habit cough. Habit of body, the general condition of the body is outwardly apparent. Habit of mind, a usual way to think of something, a mindset. Habit of thought, a usual way to think of something, a mindset. Habit shirt, a thin muslin or lace undergarment worn by women on the neck and shoulders, under the dress. Habit shirts, plural of habit shirt. Habit forming, addictive, likely to cause dependence or recurrence of use. Habitabilities, plural of habitability. Habitability, the being habitable. Habitable, safe and comfortable where humans or other animals can live, fit for habitation. Habitable epoch, an era of a Big Bang-based universe with the physical laws of our universe, where the cosmic microwave background is energetic enough to heat water into a liquid state, making all bodies beyond the inner limit of the habitable zone possible in hosting liquid water regardless of the amount of insulation provided by the local star. Habitable zone, the zone around a star where a planet could experience temperatures like those on Earth, allowing for the possible existence of liquid water and of life. Habitable zones, plural of habitable zone. Habitableness, that being habitable. Habitably, so as to permit habitation. Habitacle, a dwelling or habitation. Habitacles, plural of habitacle. Habitacle, obsolete form of habitacle. Habitacles, plural of habitacle. Habitant, obsolete form of habitant. Habitants, dwelling, abode, residence. Habitances, plural of habitants. Habitances, plural of habitancy. Habitancy, alternative form of habitants. Habitants, plural of habitant. Habitant, a member of a habitation colony at Stadacona founded by Samuel de Champlain, where Quebec City now lies. Habitants, plural of habitant. Habitat, conditions suitable for an organism or population of organisms to live. Habitat loss, alteration of an environment so that a species or multiple species may no longer habitably live there. Habitat pole, a pole having nest boxes or the like, erected in a treeless environment to provide habitat for arboreal species. Habitat poles, plural of habitat pole. Habitate, to inhabit. Habitative, simple past and past participle of habitate. Habitates, third person singular simple present indicative of habitate. Habitating, present participle and gerund of habitate. Habitation, the act of inhabiting, state of inhabiting or dwelling, or of being inhabited, occupancy. Habitational, pertaining to habitation or an inhabited region. Habitationally, in a habitational way, in terms of habitation. Habitations, plural of habitation. Habitative, indicating the types of structures, shelters, places of worship, or organization of homes in a community. Habitator, a dweller and inhabitant. Habitators, plural of habitator. Habitats, plural of habitat. Habitat, simple past and past participle of habit. Habiti, plural of habitus. Habite, present participle and gerund of habit. Habitings, plural of habiting. Habits, plural of habit. Habits of mind, plural of habit of mind. Habits of thought, plural of habit of thought. Habituable, misspelling of habitable. Habitual, of or relating to a habit, established as a habit, performed over and over again, recurring. Habitual aborter, a person who has had 3 or more consecutive miscarriages due to an underlying condition. Habitual aborters, plural of habitual aborter. Habitual abortion, the third or later of a set of spontaneous abortions that occur simultaneously. Habitual abortions, plural of habitual abortion. Habitual aspect, a feature of the verb which specifies an action as occurring habitually, usually, ordinarily, or customarily. Habitual aspects, plural of habitual aspect. Habitual offender, alternative form of repeat offender. Habitual offenders, plural of habitual offender. Habitualization, alternative form of habitualization. Habitualizations, plural of habitualization. Habitualize, alternative form of habitualize. Habitualize, simple past and past participle of habitualize. Habitualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of habitualize. Habitualizing, present participle and gerund of habitualize. Habitualities, plural of habituality. Habituality, the state of being controlled by old habits. Habitualization, the process of habitualizing. Habitualizations, plural of habitualization. Habitualize, to classify as a habitual offender, which has implications for sentencing. Habitualize, simple past and past participle of habitualize. Habitualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of habitualize. Habitualizing, present participle and gerund of habitualize. Habitual, obsolete spelling of habitual. Habitually, by habit in a habitual manner. Habitualness, the characteristic of being habitual. Habituals, plural of habitual. Habituate, to make accustomed. To accustom, to familiarize. Habituated, simple past and past participle of habituate. Habituate, third person singular simple present indicative of habituate. Habituating, present participle and gerund of habituate. Habituation, the act of habituating or accustoming, the state of being habituated. Habituations, plural of habituation. Habituative, related to habitual behavior. Habituatives, plural of habituative. Habituator, one who habituates or becomes used to a stimulus. Habituators, plural of habituator. Habitude, the essential character of one's being or existence, native or normal constitution, mental or moral constitution, bodily condition, native temperament. Habitudes, plural of habitude. Habitudinal, relating to habitus or habitude. Habitu, alternative spelling of habite. Habite, one who frequents a place. Habitu, one who is habituated to something, a frequent user or visitor. Habitus, plural of habitu. Habitus, plural of habitu. Habitus, plural of habitae. Habitus, habitude, mode of life, bearing. Habituses, plural of habitus. Hable, a surname. Hables, plural of hable. Hablon, a handwoven fabric made from various plant fibers by the Hiligaynon people. Hema, happening randomly. Haboku, a technique of using splashed ink in brushwork painting, especially for painting a landscape. Habu, a violent dust storm or sandstorm in the deserts of Arabia, North Africa, India, or North America. Habubs, plural of habu. Habatai, a lightweight fabric resembling silk. Habas, an equivalent of mortmain in Islamic law. Habromania, a form of insanity characterized by delusions of a cheerful or joyous nature. Habroma, any nematode of the genus Habroma. Habromas, plural of habroma. Habromata, any parasitic nematode of the family Habromatidae. Habromatids, plural of habromatid. Habronym, having the appearance of fine fiber. Habromyoses, infection by nematodes of the genus Habroma. Habronemic, of or relating to Habroma nematodes. Habra, a village and civil parish in northeast Lincolnshire District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 1413. Plural of HAB. Hav, Montreal Canadiens Hockey Club. Habsburg, an alpine castle in Aargau Canton, northern Switzerland. Habsburg Jaw, a Prognathous jaw. Habsburg jaws, plural of Habsburg jaw. Habsburg lip, a protruding lower lip that often accompanies the Habsburg jaw. Habsburg lips. Plural of Habsburg lip. Habsburg monarchy. The countries and provinces that were ruled by the junior Austrian branch of the House of Habsburg until 1780, and then by the successor branch of Habsburg Lorraine until 1918. Habsburgian, of or pertaining to either branch of the House of Habsburg, to the Habsburg monarchy or to the rule of individual Habsburgs. Habsburgians, plural of Habsburgian. Habsburgs, plural of Habsburg. Hapti, alternative form of Hubshi. Happies, plural of Habshi. Hav, a surname from Amharic. Hats, plural of Hapt. Habtone, acronym of has and belongs to many, a many-to-many relationship in a database. Havthen, a civil parish in Ryedale District, North Yorkshire, England, which includes the settlements of Great Hapton and Little Hapton. Habu, any of several venomous snake species of Asia. Habundant, obsolete form of abundant. Habundant, obsolete form of abundant. Habas, plural of habu. Habuti, alternative form of habitai. Habutai, alternative form of habitai. Habute, alternative form of habitai. Habutabin, the enzyme venom benai. Initialism of hearing aid compatibility. Hacksaw, a beach in Cologne, Macau. Hackum, a tiny village in Hackum with Comet Parish, Teignbridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 8970. Hackum with Comet, a civil parish in Teignbridge District, Devon, England, which includes the settlements of Hackum and Comain Tainhead. Hap, initialism of hazard analysis and critical control points. As, initialism of high-altitude cerebral edema. As, a command to turn to face in a particular direction. Haze 2, initialism of human angiotensin converting enzyme 2. Haze 2's, plural of HACE2. Hazer, rare spelling of Haychuk. Haysaks, plural of Haysek. Haysak, Haemophilus afrophilus actinobacillus actinomystem comitans, the former name of Haemophilus actinomystem comitans, Cardiobacterium hominis, Eikenella corrodens, Kingella kingi, 5 gram-negative bacilli that are typically regarded as fastidious or difficult to culture and which can cause bacterial endocarditis. Haysa, a surname. Haita, a surname. Adik, rare spelling of Haychuk. Hasa, alternative spelling of Haychuk. Hasar, rare spelling of Haychuk. Haitsa, alternative spelling of Haychuk. Haisar, rare spelling of Haychuk. Haychukless, alternative form of Haychukless. Haychukless, written without a Haychuk. Haysaks, plural of Haysek. Aseks, plural of Hasek. Haytax, plural of Haychuk. Haytax, plural of hachek. Hacendado, the owner of a hacienda. Hacendados, plural of hacendado. Hacendados, plural of hacendado. Hace, plural of hace. Hachapuri, alternative form of khachapuri. Hachapuris, plural of hachapuri, alternative form of khachapuris. Azai, rare spelling of hachak. Hasax, plural of hashak. Hasai, alternative spelling of hachak. Hasax, plural of hashak. Haso, a surname from Arabic. Hashua, a massage, a hacking or chopping stroke repeated in succession with the edge of the extended fingers or with the whole hand. Hasams, plural of hasham. Hashiro, a cleaver, similar to an axe but with a wider cutting edge. Hasheston, a village and civil parish in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in Suffolk Coastal District, OS Grid Ref TM 3059. Haiti, a surname. Hagis, plural of Hagi. Hachai Machai, expression of intense emotion. Hachidun, a surname from Armenian. Hachidans, plural of Hachidjan. Hachidyo, a language closely related to Japanese, spoken on the Izu and Dado Islands. Hachimaki, a traditional Japanese headband usually made out of white cloth and wrapped around the forehead. Hachimakis, plural of hachimaki. Hachiman, the Japanese god of archery and tutelary deity of samurai. Hachimaisan, a particular Palian Adiabatic. Hakyuji, a city in Tokyo metropolis, Japan. Hakyuji, a city in Tokyo Prefecture, Japan. Hatu, alternative form of Achu. Hatshara, alternative form of Hakshara. Hatshara, alternative form of Hakshara. Hashur, a line on a map indicating the steepness of a slope. Hashur, simple past and past participle of Hashur. Hashurs, plural of Hashur. Hashuring, present participle and gerund of Hashur. Hacienda, a large homestead in a ranch or estate, usually in places where colonial Spanish culture has had architectural influence. Hacienda Heights, a census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Hacendado, alternative form of hacendado. Hacendados, plural of hacendado. Hacendados, plural of hacendado. Haciendas, plural of hacienda. Hasidyan, a surname from Armenian. Hasidyans, plural of Hasikyan. To hack into, to gain unauthorized access to a computer system. Hack and slasher, alternative form of hack and slasher. Hack and slashers, plural of hack and slasher. Hack around, to be idle, to waste time, to socialize. Hack away, to make progress on a difficult problem, to continue trying. Hack cab, flipping of hackney cab. Hack cabs, plural of hack cab. Hack chaise, a hired open carriage, a form of taxi. Hack chaises, plural of hack chaise. Hacked, to cope, to be successful in something despite adversity. Hack job. A task that was completed as quickly or cheaply as possible at the expense of quality and attention to detail. Hack jobs. Plural of hack job. Hack off. To remove by hacking, to cut off. Hacksaw. Alternative spelling of hacksaw. Hacksaws. Plural of hacksaw. Hack squat. An exercise performed on a machine by using the legs to move weight resting on the shoulders, thereby moving the weight as the legs are straightened and the feet remain stationary. Hack squats. Plural of hack squats. Hack up. To dismember, slice up, or take apart. To break up, for example, dirt. Hack and slash. Having a focus on violent combat rather than strategy. Hack and slasher. A film, video game, or other work focused mainly on violence rather than strategy. Hack and slashers. Plural of hack and slasher. Hack and slay. Synonym of hack and slash. Hack hire. A miner's pickaxe or hack. Hack irons. Plural of hack iron. Hackability. The state or condition of being hackable. Hack up all. That can be hacked or broken into. Insecure, vulnerable. Hackamore. A kind of bridle with no bit. Hackamores. Plural of hackamore. Hackapick. Alternative form of hackapick. Hackapick. Alternative form of hackapick. Hackaround. A hacky workaround, an unattractive but expedient solution. Hackarounds. Plural of hackaround. Hackathon. An event where programmers and others meet for collaborative software development, usually over several days. Hackathons. Plural of hackathon. Hack bureau. A kind of wheelbarrow used to carry new-made bricks to the hacks or racks where they are dried. Hack bureaus. Plural of hack bureau. Hack bar. A surname. Hack bars. Plural of hack bar. Hackberries. Plural of hackberry. Hackberry. A place in the United States. Hackbolt. A greater shearwater or Hagden Ardena gravis. Hackbolts. Plural of hackbolt. Hackbot. A bot automated user designed to hack into a system. Hackbots. Plural of hackbot. Hackridge. A suburb in the borough of Sutton, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2865. Hackbush. Obsolete form of arquebus. Hackbus. Plural of hackbush. Hackbus. Obsolete form of arquebus. Hackbuses. Plural of hackbus. Hatbutt. Obsolete form of arquebus. Hackbutier. An aqueduzier. Hackbutiers. Plural of hackbutier. Hackbats. Plural of hackbat. Hackbutter. An aqueduzier. Hackbutters. Plural of hackbutter. Hack day. The day when a hackathon is held. Hat days. Plural of hack day. Hackdome. The realm or sphere of hacks or inferior writers. Hacked. Simple past and past participle of hack. Hacked around. Simple past and past participle of hack around. Hacked away. Simple past and past participle of hack away. Hacked it. Simple past and past participle of hack it. Hacked off. Simple past and past participle of hack off. Hacked up, simple past and past participle of hack up. Hathi, the chicory or red squirrel. Hakim, archaic form of hakim. Hakims, plural of hakim. Hagies, plural of haki. Hattel, a surname. Hackenberg. A surname. Hackenbergs, plural of Hackenberg. Hackenbush, a mathematical game for two players involving the turn-by-turn removal of line segments. Hackney, alternative form of hackneyed. Hackensack, a river in New York and New Jersey, United States. Hackenthorpe, a suburban village in the metropolitan borough of Sheffield, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4183. Hacker, one who uses a computer to gain unauthorized access to data stored in. Hackerezi, cybercriminals who hack into celebrities' online accounts to obtain private details to be published in the press. Hackerdom, the realm or sphere of computer hackers. Hackard, simple past and past participle of hacker. Hackeries, plural of hackery. Hackering, present participle and gerund of hacker. Hackerish, resembling or characteristic of a hacker, technically skilled computer enthusiast. Hackerism, synonym of hackerdom. Hackerproof, synonym of hackproof. Hackerproof, simple past and past participle of hackerproof. Hackerproofing, present participle and gerund of hackerproof. Hackerproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of hackerproof. Hatters, plural of hacker. Hackerspace, a community-operated workspace where people with common interests, often in computers, machining, science, and digital or electronic art, can meet to socialize and collaborate on projects. Hackerspaces, plural of hackerspace. Hackery, a two-wheeled ox cart used for transporting freight. Hack, a town in Price County, Wisconsin, United States. Hackette, a female hack inferior journalist. Hackettes, plural of hackette. Hackett's, plural of Hackett. Hackettstown, a town in Warren County, New Jersey. Hackasack, a non-competition sport in which a small sack or hack full of rice or sand is kept from falling to the ground by using any part of the body except the arms. Hackasacks, plural of hackasack. Hackvest, synonym of hackathon. Hackvests, plural of hackfest. Hackfo, people who habitually tinker with computers. Hagmate, the News International phone hacking scandal. A taxicab driver. Hathy, comparative form of hacky. More hacky. Hackis, plural of hacky. Hadyes, superlative form of hacky, most hacky. Hackily, in a hacky way. Hackiness, the quality of being hacky. Hacky, a surname. Hacking around, present participle and gerund of hack around. Hacking away, present participle and gerund of hack away. Hacking cough, a small and frequent cough, usually short and dry, a broken cough with a rough and loud sound, a hacking cough. Hacking coughs, plural of hacking cough. Hacking it, present participle and gerund of hacked. Hacking off, present participle and gerund of hack off. Hacking run, a hacking session extended long outside normal working times, especially one longer than 12 hours, sometimes an all-nighter. Hacking runs, plural of hacking run. Hacking up, present participle and gerund of hack up. Hacking yin, of or relating to Ian Hacking, born 1936, Canadian philosopher specializing in the philosophy of science. Hackingly, in a hacking manner. Brokenly or jerkily. Hackings, plural of hacking. Hackington, a civil parish in City of Canterbury District, Kent, England. Hackintosh, a computer other than a Macintosh that has been configured to run the Macintosh operating system OS X or Mac OS. Hackintosher, a person who uses a Hackintosh computer. Hackintoshers, plural of Hackintosher. Hackintoshes, plural of Hackintosh. Hackish, characteristic of hacks or inferior writers. Hackishly, in a hackish manner. Hackishness, quality of being hackish. Hackett, a surname, a variation of Hackett. Hackel, a surname from German. Hacklab, synonym of hackerspace. Hacklabs, plural of hacklab. Hackle, an instrument with steel pins used to comb out flax or hemp. Hackle up, to have one's hackles raised. To become annoyed or frightened. Hackleback, a small North American sturgeon, Scaphorhynchus platorhynchus, the roe of which is harvested for caviar. Hackled, simple past and past participle of hackle. Hackled up, simple past and past participle of hackle up. Hackleman, a surname from German. Hacklemans, plural of Hackleman. Hackler, a surname. Hacklers, plural of hackler. Hackles, plural of hackle. Hackles up. Third person singular simple present indicative of hackle up. Hacklet, synonym of Haglet the bird. Hackleton, a village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in South Northamptonshire District OS Grid Ref SB 8055. Hacklets, plural of hacklet. Hackley, a surname. Hackleys, plural of Hackley. Hackley, a subgenre of roguelikes, characterized by persistent dungeons, little equipment upgrade path, large inventory size, single-screen dungeon size, and towns without supplies. Hackling, present participle and gerund of hackle. Hackling up, present participle and gerund of hackle up. Hackley, with a jagged or rough surface. Hackman, a surname. Hackmanite, an important variety of sodalite exhibiting tenebrescence. Hackmanites, plural of Hackmanite. Hackman, a surname from German. Hackens, plural of Hackman. Hackens, plural of Hackman. Haprata, a larch, a tree of the species Larix laricina. Hackmatax, plural of Hackmatack. Hackman, plural of Hackman. Hackney, a London borough in Greater London, England, where once upon a time many horses were pastured. Hackney Bottom, a valley and locality in Hampstead Norreys Parish, West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 5377. Hackney cab. Synonym of hackney carriage, historical, a carriage pulled by a hackney horse or a motorized vehicle available for public hire. Hackney cabs, plural of hackney cab. Hackney carriage, a horse-drawn carriage for public hire. Hackney carriages, plural of hackney carriage. Hackney Downs, a park, neighborhood, and railway station in the borough of Hackney, Greater London. OS Grid Ref TQ 3485. Hackney Rider, a rider for hire. Hackney Riders, plural of hackney rider. Hackney, repeated too often. Hackneyness, the quality of being hackneyed. Hackneyer, one who hackneys makes something uninteresting or trite by frequent use. Hackneyers, plural of hackneyer. Hackney, present participle and gerund of hackney. Hackneyman, a man who hires out hackney carriages. Hackneymen, plural of hackneymen. Hackneys, plural of hackney. Hackney, obsolete form of hackneyed. Hackproof, secure from hackers, impossible to hack into. Hackproof, simple past and past participle of hackproof. Hackproofing, present participle and gerund of hackproof. Hackproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of hackproof. Hacks, plural of hack. Hacks around, third person singular simple present indicative of hack around. Hacks away, third person singular simple present indicative of hack away. Hatsa, third person singular simple present indicative of hack it. Hacks off, third person singular simple present indicative of hack off. Hacks up, third person singular simple present indicative of hack up. Hacksaw, a saw with a blade that is put under tension for cutting metal. Hacksaw, simple past and past participle of hacksaw. Hacksawing, present participle and gerund of hacksaw. Hacksawn, past participle of hacksaw. Hacksaws, plural of hacksaw. Hacksilver, alternative form of hacksilver. Hacksilver, silver objects that have been cut up or otherwise defaced and circulated as currency, especially in archaeological contexts. Hackspace, synonym of hackerspace. Hackspaces, plural of hackspace. Hackster, a violent bully or thug, also an assassin, a murderer. Hacksters, plural of hackster. Hacktivism, the practice of promoting a political agenda by hacking, especially by defacing or disabling websites. Hacktivist, a person who engages in hacktivism. Hacktiviste, of or related to hacktivism. Hacktivists, plural of hacktivists. Hackusate, to accuse another player of hacking cheating. Hackusation, an accusation against another player of hacking cheating. Hackusations, plural of hackusation. Hackuser, a person who claims someone else in an online game is hacking. Hackusers, plural of hackuser. Hackware, software used for hacking circumventing security measures. Hackwall, a surname. Hackwells, plural of hackwell. Hackwork, work that is usually of a professional nature, either repetitive or following a certain formula. Hackworks, plural of hackwork. Hackworth, a surname. Hackworths, plural of hackworth. Hat, like a hack, amateurish. Hatchki, plural of haycheck. Hotchki, plural of haycheck. Hacky Doherty, filthy dirty, totally soiled. Hacky sack, a game or activity in which one or a group of players try to keep a footbag off the ground using only the feet. Hacky sacks, plural of hacky sack. Hacky sack, alternative form of hacky sack. Hacky sacks, plural of hacky sack. Hacky sack, alternative form of hacky sack. Hacky sacks, plural of hacky sack. HACO, acronym of High Altitude Cerebral Edema. Hackoverst sign, the trigonometric function equal to half the Coverst sign. Abbreviation, Hackoversen. Hackoverst signs, plural of Hackoverst sign. Hackoversen, abbreviation of Hackoverst sign. Hackover sign, the Hackoverst sign. Hackover signs, plural of Hackover sign. Hackwatin, alternative form of Akitan. Hackwatins, plural of Hackwatin. Hacrobian, any unicellular eukaryote of the subkingdom Hacrobia. Hacrobians, plural of Hacrobian. Hacktivism, alternative form of hacktivism. Hacktivists, alternative form of hacktivist. Hacktivists, plural of hacktivists. Hacksack, rare spelling of haycheck. Hacksacks, plural of hacksack. Hazaka Simli, a village in Azerbaijan. A simple past and past participle of have. Had a bad time of it. Simple past and past participle of have a bad time of it. Had a ball. Simple past and past participle of have a ball. Had a bath. Simple past and past participle of have a bath. Had a bite. Simple past and past participle of have a bite. Had a bone to pick. Simple past and past participle of have a bone to pick. Had a brick in one's hat. Simple past and past participle of have a brick in one's hat. Had a bun in the oven. Simple past and past participle of have a bun in the oven. Had a clue. Simple past and past participle of have a clue. Had a cow. Simple past and past participle of have a cow. Had a crack at. Simple past and past participle of have a crack at. Had a dog and barked oneself. Simple past and past participle of have a dog and bark oneself. Had a dog in the fight. Simple past and past participle of have a dog in the fight. Had a fable for. Simple past and past participle of have a fable for. Had a flit. Simple past and past participle of have a fit. Had a gas. Simple past and past participle of have a gas. Had a go. Simple past and past participle of have a go. Had a good one. Simple past and past participle of have a good one. Had a good time. Simple past and past participle of have a good time. Had a good time of it. Simple past and past participle of have a good time of it. Had a hand in. Simple past and past participle of have a hand in. Had a handle on. Simple past and past participle of have a handle on. Had a hard time. Simple past and past participle of have a hard time. Had a hard time of it. Simple past and past participle of have a hard time of it. Had a head for. Simple past and past participle of have a head for. Had a heart. Simple past and past participle of have a heart. Had a jag on. Simple past and past participle of have a jag on. Had a laugh. Simple past and past participle of have a laugh. Had a lend of. Simple past and past participle of have a lend of. Had a mind of one's own. Simple past and past participle of have a mind of one's own. Had a mind to. Simple past and past participle of have a mind to. Had a moment. Simple past and past participle of have a moment. Had a monk on. Simple past and past participle of have a monk on. Had a mountain to climb. Simple past and past participle of have a mountain to climb. Had a normal one. Simple past and past participle of have a normal one. Had a pair. Simple past and past participle of have a pair. Had a point. Simple past and past participle of have a point. Had a poor time of it. Simple past and past participle of have a poor time of it. Had a quiet word. Simple past and past participle of have a quiet word. Had a rough time of it. Simple past and past participle of have a rough time of it. Had a say. Simple past and past participle of have a say. Had a screw loose. Simple past and past participle of have a screw loose. Had a seat. Simple past and past participle of have a seat. Had a shit. Simple past and past participle of have a shit. Had a short memory. Simple past and past participle of have a short memory. Had a sixpenny bit up one's backside. Simple past and past participle of have a sixpenny bit up one's backside. Had a snootful. Simple past and past participle of have a snootful. Had a stab. Simple past and past participle of have a stab. Had a tantrum. Simple past and past participle of have a tantrum. Had a thin time of it. Simple past and past participle of have a thin time of it. Had a thing going on. Simple past and past participle of have a thing going on. Had a tiger by the tail. Simple past and past participle of have a tiger by the tail. Had a time. Simple past and past participle of have a time. Had a time of it. Simple past and past participle of have a time of it. Had a way with. Simple past and past participle of have a way with. Had a whack at. Simple past and past participle of have a whack at. Had a whale of a time. Simple past and past participle of have a whale of a time. Had a wild hare to. Simple past and past participle of have a wild hare to. Had a word. Simple past and past participle of have a word. Had a word in someone's ear. Simple past and past participle of have a word in someone's ear. Had a word with oneself. Simple past and past participle of have a word with oneself. Had against. Simple past and past participle of have against. Had an accident. Simple past and past participle of have an accident. Had an affair. Simple past and past participle of have an affair. Had an easy time of it. Simple past and and past participle of have an easy time of it. Had an eye for. Simple past and past participle of have an eye for. Had an in. Simple past and past participle of have an in. Had another thing coming. Simple past and past participle of have another thing coming. Had another think coming. Simple past and past participle of have another think coming. Had a. Simple past and past participle of have at. Had bats in one's belfry. Simple past and past participle of have bats in one's belfry. Had been around. Simple past and past participle of have been around. Had been around the block. Simple past and past participle of have been around the block. Had best. Had better. Had better. Should, ought to, need to, must. Had blood on one's hands. Simple past and past participle of have blood on one's hands. Had butterflies in one's stomach. Simple past and past participle of have butterflies in one's stomach. Had done with. Simple past and past participle of have done with. Had down. Simple past and past participle of have down. Had down as. Simple past and past participle of have down as. Had ears. Simple past and past participle of have ears. Had eyes bigger than one's stomach. Simple past and past participle of have eyes bigger than one's stomach. Had eyes for. Simple past and past participle of have eyes for. Had eyes in the back of one's head. Simple past and past participle of have eyes in the back of one's head. Had form. Simple past and past participle of have form. Had fun. Simple past and past participle of have fun. Had got. Simple past and past participle of have got. Had got the face on. Simple past and past participle of have got the face on. Had on it. Simple past of have had it. Had it up to here. Simple past and past participle of have had it up to here. Had one's chips. Simple past and past participle of have had one's chips. Had in. Simple past and past participle of had in. Had in mind. Simple past and past participle of have in mind. Had it. Simple past and past participle of have it. Had it all. Simple past and past participle of have it all. Had it away. Simple past and past participle of have it away. Had it bad. Simple past and past participle of have it bad. Had it both ways. Simple past and past participle of have it both ways. Had it coming. Simple past and past participle of have it coming. Had it down. Simple past and past participle of trim down. Had it easy. Simple past and past participle of have it easy. Had it going on. Simple past and past participle of have it going on. Had it in for. Simple past and past participle of have it in for. Had it in one. Simple past and past participle of have it in one. Had it off. Simple past and past participle of have it off. Had it out. Simple past and past participle of have it out. Had it out for. Simple past and past participle of have it out for. Had it rough. Simple past and past participle of have it rough. Had Jesus in one's heart. Simple past and past participle of have Jesus in one's heart. Had kittens. Simple past and past participle of have kittens. Had legs. Simple past and past participle of have legs. Had like. Had nearly. Did not quite followed by the infinitive. Had little time for. Simple past and past participle of have little time for. Had mercy. Simple past and past participle of have mercy. Had more chins than a Chinese phone book. Simple past and past participle of have more chins than a Chinese phone book. Had more chins than a Chinese phone book. Simple past and past participle of have more chins than a Chinese phone book. Had more money than got. Simple past and past participle of have more money than got. Had no time for. Simple past and past participle of have no time for. Had no use for. Simple past and past participle of have no use for. Had none of it. Simple past and past participle of have none of it. Had none of something. Simple past and past participle of have none of something. Had off. Simple past and past participle of have off. Had off. Simple past and past participle of have on. Had one more time. Simple past and past participle of have one more time. Had one's act together. Simple past and past participle of have one's act together. Had one's back up. Simple past and past participle of have one's back up. Had one's bread buttered for life. Simple past and past participle of have one's bread buttered for life. Had one's cake and ate it too. Simple past of have one's cake and eat it too. Had one's cake and eaten it too. Simple past and past participle of have one's cake and eat it too. Had one's ducks in a row. Simple past and past participle of have one's ducks in a row. Had one's ears lowered. Simple past and past participle of have one's ears lowered. Had one's ears pinned back. Simple past and past participle of have one's ears pinned back. Had one's finger on the pulse. Simple past and past participle of have one's finger on the pulse. Had one's finger on the trigger. Simple past and past participle of have one's finger on the trigger. Had one's fingers in many pies. Simple past and past participle of have one's fingers in many pies. Had one's fingers on the pulse. Simple past and past participle of have one's fingers on the pulse. Had one's hand in the till. Simple past and past participle of have one's hand in the till. Had one's hand out. Simple past and past participle of have one's hand out. Had one's hands full. Simple past and past participle of have one's hands full. Had one's head read. Simple past and past participle of have one's head read. Had one's heart in. Simple past and past participle of have one's heart in. Had one's heart in the right place. Simple past and past participle of have one's heart in the right place. Had one's hump up. Simple past and past participle of have one's hump up. Had one's mind about one. Simple past and past participle of have one's mind about one. Had one's moments. Simple past and past participle of have one's moments. Had one's name on. Simple past and past participle of have one's name on. Had one's name taken. Simple past and past participle of have one's name taken. Had one's name written all over. Simple past and past participle of have one's name written all over. Had one's number on it. Simple past and past participle of have one's number on it. Had one's own zip code. Simple past and past participle of have one's own zip code. Had one's way. Simple past and past participle of have one's way. Had one's way with. Simple past and past participle of have one's way with. Had one's Weetabix. Simple past and past participle of have one's Weetabix. Had one's whole life ahead of one. Simple past and past participle of have one's whole life ahead of one. Had one's wig snatch. Simple past and past participle of have one's wig snatch. Had one's wits about one. Simple past and past participle of have one's wits about one. Had one's work cut out for one. Simple past and past participle of have one's work cut out for one. Had other fish to fry. Simple past and past participle of have other fish to fry. Had other ideas. Simple past and past participle of have other ideas. Had out. Had out. Simple past and past participle of have out. Had over. Simple past and past participle of have over. Had second thoughts. Simple past and past participle of have second thoughts. Had seen one's day. Simple past and past participle of have seen one's day. Had seen one's last gum tree. Simple past and past participle of have seen one's last gum tree. Had seen this film. Simple past and past participle of have seen this film. Had seen this movie. Simple past and past participle of have seen this movie. Had sex. Simple past and past participle of have sex. Had sexual relations. Simple past and past participle of have sexual relations. Had someone by the balls. Simple past and past participle of have someone by the balls. Had someone by the short and curlies. Simple past and past participle of have someone by the short and curlies. Had someone by the short hairs. Simple past and past participle of have someone by the short hairs. Had someone on toast. Simple past and past participle of have someone on toast. Had someone's back. Simple past and past participle of have someone's back. Had someone's blood on one's head. Simple past and past participle of have someone's blood on one's head. Had someone's ear. Simple past and past participle of have someone's ear. Had someone's guts for garters. Simple past and past participle of have someone's guts for garters. Had someone's head. Simple past and past participle of have someone's head. Had someone's hide. Simple past and past participle of have someone's hide. Had someone's number. Simple past and past participle of have someone's number. Had something going for one. Simple past and past participle of have something going for one. Had something over with. Simple past and past participle of have something over with. Had something to show for something. Simple past and past participle of have something to show for something. Had the ball in one's court. Simple past and past participle of have the ball in one's court. Had the biscuit. Simple past and past participle of have the biscuit. Had the blues. Simple past and past participle of have the blues. Had the dirts with. Simple past and past participle of have the dirts with. Had the drop on. Simple past and past participle of had the drop on. Had the floor. Simple past and past participle of have the floor. Had the hots for. Simple past and past participle of have the hots for. Had the last laugh. Simple past and past participle of had the last laugh. Had the law of. Simple past and past participle of have the law of. Had the painters in. simple past and past participle of have the painters in. Had the right time, simple past and past participle of have the right time. Had the sun in one's eyes, simple past and past participle of have the sun in one's eyes. Had the tiger by the tail, simple past and past participle of have the tiger by the tail. Had the whole bakery, simple past and past participle of have the whole bakery. Had the wind up, simple past and past participle of have the wind up. Had the wolf by the ear, simple past and past participle of have the wolf by the ear. Had the world by the bag, simple past and past participle of have the world by the bag. Had the world by the balls, simple past and past participle of had the world by the balls. Had the world by the neck, simple past and past participle of had the world by the neck. Had the world by the nuts, simple past and past participle of have the world by the nuts. Had the world by the tail, simple past and past participle of have the world by the tail. Had the world by the tail on a downhill pole, simple past and past participle of have the world by the tail on a downhill pole. Had the world by the testicles, simple past and past participle of have the world by the testicles. Had the world on a string, simple past and past participle of have the world on a string. Had time, simple past and past participle of have time. Had time on one's hands, simple past and past participle of have time on one's hands. Had time on one's side, simple past and past participle of have time on one's side. Had to, simple past and past participle of have to. Had truck with, simple past and past participle of have truck with. Had a, simple past and past participle of have up. Had Van Gogh's ear for music, simple past and past participle of have Van Gogh's ear for music. Had words, simple past and past participle of have words. Had, alternative form of hadn't. That's, obsolete form of hadst. Had have used in conditional statements to express had. Ada, a surname from Japanese. Had acidin, a particular antibiotic. And that, a surname. Hadad, alternative form of Haida. Hadana ibis, Bistricia haged ash, an ibis found in sub-Saharan Africa. Hadada ibises, plural of Hadada ibis. Hadades, plural of Hadada. Hadads, plural of Hadad. Hadian, alternative form of Hadian. Hadaka no tsugie, Japanese cultural concept of spending time together naked for social bonding, skinship. Hadal, of or relating to the deepest parts of the ocean. Hadal pelagic, relating to the oceans at depths greater than 6,000 meters in the suboceanic trenches. Hadamard, a surname from French. Hadamard regularization, a method of regularizing divergent integrals by dropping some divergent terms and keeping the finite part. Hadamard regularizations, plural of Hadamard regularization. Hadamard transform, a generalized Fourier transform that performs an orthogonal, symmetric, involutive, linear operation on two-letter 1D phi 0 real numbers or complex numbers, although the Hadamard matrices themselves are purely real. Hadamard transforms. Plural of Hadamard transform. Hadon, a surname. Hadar, the second brightest star in the constellation of Centaurus, Beta Centauri. Hadarim, plural of Heder. Hades, plural of Hada. Ada, a female given name from Hebrew. Hadadi, a Rajasthani language spoken in southwestern Rajasthan, India. Hadaway, a surname. Hadaway and Shite. Go away. Hadaways, plural of Hadaway. Hadby, recompense demanded under Old English law for violence or insult to a person in holy orders. Hadbot, alternative form of Hadbot. Hadtai, a surname originating as a patronymic. Ut, singular of Hudad. Ut. Hadtu, Haddon, a surname. Haddana, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale District OS Grid Ref SB 7408. Had, header or he. Hadders, plural of hatter. Haddest, obsolete form of hatst. Had, a haddock. Hades, plural of haddy. Haddington, a town, the administrative centre of East Lothian Council Area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 5173. Haddingtonshire, a historical county of Scotland, alternatively known as the County of Haddington, which was renamed East Lothian in 1921. Haddiscoe, a village and civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England OS Grid Ref TM 4496. Haddocks, a surname. Haddockses, plural of haddocks. Haddock, a surname. Haddocker, a fishing boat used for catching haddock. Haddockers, plural of haddocker. Haddocks, plural of haddock. Haddati, resembling or characteristic of haddock. Haddon, a surname. Haddonvale, a borough in Camden County, New Jersey, United States. Haddons, plural of Haddon. Haddo, a surname. Haddocks, a surname. Haddockses, plural of haddocks. Had, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hud, state, order, estate, rank, degree, or quality. Heian, the Haitian Ian, part of the Precambrian Suprian, spanning from around 4.6 to 4 billion years ago. Haitian Tang, the geologic eon from about 4,600 to 3,800 million years ago, marked by the formation of the first rocks. Had, simple past and past participle of Haid. Haida, the Hadada ibis. Haida, alternative form of Haida. Haidas, plural of Haida. Haidas, plural of Haida. Hadi, alternative form of Hadith. Hadis, plural of Hadith. Haidbar, a hamlet in Fisherwick Parish, Lichfield District, Staffordshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 1708. Haddon, a surname. Haddendawa, a member of a nomadic subdivision of the Baja people, known for their support of the Madhya Rebellion during the 1880s to 1890s. Hadendoas, plural of Hadendoa. Hadendoa, alternative form of Hadendoa. Hadendoas, plural of Hadendoa. Haddens, plural of Haden. Haider, a surname from German. Hadara, a surname from Amharic. Hadaras, plural of Hadara. Haiders, plural of Haider. Hades, the god of the underworld and ruler of the dead, son of Cronus and Re, brother of Zeus and Poseidon. Hadfeld, a habitational surname from Old English. Hadfields, plural of Hadfield. Had, obsolete form of Haji. Addis, plural of Hajj. Haditis, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hadramaut, a region at the southern end of the Arabian Peninsula. Its people are called the Hadharim and they speak a form of Arabic. Hadramati, an inhabitant of Hadramaut, a historical region of the South Arabian Peninsula. Hadramaution, of or relating to Hadramaut. Hadramautians, plural of Hadramautian. Hadramatis, plural of Hadramati. Hadramaut, alternative form of Hadramaut. A surname. Hayat, a city in Poltava Oblast in central Ukraine. Hayde, present participle and gerund of Hay. Hadis, plural of Hadi. Hadith, the entire collection of hadiths, sayings, and deeds of Muhammad within a particular branch of Islam or Islamic jurisprudence. Hadithe, alternative spelling of hadithic. Hadithes, one who adheres to the hadith. Hadithists, plural of hadithis. Hadiths, plural of hadith. Haditoxin, a polypeptide toxin in the venom of the king cobra Ophiophagus hana. Had, alternative spelling of had. Added, alternative spelling of hajj. Adji, alternative spelling of haji. Had, archaic form of haji. Hadi, archaic form of haji. Hadi is, plural of haji. Hajami, a person of mixed Iranian and Turkoman or Tatar ancestry. Hajames, plural of hajami. Adis, plural of hajj. Hadi, alternative spelling of haji. Haji Mohammed Ajil, a municipality of Basilan, Philippines. Haji Muhammad, a municipality of Basilan, Philippines. Haji-Costas's formula, a formula relating a certain double integral to values of the gamma function and the Riemann-Zeta function. Hadis, plural of haji. Hatley, a habitational surname from Old English. Hatley, a town and former civil parish in Castle Point Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8187. Hadler, a surname. Hadlers, plural of Hadler. Hatley, a habitational surname from Old English. Hadley and Legomery, a civil parish in Telford and Wrekin Borough, Shropshire, England. Hadley cell, a global-scale tropical atmospheric circulation that features air rising near the equator, flowing forward at a height of 10 to 15 kilometers above the Earth's surface, descending in the subtropics, and then returning equatorward near the surface. This circulation creates the trade winds, tropical rain belts, and hurricanes, subtropical deserts, and the jet streams. Hadley cells, plural of Hadley cell. Hadley chests, a kind of traditional American chest with panels and drawers. Hadley chests, plural of Hadley chest. Hadley circulation, the circulation of air in a Hadley cell. Hadley Wood, a suburb of the borough of Enfield, on the edge of Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2698. Hadlington, a surname. Hadlingtons, plural of Hadlington. Hadlock, a surname. Hadlocks, plural of Hadlock. Hadlow, a village and civil parish in Tonbridge and Malling Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6350. Had, contraction of had not negative auxiliary. Hadn't a, contraction of had not of hadn't. Hadn't ought, ought. Hadn't contraction of had not of hadn't. Had the, had it. Hadney, alternative spelling of hadna. Hadnati, a surname from Hungarian. Hadna, a surname. Hadnots, plural of had not. Had, misspelling of hadn't. Hadud, alternative form of huda. Hadopelagic, hadopelagic. Hadramati, alternative spelling of Hadramati. Hadramoshan, alternative spelling of Hadramoshan. Hadramoshans, plural of Hadramoshan. Hadramatis, plural of Hadramati. Hadramat, alternative form of Hadramaut. Hadramitic, relating to the ancient people of Hadramaut. Hadva, a title used by Muslims to honor a person. Hadrian, the Roman Emperor Publius Aelius Trajanus Hadrianus. Hadrian's Wall, a fortification of stone and timber built by the Roman Empire across the width of what is now northern England. Hadrian, of or relating to Hadrian 76-138, Roman Emperor from 117 to 138. Hadro, hadron, hadronic. Hadrocentric, having the hadron in the center. Hadrochemical, describing interactions between hadrons that have similarities with chemical reactions. Hadrochemistry, the study of hadrochemical interactions. Hadrodynamic, pertaining to hadrodynamics. Hadrodynamics, the study of the laws that govern the motion and interaction of hadrons. Hadrogenesis, hadronization. Hadramase, an enzyme found in certain fungi, such as Serpula lacrymans, that attacks the hadrome and destroys its lignified cell walls. Hadromatic, relating to the hadrome. Hadrome, the portion of the mestome that transports fluids. Hadromrid, any porifer of the order Hadromrida. Hadromrids, plural of hadromrid. Hadromes, plural of hadrome. Hadron, a composite particle that comprises two or more quarks held together by the strong force and consequently can interact with other particles via said force, a meson or a baryon. Hadronic, of, related to, or composed of hadrons. Hadronic atom, a hydrogen-like system consisting of an ordinary nucleus with a hadron in orbit. Hadronic atoms, plural of hadronic atom. Hadronically, with regard to hadrons. Hadronics, the study of hadrons. Hadronization, alternative spelling of hadronization. Hadronizations, plural of hadronization. Hadronize, to convert or be converted into a hadron. Hadronized, simple past and past participle of hadronize. Hadronizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hadronize. Hadronizing, present participle and gerund of hadronize. Hadronization, the formation of hadrons from free quarks and gluons. Hadronizations, plural of hadronization. Hadronize, alternative spelling of hadronize. Hadronized, simple past and past participle of hadronize. Hadronizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hadronize. Hadronizing, present participle and gerund of hadronize. Hadronless, without hadrons. Hadrons, plural of hadron. Hadron therapies, plural of hadron therapy. Hadron therapy, any of several forms of radiotherapy that use beams of elementary particles instead of X-rays. Hadronuclear, describing any interaction between a hadron and the nucleus of an atom. Hadroproduction, the production of hadrons, especially by the interaction of quarks, gluons, etc. Hadrosaur, any ornithopod dinosaur of the family Hadrosauridae. Hadrosaurian, any bipedal dinosaur of the genus Hadrosaurus. Hadrosaurians, plural of Hadrosaurian. Hadrosaurid, any of the family Hadrosauridae of duck-billed dinosaurs, a hadrosaur. Hadrosaurids, plural of hadrosaurid. Hadrosauriform, belonging to the hadrosauriforms. Hadrosauriforms, plural of hadrosauriform. Hadrosaurian, hadrosaurid. Hadrosaurians, plural of hadrosaurian. Hadrosauri, any dinosaur of the superfamily Hadrosauridae. Hadrosaurids, plural of hadrosauri. Hadrosaurimorph, any ornithopod of the clade Hadrosaurimorpha. Hadrosaurimorphs, plural of hadrosaurimorph. Hadrosaurs, plural of hadrosaur. Hadrocalcin, a peptide toxin from the venom of the scorpion Hophina hadroscurchi. Hadurin, an antimicrobial peptide in the venom of the scorpion Hadrurus aztecus. Hadsal, a surname. Hadsals, plural of hadsal. Hats, second person singular simple past, indicative of have. Hatal, alternative form of hartal. Had, alternative form of Hudud. Hadodur's theorem, a theorem asserting that every valuation on convex bodies in Rn that is continuous and invariant under rigid motions of Rn is a linear combination of the Cormus integrals or, equivalently, of the intrinsic volumes. Hadza, an ethnic group of hunter-gatherers in central Tanzania. Hadza, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Hadzex, plural of Hadzik. Hede, any member of the Hadzidi. Hadens, plural of Hadzia. A revision of Reddit Ayadiodima. Alternative form of half. Hibish, a surname. Haecidus, the essence of a particular thing, those qualities that define it and make it unique. Haecide, of or pertaining to Haecidi. Haecides, plural of Haecidi. Haecidism, the view that entities possess Haecidi individual essences or thisness. Haecidus, one who subscribes to Haecidism. Haecidiste, of or pertaining to Haecidism. Haecidistically, in a Haecidistic manner. Haeceists, plural of Haecitist. Haecidi, the essence of a particular thing that gives it its unique particularity, those qualities that make an individual this specific individual and not some other. Haelem, of or relating to the zoologist Ernst Haeckel 1834-1919. Haeckelism, Hegelian beliefs. Haeckelism, Hegelian beliefs. Pur, a surname from German. Aders, plural of Heger. Hidden, resembling in form or exhibiting the behavior typical of a kid, i.e. a juvenile goat. Compare Caprine, Hercene. Hefal, a surname from German. Hefals, plural of Hefel. Hinner, a surname. Hinners, plural of Hefner. Hegel, a surname. Hegels, plural of Hegel. Hedrium, a musical instrument chordophone with a hollow soundbox, 2 strings made from silk, and a rod-like neck of traditional Korean origin. Present participle and gerund of half. Edu, a city in South Hwanggi Province in North Korea. A language of New Caledonia. Helen, a village and municipality of Belgium. Australia, Canada. Ireland, New Zealand, South Africa, and UK standard spelling of heme. Alternative form of hemo. Alternative form of hemoblood. Hemochrome. Hematin. Hemocyanin. Alternative form of hemocyanin. Hemocyte. Alternative form of hemocyte. Hemocytes. Plural of hemocyte. Hemocytometer. Alternative form of hemocytometer. Hemocytometers. Plural of hemocytometer. Hemocytometric. Alternative form of hemocytometric. Hemot, toward the hemal side. Hemodin, an anticoagulant peptide present in the leech Hemodipsa sylvestris. Hemodipsid, any leech of the family Hemodipsidae. Hemodipsids, plural of hemodipsid. Hemodramograph, an instrument for measuring the velocity of the blood. Hemodramographs, plural of hemodramograph. Hemadsorption, alternative form of hemadsorption. Hemodynamics, alternative form of hemodynamics. Hemodynamo-meter, alternative form of hemodynamo-meter. Hemodynamo-meters, plural of hemodynamo-meter. Hemofibri, Synalphi. Hemagglutation, misspelling of hemagglutination. Hemagglutinate, alternative form of hemagglutinate. Hemagglutinating, that agglutinates red blood cells. Hemagglutination, alternative form of hemagglutination. Hemagglutinations, plural of hemagglutination. Hemagglutinative, alternative form of hemaggglutinative. Hemagglutinin. Alternative spelling of hemagglutinin. Hemagglutinins. Plural of hemagglutinins. Hemagglutination. Misspelling of hemagglutination. Hemagglutinin. Misspelling of hemagglutinin. Hemagglutinin. Misspelling of hemagglutinin. Diamol. Pertaining to the blood or blood vessels. Hemal arch. The position of a vertebra enclosing and protecting the heart and other viscera. Hemal arches. Plural of hemal arch. Hemal cavities. Plural of hemal cavity. Hemal cavity. The thoracic abdominal cavity containing the heart, etc. Hemalum. Alternative form of hemalum. Hemalums. Plural of hemalum. Hemangio. Alternative form of hemangio. Hemangioblast. Alternative spelling of hemangioblast. Hemangioblastoma. Alternative form of hemangioblastoma. Hemangioblastomas. Plural of hemangioblastoma. Hemangioblastomata. Plural of hemangioblastoma. Hemangioblasts. Plural of hemangioblast. Hemangiothelioma. Alternative form of hemangiothelioma. Hemangiothelioma. Plural of hemangiothelioma. Hemangiotheliomata. Plural of hemangiothelioma. Hemangiotheliomatosis. Alternative form of hemangiotheliomatosis. Hemangiofibroma. A fibrous hemangioma. Hemangiofibromas. Plural of hemangiofibroma. Hemangiogenesis. Alternative form of hemangiogenesis. Hemangioma. Alternative spelling of hemangioma. Hemangiomas. Plural of hemangioma. Hemangiomata. Plural of hemangioma. Hemangiomatosis. Alternative form of hemangiomatosis. Hemangiomatis. Alternative form of hemangiomatis. Hemangioprositoma. Alternative form of hemangioprositoma. Hemangioprositomas. Plural of hemangioprositoma. Hemangioprositomata. Plural of hemangioprositoma. Hemangioprositomatis. Alternative form of hemangioprositomatis. Hemangiosarcoma. Alternative form of hemangiosarcoma. Hemangiosarcomas. Plural of hemangiosarcoma. Hemangiosarcomata. Plural of hemangiosarcoma. Hemantamine. Any of a class of alkaloids extracted from various flowers that can cause apoptosis. Hemantamines. Plural of hemantamine. Hemantamine. Alternative form of hemantamine. Hemanthamines. Plural of hemanthamine. Hemanthidine. The alkaloid 3-beta-6-beta-11-R13 beta-19 alpha-3-methoxy 1,2-didehydroquinone 6,11-DL present in the Amaryllis plants. Pinavine. A brownish pigment found in blood, the heme portion of hemoglobin. Hemophysaline. A kallikrein-kinin inhibitor isolated from a tick of the genus Hemophysalis. Hemopotamus. Having the limbs on or directed toward the hemal side, meaning the great blood vessels are located on the ventral side, as in vertebrates. Hematopoietic. Blood-forming. Hemapophyseal. Alternative form of hemapophyseal. Hemapophyses, plural of hemapophysis. Hemapophysio, alternative form of hemapophysio. Hemapophysis, alternative form of hemapophysis. Hemarthrosis, plural of hemarthrosis. Hemarthrosis, alternative form of hemarthrosis. Hemostatics, alternative form of hemostatics. Hema, alternative form of hemato before a vowel. Hematometer, an apparatus for measuring the velocity of the blood, a kind of flow meter. Hematometers, plural of hematometer. Hematine, alternative form of hematine. Hematians, plural of hematine. Hematmeses, plural of hematmesis. Hematmesis, alternative spelling of hematmesis. Hemethanolic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Hemother, alternative form of hematherm. Hemotherms, plural of hematherm. Hematic, alternative form of hematic. Hematics, plural of hematic. Hematid, a red blood cell. Hematidrosis, plural of hematidrosis. Hematidrosis, a very rare disorder in which the patient sweats blood and/or blood pigments, usually resulting from extreme physical and/or mental stress. Hematids, plural of hematid. Hematometric, alternative form of hematometric. Hematin, alternative spelling of hematin. Hematine, alternative spelling of hematin. Hematians, plural of hematine. Hematinic, alternative form of hematinic. Hematinics, plural of hematinic. Hematinometer, alternative form of hematinometer. Hematinometers, plural of hematinometer. Hematinin, alternative form of hematinin. Hematins, plural of hematin. Hematite, alternative spelling of hematite. Hematites, plural of hematite. Hematitic, alternative spelling of hematitic. Hematidization, alternative form of hematidization. Hematidize, alternative form of hematitized. Hemato, what? Hematobium, a flatworm of the species Schistosoma hematobium. The urinary blood fluke. Hematoblast, one of the minute disc-shaped bodies found in blood with the ordinary red and white corpuscles, a third kind of blood corpuscle, supposed by some to be an early stage in the development of the red corpuscles. Hematoblastic, relating to hematoblasts. Hematoblasts, plural of hematoblasts. Hematosal, alternative spelling of hematosal. Hematosals, plural of hematosal. Hematochemical, alternative form of hematochemical. Hematochemistry, alternative form of hematochemistry. Hematochea, alternative form of hematochea. Hematochromatosis, alternative form of hemochromatosis. Hematoclinical, hematological and clinical. Hematocolpos, alternative form of hematocolpos. Hematocompatibility, misspelling of hemocompatibility. Hematocrit, alternative spelling of hematocrit. Hematocrits, plural of hematocrit. Hematocrial, cold-blooded. Hematocrystalline, alternative form of hematocrystalline. Hematocyte, alternative form of hematocyte. Hematocytes, plural of hematocyte. Hematocytometer, alternative form of hematocytometer. Hematocytometers, plural of hematocytometer. Hematocytometric, alternative form of hematocytometric. Hematodache, an elastic sac of tissue within the palp of male arachnids which fills with blood during insemination. Hematodity, plural of hematodacha. Hematoencephalic, alternative form of hematoencephalic. Hematofluorometer, alternative form of hematofluorometer. Hematofluorometers, plural of hematofluorometer. Hematogenous, alternative form of hematogenous. Hematogenesis, the origin and development of blood. Hematogenetic, relating to hematogenesis. Hematogenic, relating to hematogenesis. Hematogenous, producing blood. Hematogenously, alternative form of hematogenously. Hematoglobin, alternative form of hemoglobin. Hematoglobulin, alternative form of hemoglobin. Hematoglobulin, alternative form of hemoglobin. Hematogon, alternative form of hematogon. Hematogons, plural of hematogon. Hematohydrosis, alternative form of hematidrosis. Hematoi, alternative form of hematoi. Hematoidin, alternative form of hematoidin. Hematoin, a substance formed from the hematine of blood by removal of the iron through the action of concentrated sulfuric acid. Hematolin, alternative form of hematoin. Hematologic, alternative form of hematologic. Hematological, alternative spelling of hematological. Hematologically, alternative form of hematologically. Hematologist, a scientist, usually a medical doctor who specializes in hematology. Hematologists, plural of hematologists. Hematology, the scientific study of blood and blood-producing organs. Hematolymphoid, alternative form of hematolymphoid. Hematolysis, plural of hematolysis. Hematolysis, hemolysis. Hematolytic. Hematolysis, plural of hematolysis. Hematolysis, hemolysis. Hematolytic, hemolytic. Hematoma, British Standard spelling of hematoma. Hematomy, plural of hematoma. Hematomania, an overwhelming desire for blood. Hematomas, plural of hematoma. Hematomata, plural of hematoma. Hematometer, a hematometer. Hematometers, plural of hematometer. Hematometra, alternative form of hematometra. Hematometric, relating to hematometra. Hematometracolpos, alternative form of hematometracolpos. Hematomon, an anthraquinone pigment found in Hematoma acolans. Hematomylia, alternative form of hematomylia. Hematomyelopore, formation of pores in the spinal cord due to hemorrhage. Hematomyelopores, plural of hematomyelopore. Hematopathies, plural of hematopathy. Hematopathologist, alternative form of hematopathologist. Hematopathologists, plural of hematopathologists. Hematopathology, alternative form of hematopathology. Hematopathy, alternative form of hematopathy. Hematoperitoneum, alternative form of hematoperitoneum. Hematophagy, any hematophagous organism. Hematophages, plural of hematophage. Hematophagic, alternative form of hematophagic. Hematophagus, feeding on blood. Hematophagus, misspelling of hematophagus. Hematophagy, alternative form of hematophagy. Hematophilia, hemophilia. Hematophobia, fear of blood. Hematopinid, any louse in the family Hematopinidae. Hematopinins, plural of hematopinin. Hematoplastic, blood formative. Hematopneumothorax, alternative form of hematpneumothorax. Hematopoietic, misspelling of hematopoietic. Hematopoiesis, misspelling of hematopoiesis. Hematopoietic, alternative spelling of hematopoietic. Hematopoiesis, alternative spelling of hematopoiesis. Hematopoietic, of or pertaining to hematopoiesis. Hematopoietically, in a hematopoietic manner. Hematoporphyria, alternative spelling of hematoporphyria. Hematoporphyrin, hematoin. Hematoporphyrins, plural of hematoporphyrin. Hematoproteinuria, the presence of hemoprotein in the urine. Hematoproteinuric, relating to hematoproteinuria. Hematoprotozoan, alternative form of hematoprotozoan. Hematoprotozoans, plural of hematoprotozoan. Hematozylpinx, alternative form of hematozylpinx. Hematoscope, alternative form of hemascope. Hematoscopes, plural of hematoscope. Hematospsis, a septic infection of the bloodstream. Hematosin, hematin. Hematosis, alternative form of hematosis. Hematospermia, alternative form of hematospermia. Hematothermal, warm-blooded. Hematothorax, alternative form of hemothorax. Hematotoxic, alternative form of hematotoxic. Hematotoxicities, plural of hematotoxicity. Hematotoxicity, alternative form of hematotoxicity. Hematotoxin, a hematoxin. Hematotoxins, plural of hematotoxin. Hematotropic, alternative form of hematropic. Hematodimpanum, alternative form of hematodimpanum. Hematuria, alternative form of hematuria. Hematoxylin, misspelling of hematoxylin. Hematoxylin, misspelling of hematoxylin. Hematoxylin, alternative spelling of hematoxylin. hematoxylin. Hematoxylin, alternative form of hematoxylin. Hematoxylinophilic, attracted to or associated with hematoxylin. Hematoxylins, plural of hematoxylin. Hematozoa, plural of hematozoon. Hematozole, relating to hematozoa. Hematozoan, alternative form of hematozoon. Hematozoic, relating to hematozoa. Hematozoon, any parasite in the class Acanthoidacida, formerly subclass Hematozoa, inhabiting the blood. Hematuria, British Standard spelling of hematuria. Hematurias, plural of hematuria. Hematuric, alternative form of hematuric. Alternative form of heme. Hemorrhagerin, alternative spelling of hemorrhagerin. Hemorrhagerins, plural of hemorrhagerin. Plural of heme. Hemat, alternative spelling of hemic. Hematidrosis, hematidrosis. Hemamontis, an ancient region and later former Roman province situated in the Balkans, mainly in what is now Bulgaria and Turkey. Hem, alternative spelling of hemin. Hemans, plural of heman. Hemiparses, misspelling of hemiparses. Hemiplegic, alternative form of hemiplegic. Hemiplegia, misspelling of hemiplegia. Hemagglutinin, misspelling of hemagglutinin. Hemodialysis. Pertaining to blood. Hemoalbumin, alternative form of hemoalbumin. Hemagglutinin, alternative spelling of hemagglutinin. Hemagglutinin, plural of hemagglutinin. Hemagglutination, misspelling of hemagglutination. Hemabilia, bleeding originating in the liver, bleeding into the bile ducts. Hemoblasts, synonym of hematoblast. Hemoblasts, plural of hemoblasts. Hemocapillary, alternative form of hemocapillary. Hemachorial, describing a placenta in which, as in humans, the chorion is in direct contact with the mother's blood. Hemochromatosis, plural of hemochromatosis. Hemochromatosis, alternative spelling of hemochromatosis. Hemochrome, alternative form of hemochrome. Hemochromometer, an apparatus for measuring the amount of hemoglobin in a fluid by comparing it with a solution of known strength and of normal color. Hemochromometers, plural of hemochromometer. Hemoclip, alternative form of hemoclip. Hemocoagulase, alternative form of hemocoagulase. Hemocoagulation, alternative form of hemocoagulation. Hemocoagulative, relating to or causing hemocoagulation. Hemicole, the cavity between the organs of arthropods and mollusks through which the blood etc. circulates. Hemicole, original form of hemicole. Hemicoles, plural of hemicole. Hemicolic, relating to the hemicole. Hemicolomic, relating to a coelom that carries blood. Hemicolus, alternative form of hemicolic. Hemicoles, plural of hemicole. Hemocompatibility, alternative form of hemocompatibility. Hemocompatible, alternative form of hemocompatible. Hemoconcentration, alternative form of hemoconcentration. Hemoconcentrator, alternative form of hemoconcentrator. Hemoconcentrators, plural of hemoconcentrator. Hemoconia, small particles of lipids formed by fragmentation of the stroma of erythrocytes. They are ingested by phagocytes within the blood. Hemoculture, alternative form of hemoculture. Hemocultures, plural of hemoculture. Hemocyanin, alternative spelling of hemocyanin. Hemocyanins, plural of hemocyanin. Hemocyte, alternative spelling of hemocyte. Hemocytes, plural of hemocyte. Hemocytic, alternative form of hemocytic. Hemocytoblast, alternative spelling of hemocytoblast. Hemocytoblasts, plural of hemocytoblasts. Hemocytological, alternative form of hemocytological. Hemocytolysis, the destruction of blood corpuscles. Hemocytometer, alternative spelling of hemocytometer. Hemocytometers, plural of hemocytometer. Hemocytometric, alternative form of hemocytometric. Hemocytometry, alternative form of hemocytometry. Hemocytoponia, alternative form of hemocytopenia. Hemoderivates, synonym of hemoderivative. Hemoderivates, plural of hemoderivates. Hemoderivative, alternative spelling of hemoderivative. Hemoderivatives, plural of hemoderivative. Hemoderive, derived from blood or from a blood product. Hemodiafilter, alternative form of hemodiafilter. Hemodiafilters, plural of hemodiafilter. Hemodiafiltration, alternative form of hemodiafiltration. Hemodiafiltrations, plural of hemodiafiltration. Hemodialyze, simple past and past participle of hemodialyze. Hemodialyzer, alternative form of hemodialyzer. Hemodialyzers, plural of hemodialyzer. Hemodialyzes, plural of hemodialysis. Hemodialysis, the use of dialysis to remove waste products from the blood in the case of kidney failure. Hemodialytic, relating to hemodialysis. Hemodialyzer, alternative form of hemodialyzer. Hemodialyzers, plural of hemodialyzer. Hemodicarial, hemocarial and decoriane. Hemodiluted, alternative form of hemodiluted. Hemodiluting, that undergoes hemodilution. Hemodilution, alternative form of hemodilution. Hemodilutional, alternative form of hemodilutional. Hemodilutions, plural of hemodilution. Hemoderaceous, of or relating to the family Hemoderaceae bloodworts. Hemodromograph, alternative form of hemodromograph. Hemodromographs, plural of hemodromograph. Hemodynamic, alternative spelling of hemodynamic. Hemodynamical, alternative form of hemodynamical. Hemodynamically, with regard to hemodynamics. Hemodynamics, alternative spelling of hemodynamics. Hemoejaculate, the presence of blood in the ejaculate typically after prostate surgery. Hemofilter, alternative form of hemofilter. Hemofilters, plural of hemofilter. Hemofiltration, alternative form of hemofiltration. Hemofiltrations, plural of hemofiltration. Hemoflagellate, alternative form of hemoflagellate. Hemoflagellates, plural of hemoflagellate. Hemangamisid, any mite. In the family Hemagamicidae. Hemagamicids, plural of hemagamicid. Hemogenesis, hematopoiesis. Hemogenic, alternative spelling of hemogenic. Hemoglobic, alternative form of hemoglobic. Hemoglobin, British Standard spelling of hemoglobin. Hemoglobinemia, alternative form of hemoglobinemia. Hemoglobinase, alternative form of hemoglobinase. Hemoglobinases, plural of hemoglobinase. Hemoglobinate, the anionic form of hemoglobin. Hemoglobinates, plural of hemoglobinate. Hemoglobine, alternative form of hemoglobin. Hemoglobinization, alternative form of hemoglobinization. Hemoglobinize, alternative form of hemoglobinized. Hemoglobinization, alternative form of hemoglobinization. Hemoglobinize, alternative form of hemoglobinized. Hemoglobinometer, an apparatus for measuring the amount of hemoglobin in a fluid by comparing it with a solution of known strength and of normal color. Hemoglobinometers, plural of hemoglobinometer. Hemoglobinometry, alternative spelling of hemoglobinometry. Hemoglobinopathies, plural of hemoglobinopathy. Hemoglobinopathy, any of a group of inherited disorders in which hemoglobin does not function properly. Hemoglobinous, alternative form of hemoglobinous. Hemoglobins, plural of hemoglobin. Hemoglobinuria, alternative spelling of hemoglobinuria. Hemoglobinurias, plural of hemoglobinuria. Hemoglobinuric, alternative form of hemoglobinuric. Hemoglobinurics, plural of hemoglobinuric. Hemogram, alternative form of hemogram. Hemograms, plural of hemogram. Hemogregarian, alternative form of hemogregarine. Hemogregarians, plural of hemogregarian. Hemogregarine, any parasitic organism of the genus Hemogregarina. Hemogregarines, plural of hemogregarine. Hemohysdiablus, the presumed reticulum epithelial cell that differentiates to form all blood cells. Hemohysdiablasts, plural of hemohysdiablus. Hemoi, resembling blood. Hemojuvelin, alternative form of hemojuvelin. Hemol, a dark brown powder containing iron, prepared by the action of zinc dust as a reducing agent upon the coloring matter of the blood and once used medicinally as a hematinic. Hemolacria, the shedding of tears containing blood. Hemolymph, bilirubin. Hemolymph, alternative spelling of hemolymph. Hemolymphatic, alternative form of hemolymphatic. Hemolymph, plural of hemolymph. Hemolysin, misspelling of hemolysin. Hemolysate, alternative spelling of hemolysate. Hemolysates, plural of hemolysate. Hemolysation, alternative form of hemolysation. Hemolyze, alternative form of hemolyze. Hemolyze, simple past and past participle of hemolyze. Hemolyzes, plural of hemolysis. Hemolysin, alternative spelling of hemolysin. Hemolyzing, present participle and gerund of hemolyze. Hemolysins, plural of hemolysin. Hemolysis, alternative spelling of hemolysis. Hemolytic, alternative spelling of hemolytic. Hemolytically, alternative form of hemolytically. Hemolyze, alternative form of hemolyze. Hemolyze, simple past and past participle of hemolyze. Hemolyzes, third person singular simple present indicative of hemolyze. Hemolyzing, present participle and gerund of hemolyze. Hemomanometer, a hematynemometer. Hemomanometers, plural of hemomanometer. Hemometer, a hematynemometer. Hemometers, plural of hemometer. Hemimenochorial, describing a hemachorial placenta in which only a single layer of trophoblast tissue separates the mother's and fetal blood. Hemanchosis, a disease that affects the abomasum of sheep, goats, and cattle. Hemonctin, alternative form of hemonctin. Heone, a magical plant mentioned by John Milton, said to be good against enchantments. Hemoparasite, alternative form of hemoparasite. Hemoparasites, plural of hemoparasite. Hemoparasitic, alternative form of hemoparasitic. Hemopathies, plural of hemopathy. Hemopathologists, alternative form of hemopathologist. Hemopathologists, plural of hemopathologists. Hemopathology, alternative form of hemopathology. Hemopathy, alternative form of hemopathy. Hemoperfusion, alternative form of hemoperfusion. Hemoperfusions, plural of hemoperfusion. Hemopericardium, alternative form of hemopericardium. Hemoperitoneuum, alternative form of hemoperitoneuum. Hemopsin, alternative form of hemopsin. Hemophagocyte, alternative form of hemophagocyte. Hemophagocytes, plural of hemophagocyte. Hemophagocytic, alternative form of hemophagocytic. Hemophagocytosis, alternative form of hemophagocytosis. Hemophagus, alternative form of hemophagus. Hemophily, plural of hemophilus. Hemophilia, any of several hereditary illnesses that impair the body's ability to control bleeding, usually passed from mother to son. Hemophilia A, alternative form of hemophilia A. Hemophilia B, alternative form of hemophilia B. Hemophiliac, a person with hemophilia. Hemophiliacs, plural of hemophiliac. Hemophilias, plural of hemophilia. Hemophilic, of or pertaining to hemophilia. Haemophilus. Any bacterium of the genus Haemophilus. Hemophobia. Alternative spelling of hemophobia. Hemophore. Alternative form of hemophore. Henophores. Plural of hemophore. Hemophthalmia. Alternative form of hemophthalmia. Hemophthalmos. Alternative form of hemophthalmos. Hemoplasma. Alternative form of hemoplasma. Hemoplasmas. Plural of hemoplasma. Hemoplastic. Hematoplastic. Hemopneumocritonium. Alternative form of hemopneumocritonium. Hemopneumothorax. Alternative form of hemopneumothorax. Hemopoiesis. Misspelling of hemopoiesis. Hemopoietic. Misspelling of hemopoietic. Hemopoiesis. The production of blood cells and platelets, a process which in adults takes place within the bone marrow. Hemopoietic. Alternative spelling of hemopoietic. Hemopoietically. Alternative form of hemopoietically. Hemopoietin. Alternative form of hemopoietin. Hemoprotid. Any member of the hemoprotidae. Hemoprotids. Plural of hemoprotid. Hemoprotein. Alternative spelling of hemoprotein. Hemoproteins. Plural of hemoprotein. Hemoproteinuric. Alternative form of hematoproteinuric. Hemoprotozoa. Plural of hemoprotozoan. Hemoprotozoan. Alternative form of hemoprotozoan. Hemoptyses. Plural of hemoptysis. Hemoptysis. Alternative spelling of hemoptysis. Hemorrhagical. Alternative form of hemorrhagical. Hemorrhagy. Alternative form of hemorrhagy. Hemorrhage. British Standard spelling of hemorrhage. Hemorrhaged. Simple past and past participle of hemorrhage. Hemorrhages. Plural of hemorrhage. Hemorrhagia. Hemorrhage. Hemorrhagic. Alternative spelling of hemorrhagic. Hemorrhagic fever. Viral hemorrhagic fever. Hemorrhagic fevers. Plural of hemorrhagic fever. Hemorrhagically. Alternative form of hemorrhagically. Hemorrhaging. Present participle and gerund of hemorrhage. Hemorrhagings. Plural of hemorrhaging. Hemorrhoid. Alternative spelling of hemorrhoid. Hemorrhoidal. Alternative form of hemorrhoidal. Hemorrhoidal disease. Hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoidectomies. Plural of hemorrhoidectomy. Hemorrhoidectomy. Alternative form of hemorrhoidectomy. Hemorrhoids. A pathological condition caused by painful masses of dilated veins in swollen anal tissue. Hemoscope. An instrument for regulating and measuring the thickness of a layer of blood for spectroscopic examination. Hemoscopes. Plural of hemoscope. Hemosiderin. Alternative form of hemosiderin. Hemosiderins. Plural of hemosiderin. Hemosideриnuria. Alternative form of hemosideриnuria. Hemosiderophage. Alternative form of hemosiderophage. Hemosiderophages. Plural of hemosiderophages. Hemosiderophage. Hemosideroses, plural of hemosiderosis. Hemosiderosis, alternative form of hemosiderosis. Hemospagia, alternative form of hemospagia. Hemospermia, alternative form of hematospermia. Hemosporidin, misspelling of hemosporidian. Hemosporidia, plural of hemosporidian. Hemosporidian. Any parasitic protozoa of the order Hemosporida. Hemosporidians, plural of hemosporidian. Hemostasology, alternative form of hemostasology. Hemostasis, plural of hemostasis. Hemostasia, alternative form of hemostasia. Hemostasis, alternative spelling of hemostases. Hemostat, a clamp used in surgery to close the severed end of a blood vessel to stop bleeding. Hemostatic, that promotes hemostasis. Hemostatics, plural of hemostatic. Hemostats, plural of hemostat. Hematochometer, alternative form of hematochometer. Hematochometers, plural of hematochometer. Hemotherapy, alternative form of hemotherapy. Hemothorax, alternative form of hemothorax. Hematologist, alternative spelling of hematologist. Hematologists, plural of hematologists. Hematoxic, alternative form of hematoxic. Hematoxicity, alternative form of hematoxicity. Hematoxylin, misspelling of hematoxylin. Hematoxin, alternative form of hematoxin. Hematoxins, plural of hematoxin. Hematoxylin, a polycyclic polyphenol extracted from logwood that is used in cytological staining. Hemotransfusion, alternative spelling of hemotransfusion. Hemotransfusions, plural of hemotransfusion. Hemotropic, alternative form of hemotropic. Hematympanum, alternative form of hematympanum. Hemovascular, alternative form of hemovascular. Hemoventicin, a chemical compound with the molecular formula CH07. Hemovigilance, alternative form of hemovigilance. Hemovore, alternative form of hemovore. Hemovores, plural of hemovore. Hemoxillin, alternative form of hemoxillin. Hemazoin, alternative spelling of hemazoin. Pith, plural of heme. Hemulid, any fish in the family Hemulidae, the grunts. Hemulids, plural of hemulid. PMS, a king of Thrace, the son of Boreas, who was vain and haughty, and compared himself and his wife to Zeus and Hera. A surname. Hens, plural of hen. Heru, alternative form of Harbin Harbin. Harrier, obsolete spelling of heresiarch. Harriers, plural of heresiarch. Herpe, alternative form of Harbin. His, initialism of hydroxyethyl starch. Is, a surname. Is, plural of he's. Deliberate spelling of hate. Heat, simple past and past participle of heat. Heat, present participle and gerund of heat. Hates, third person singular simple present indicative of heat. Initialism of holiday activities and food as subsidy program for disadvantaged children. Pronunciation spelling of have. Pronunciation spelling of have. Have is a surname. Have is plural of halfies. Havrian of or pertaining to Hafiz 1315-1390. Persian poet. Havenden, a surname. Hafendens, plural of Hafenden. Hafid, the side of the head, the temples. Hafits, plural of Hafid. Hafid, a surname. Hafiz, plural of Hafi. Hafid, alternative form of Hafit. Hafats, plural of Hafid. Afghanized, vaccinated against bubonic plague. Havel, to stammer, to speak unintelligibly, to prevaricate. Havel, simple past and past participle of Hafel. Hafels, third person singular simple present indicative of Hafel. Hafele, present participle and gerund of Hafel. Adler, a surname. Haflers, plural of Hafner. Havard, a surname. Havards, plural of Hafford. Happen, one of the kings of Annan, ye other world in Welsh mythology. Hath, a male given name from Arabic. Hafiz, alternative form of Hafiz. Hafizes, plural of Hafiz. Hafiz, a surname from Arabic. Hafiz, a surname from Arabic. Hafizes, plural of Hafiz. Havlik, a surname from German. Hafles, plural of Hafli. Haflinger, a relatively small draft horse breed, are always chestnut with flaxen mane and tail. Halfmate, any Oceanian of Hafnium, any salt containing such an anion. Halfmates, plural of halfmate. Hafmer, a surname from German. Haferware, a kind of glazed German earthenware. Hafnerwares, plural of Hafnerware. Hafners, plural of Hafner. Haveh, hafnium oxide, HFO2. Hamnin, containing hafnium. Now, a chemical element symbol HF with an atomic number of 72, a lustrous, silvery gray tetravalent transition metal. Hafnosine, a metallocene containing a hafnium atom. Hafnocenes, plural of hafnosine. Hafnon, a mineral of hafnium silicate ore having the chemical formula HFCO4 produced synthetically by substituting hafnium for the zirconium in zircon. Hafnol, containing the univalent radical HF equals O. Hathod, a Welsh summer dwelling. Hathods, plural of Hathod. Haffodiernes, a village in the east of Crumlin Community, Caerphilly Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SD 2299. Hafts, the handle of a tool or weapon. Haftscene, a traditional table setting of Norse comprising several symbolic items. After contraction of have to, be required to, must. Haftability, the condition of being haftable. Haftable, able to be hafted, gripped by the handle. Haftara, alternative form of Haftara. Haftara, a selection from the books of Nevi'im and Ketuvim of the Tanakh, usually corresponding to the week's parasha, publicly read in synagogue following the parasha. Haftaras, plural of Haftara. Haftaras, plural of Haftara. Haftaros, plural of Haftara. Haftaro, plural of Haftara. Haftaroth, plural of Haftara. Hafted, simple past and past participle of half. Hafter, a surname. Hafters, plural of Hafter. Hafting, present participle and gerund of half. Haftorah, alternative form of Haftara. Haftorahs, plural of Haftorah. Haftorahs, plural of Haftorah. Haftorah, plural of Haftorah. Hafts, plural of haft. Havu, alternative form of Hafu. Athos, plural of Hafu. A witch, sorceress, or enchantress, a female wizard. Hagdu, synonym of Stendu. Hagdas, plural of Hagdu. Hagmoth, Phobtron Pythecium, a moth of the family Limicodidae. Hagmoths, plural of Hagmoth. Hag's tooth, an ugly irregularity in a pattern of matting or pointing. Hagridden, alternative spelling of Hagridden. Hagtaper, the great woolly mulline Verbascum thapsus. Hagtapers, plural of Hagtaper. Abbreviation of Haggai. Hag 1, initialism of have a good one, have a good one. Adatic, alternative form of Agadic. Haggadist, alternative form of Haggadist. Haggadistic, alternative form of Haggadistic. Haggadists, plural of Haggadists. Haggadorn, a surname. Haggadorns, plural of Haggadorn. Hadalla, the process of putting eating utensils into boiling water to cache them. Hanaman, a surname. Hagamans, plural of Hagaman. Hadun, a surname from Irish. Hadana, a Jewish paramilitary organization in the British Medici of Palestine 1921-48, which became the core of the Israel Defense Forces area. Agans, plural of Hagan. Ab, the Egyptian concubine of Abraham, mother of Ishmael. Hagaran, an early Arab Muslim. Hagarans, plural of Hagaran. Hadras, plural of Hagar. Hagardi, a surname from Irish. Hagardis, plural of Hagardi. Hadetnia, the capital of Guam, a United States island territory. Hadvert, a surname from Swedish. Hadvers, plural of Hagber. Hagberries, plural of Hagberry. Hagberry, Prunus patus, as species of cherry native to northern Europe and northern Asia, the bird cherry. Hagborn, born of a hag or witch. Hagbus, alternative form of Parkwebus. Hagbush, obsolete form of Arquebus. Hagbushes, plural of Hagbush. Hagbusses, plural of Hagbus. Hadvath, an arquebus, a firearm with a long barrel. Hagbats, plural of Hagbat. Hadbutter, a soldier armed with a hagbat or arquebus. Hagbutters, plural of Hagbutter. Adhin, synonym of Hagden the Greater Shearwater. Hagdens, plural of Hagden. Hagden, one of several species of sea birds of the genus Puffinus, especially Ardena gravis sin. Puffinus gravis, Puffinus major, the great shearwater, and Puffinus stricklandii, the black hagden or sooty shearwater. Hagdens, plural of Hagden. Hagtown, alternative form of Hagden. Hagtowns, plural of Hagtown. Hagebat, alternative form of Harquebus. Hagebats, plural of Hagebat. Hagedom syndrome, synonym of Axenfeld syndrome. Hagedorn temperature, the temperature at which hadronic matter, i.e. ordinary matter, is no longer stable and must either evaporate or convert into quark matter. Hagelslag, small, oblong, sweet-tasting chocolate granules which are sprinkled on slices of buttered bread or rusks. Hagelund, a surname. Hagelunds, plural of Hagelund. Hedgeman, a surname. Hedgeman, a surname. Hedgemans, plural of Hageman. Hayshire, a surname from German. Hageyers, plural of Hagemeyer. Hageyer, a surname from German. Hageyers, plural of Hagemeyer. Hageroser-Weinstein-Bresnik syndrome, an autosomal dominant genetic disorder characterized by optic atrophy followed by loss of hearing and peripheral neuropathy. Hagen, a city in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Hagen axe, a type of traditional polished stone axe with a thin blade and decorated handle, part of the culture of the inhabitants of Mount Hagen, Papua New Guinea. Hagen axes, plural of Hagen axe. Hagen-Poiseuille equation, a physical law that gives the pressure drop in an incompressible Newtonian fluid in laminar flow flowing through a long cylindrical pipe of constant cross-section. Haidnar, a native or inhabitant of The Hague. Haidnars, plural of Haidnar. Heidenbach, a surname. Heidenbach, a surname from German. Hagenbachs, plural of Hagenbach. Hagentorfi, a monoclinic prismatic greenish-black mineral containing calcium, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, phosphorus, and sodium. Hagenow, a town in Ludwigslust-Parchim district, Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, Germany. Hagenow Land, a sub-district and in Ludwigslust-Parchim district, Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, Germany. Hagenstick, a surname. Hager, a surname. Hadgerman, a surname. Hadgermans, plural of Hadgerman. Hagers, plural of Hager. Hagerstown, a city, the county seat of Washington County, Maryland, named for founder Jonathan Hager. Hagerty, a surname from Irish. Hagertes, plural of Hagerty. Hage, a surname from German. Hades, plural of Hage. Hadfish, any of several primitive eel-like fish of the family Myxinidae, having a sucking mouth with rasping teeth and sometimes used as food or for eel skin leather. Hagfisheries, plural of hagfishery. Hagfishery, a fishery that specializes in hagfish. Hagfishes, plural of hagfish. Hagfishing, fishing for hagfish. A surname. Hadad, alternative form of agata. Hanat, the text which is recited at Seder during the first and second nights of Passover, focused on the freeing of Israel from Egyptian bondage as described in the book of Exodus. Hadadas, plural of Haggadah. Haggadahs, plural of Haggadah. Haggadah, a ring forming the handle for raising the latch on a door. Haggadahs, plural of Haggadah. Haggadah, alternative form of Haggadah. Haggadess, one who interprets the Haggadah. Haggadeste, of or relating to the Haggadah. Haggadess, plural of Haggadess. Hadadat, plural of Haggadah. Haggadah, plural of Haggadah. Haggai, a book of the Old Testament of the Bible and the Tanakh. Haver, a surname. Haggardian, of or relating to H. Rider Haggard 1856-1925, English writer of adventure novels set in exotic locations. Haggardly, synonym of haggard. Haggardness, the characteristic of being haggard, tiredness. Haggards, plural of haggard. Haggart, a surname. Haggarts, plural of Haggart. A surname. Had, like a hag, ugly. Haggerston, an inner suburb of London, in the borough of Hackney, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3483. Hagui, a surname from Irish. Hagde, a rare hexagonal mineral, a barium, iron, magnesium titanate. Haggardites, plural of Haggardiate. Haggardies, plural of Haggerty. Haggas, plural of hag. Hayas, obsolete spelling of haggis. Haggis, a surname. Hagnits, plural of haggit. Other, alternative form of Haji, one who has participated in a Hajj. Haggis, obsolete spelling of haggis. Hadvi, present participle and gerund of hag. Haggis, a surname. Haggisnick Baggies, an archetypal ugly or frumpy old woman. Haggis, plural of haggis. Hagdish, like a hag. Hagdishly, in the manner of a hag. Hagdishness, the quality of being hagdish. Haggis, obsolete spelling of haggis. Adult, alternative spelling of haggled. Adol, to argue for a better deal, especially over prices with a seller. Adult, simple past and past participle of haggle. Haver, a person who haggles. Hadvers, plural of haggler. Haggles, third person singular simple present indicative of haggle. Havlay, present participle and gerund of haggle. Hagglings, plural of haggling. Aptly, rough, unevenly cut. Aggravate, pronunciation, spelling of aggravate. Aggravated, simple past and past participle of aggravate. Aggravates, third person singular simple present indicative of aggravate. Aggravating, present participle. Aggravate. Aggravates, third person singular simple present indicative of aggravate. Aggravating, present participle and gerund of aggravate. Hepth, plural of hag. Hagstrom, a surname. Ad, resembling or characteristic of a hag, old or ugly woman or witch. Hadyo, a suburban area in the east end of city of Glasgow Council area, Scotland. OS Gridraf NS 6265. Hatanai, a village in the Tavish region of northeastern Armenia. Hati, form of Hagio used before a vowel. Hagia Sophia, a mosque in Istanbul, Turkey, historical, the former patriarchal church of Greek Orthodoxy, operated as a museum 1935-2020. Hadegis, plural of Hagiaki. Hadegi, a government run by holy or religious people. Hadya, alternative form of Hagiga. Hadya, a sacrificial offering at one of the three pilgrimage festivals, Passover, Shavuot, Pentecost, and Sukkot Tabernacles. Hagigas, plural of Hagiga. Hagines, plural of Hagiga. Hadu, a surname. Hagins, plural of Hagin. Hadto. Plants. Hagiocracies, plural of hagiocracy. Hagiocracy, government by a priesthood, hierarchy. Hagiocraty, of or relating to hagiocracy. Hagiographa, the third division of the Hebrew scriptures, the Ketuvim. Hagiographical, hagiographical relating to the hagiographa. Hagiographer, someone who writes the biography of a saint. Hagiographers, plural of hagiographer. Hagiographe, of or pertaining to hagiography. Hagiographical, hagiographe. Hagiographically, in the manner of a hagiography. Hagiographies, plural of hagiography. Hagiographists, synonym of hagiographer. Hagiographists, plural of hagiographists. Hagiography, the study of saints and the documentation of their lives. Hagiolator, one who practices hagiolatry, the worship of saints. Hagiolators, plural of hagiolator. Hagiolatris, saint worshiping. Hagiolatry, the worship of saints. Hagiology, synonym of hagiological. Hagiological, relating to hagiology. Hagiologies, plural of hagiology. Hagiologist, a writer on the lives of the saints, a hagiographer. Hagiologists, plural of hagiologists. Hagiology, literature dealing with the lives of saints. Hagiomania, an obsession with saints and sainthood. Hagionym, the name of a saint. Hagionyms, plural of hagionym. Hagiophobia, the fear, dislike, or hatred of holiness and / or of holy things. Hagioscope, a small opening in an interior wall of a church, enabling those in the transept to view the high altar. Hagioscopes, plural of hagioscope. Hagioscope, relating to a hagioscope. Hagiosartese, showing the Virgin Mary without child, slightly from the side, and with both hands raised in prayer. Hagiotherapy, the medieval practice of using religious relics, prayers, pilgrimages, etc. in an attempt to alleviate sickness. Hagiotoponym, the name of a place that is dedicated to a particular saint. Hagiotoponyms, plural of hagiotoponym. Hadglas, the H rune symbol in esotericism, Germanic neopaganism, and Germanic philology. Abal, a surname. Habar, a surname. Habars, plural of Hagler. Hagals, plural of Haggle. Hadbles, a shearwater. Haglets, plural of Haglet. Hapley, a hamlet in Lugwardine Parish, Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 5641. Hagley Gap, a farming village in St. Thomas Parish, Jamaica. Abelai, resembling or characteristic of a hag, hideous, crone-like. Haviland, synonym of Hagden. Hageland, plural of Haglin. Hagelund, a surname from Swedish. Haglunds, plural of Haglund. Agma, initialism of high anion gap metabolic acidosis. Hagman, a surname. Hagmans, plural of Hagman. Admax, to date older women. Admax, simple past and past participle of Hagmax. Hadmaxer, one who dates older women. Hadmaxers, plural of Hagmaxer. Hagmaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of Hagmax. Hadmaxing, present participle and gerund of Hagmax. Hadna, a barangay of Guyuan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Hagnaby, a hamlet in Hanicum Hagnaby Parish, East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 4879. Habner, a surname from German. Hagners, plural of Hagner. Haganai, a municipality of Bulacan, Philippines. Hama, a surname. Hadab, alternative form of Hakob. Hagopian, a surname from Armenian, a form of Hakobian. Hagopians, plural of Hagopian. Hagoromo, a feathered robe worn by Tenon. Hagrid, past participle of Hagrai. Hagridon, tormented by witches, demons, or evil spirits. Hagrai, to harass or torment with dread or nightmares. Hagrides, third person singular simple present indicative of Hagrai. Hagriding, present participle and gerund of Hagrai. Hagrode, simple past of Hagrai. Hath, have a good or great summer. Hath, plural of hag. Hadsi, the offspring of a hag. Hagseeds, plural of hagseed. Hagsold, a suburb of Karlsruhe, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Hadjev, the state or condition of a hag, an ugly woman. Hagsploitation, a subgenre of horror/thriller that features a formerly glamorous older actress who plays an insane woman who terrorizes those around her. Hagstone. An adder stone is stone with a naturally occurring hole through it. Hagstones. Plural of hagstone. Hagstrom. A surname from Swedish. Hagstroms. Plural of Hagstrom. Height. A surname. Hagbar. A hamlet in Newmills Parish, High Peak District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9885. Hague Invasion Act. The American Service Members Protection Act. Haguite. A supporter of William Hague or his economic or political policies. Hagites. Plural of Hagite. Hagwimit. A barangay of Santa Cruz, Marinduque, Philippines. Hagwon. A profit-making private school, common in South Korea. Hagwons. Plural of Hagwon. Hagwood. A surname. Hagwoods. Plural of Hagwood. Agwer. A common snake, such as an adder or a viper. Agworms. Plural of hagworm. Heidi. A surname. Hades. Plural of Hagi. Alternative form of ha. An onomatopoeic representation of laughter. Hada. Simple past and past participle of ha-ha. Hada. Simple past and past participle of ha-ha. Antaye. Ha-ha, an onomatopoeic representation of laughter. Having. Present participle of ha-ha. Hahamana. A tribe of the Tonga people of California. Hadas. Plural of ha-ha. Adura. A city in Georgia, United States. Ada. Initialism of Hum Op Kane Kun, a Hindi movie. Hava. A surname. Hava. Plural of Ham. Hada. A surname from Korean. Ham. On echo. Synonym of spin echo. Han series. A type of formal infinite series, a generalization of Puiseux series. They allow for arbitrary exponents of the indeterminate so long as the set supporting them forms a well-ordered subset of the value group. Hahnemannian. Of or relating to Christian Friedrich Samuel Hahnemann 1755-1843, German physician, or the alternative medicine of homeopathy that he founded. Hahnemannianism. The Hahnemannian system of homeopathy. Hahnemannians. Plural of Hahnemannian. Hahnemannism. The Hahnemannian system of homeopathy. Hade. Any member of the family Henidae of dwarf sheet spiders. Hades. Plural of Hanie. Hanium. Obsolete, a rejected name for dubnium. Hans. Plural of Han. Hondo. A census-designated place, the parish seat of St. Charles Parish, Louisiana, United States. Ha. Acronym of High Altitude, High Opening. Hut. Plural of Ha. Hut. Hut. H letter 1EA3 IN. An urban district of Haiphong, Vietnam. H letter 1EA3 Duong. A province of Vietnam. Hai Lo Kong. Hak Lao Min, a linguistic variety of Southern Min under Min Chinese of the Sinitic family. Haiphong. Alternative form of Haiphong. H letter 1EA3 Iphong. Alternative form of Haiphong. Han. A county-level city of Nantong, Jiangsu, China. Ithang. Alternative form of Haithang. Hi HSI, alternative form of Haixi. Hi Ku, alternative form of Haiku. Hi Men, alternative form of Heyman. Hi Nam, alternative form of Hainan. Hai Shen Wei, alternative form of Haitian Wei. Hen, alternative form of Hayan. Hayathala, the Hephthalites. Hime, a Tibetan autonomous prefecture in Qinghai, China. Hebom, a surname. Hebo, an expression of surprise or shock. Wow, no way. Heboan, a district of Wuhai, Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, China. Heads, a surname. Heiwan, a work in a Japanese prosaimetric style combining prose and haiku. Heikanwei, misspelling of Haitianwei. Heicheng, a district of Beihai, Guangxi Autonomous Region, China. Hud, alternative form of hake. Hikes, plural of hake. Hud, a surname. Haida, a member of an indigenous people of the northwest coast of North America who live primarily in British Columbia and Alaska. Haida Gwaii, an archipelago off the northwest coast of British Columbia, Canada. Haida, archaic form of Haida. Haidin, of or relating to the Haida people. Haidao, an insular township of Xiapu, Ningde, Fujian, China. Haidar, a surname. Hyderabad, alternative spelling of Hyderabad. Haidari, alternative spelling of Chaydari. Haidao, alternative form of Chaydari. Haidarian, dated form of Chaydari. Haidars, plural of Haidar. Haidas, plural of Haida. Hede, a female given name originating as a coinage. Haydn, a unisex given name transferred from the surname of modern usage. Haider, a surname. Hyderabad, alternative form of Hyderabad multiple places. Haiders, plural of Haider. Haidian, a former town demolished in 2000 near the south of Old Summer Palace in China. Heidinger, a crater on the moon. Heidinger ice, a mineral consisting of eosinite of lime. Its formula is Ka is O3OHH2O. Haidai, a prefecture-level city of Qinghai, China, formerly a prefecture. Haidao, alternative spelling of Hajduk. Haidaux, plural of Haidao. Haids, plural of Hay. Haidai, alternative spelling of Hajduk. Haidai, alternative spelling of Hajduk. Haidax, plural of Haydak. Haidax, plural of Haydak. Haidai, alternative spelling of Hajduk. Haidax, plural of Haydak. Haile, a mythical sea serpent from Nootka mythology. Ada, abbreviation of hash iterative framework, a cryptographic structure used in the design of hash functions. Ada, a port city in northern Israel. Hatham, related or pertaining to Havat, a city in northern Israel. Hathani, a county of Shanwei, Guangdong, China. He, a surname from Old Norse. Hede, a district of Qinhuangdao, Hebei, China. Hagazian, a surname from Armenian. Hagazians, plural of Hagazian. Hydratite, a monoclinic prismatic white mineral containing hydrogen, iron, oxygen, phosphorus, and potassium. Hey, a surname. Haydas, plural of hay. Height, a surname from Old English. Haight-Ashbury, a district of San Francisco, California, one of the main centers of the counterculture of the 1960s. Heights, plural of hate. Heidler, a surname. Heiblers, plural of Hegler. Heining, a surname. He, alternative form of Hehaya. Heas, plural of Heha. Hei, alternative form of Hehaya. Heias, plural of He. Haya. Hai, alternative spelling of hake. Heitai, a form of Japanese comic verse featuring satire and puns. Haikal, the central chapel of the three forming the sanctuary of a Coptic church. It contains the Hay altar and is often closed off by a screen. Haikals, plural of Haikal. Hud, alternative form of hake. Hakes, plural of hake. Haigu, the capital and most populous city of Hainan Province, China, located on the north side of Hainan Island. Hikes, plural of hake. Haiku, a village in the census-designated place of Haikupoela, Hawaii, United States. Haikupoela, a census-designated place in Maui County, Hawaii, United States. Haikui, one of the typhoon names. Haikuish, resembling or characteristic of haiku. Haiku-like. Haikuist, a person who writes haiku, a haiku poet. Haikuists, plural of haikuists. Haiku-like, resembling or characteristic of haiku. Haigas, plural of haiku. Haikwan, Chinese maritime customs. Haikwan tail, a Chinese weight 1/10 of a caddy equivalent to 1/1/3 Oz or 37.801 grams. Haikwan tails, plural of Haikwan tail. Hell, a surname. Hail and ride, a system of public transport in which the vehicle only stops if a passenger or pedestrian specifically signals to the driver. Hail down, to fall from the sky, as hail. Hail fellow well met, a sociable, friendly, usually male person. Hail fellows well met. Plural of hail fellow well met. Hail from, to be a native of, to come from, to originate from, to have as one's birthplace or residence. Hail Marys, plural of Hail Mary. Hail Mary, a prayer of established or conventional wording calling for the intercession of the Virgin Mary. Hail Mary bead, any of several beads on a rosary at which a Roman Catholic worshipper recites the Hail Mary. Hail Mary pass, a long forward pass with little chance of completion, typically used by the losing team when time is running out and no other play is practical, in a desperate attempt to score the winning points. Hail Mary passes, plural of Hail Mary pass. Hail Married, simple past and past participle of Hail Mary. Hail Mary, present participle and gerund of Hail Mary. Hail Marys, plural of Hail Mary. Hail shaft, a region of intense rain and hail accompanied by a strong downdraft. Hail shafts, plural of hail shaft. Hailstorm, a storm characterized by lots of large hail. Hailstorms, plural of hailstorm. Hail sugar, synonym of nib sugar. Hail sugars, plural of hail sugar. Hailed, simple past and past participle of hail. Hail fellow, synonym of hail fellow well met. Hail fellow well met, sociable, friendly. Hail fellow well mets, plural of hail fellow well met. Hail fellows, plural of hail fellow. Hail fellows well met, plural of hail fellow well met. Hail dot, alternative spelling of hail shot. Hailable, able to be hailed. Hailer, alternative form of hailer hailer. Hailakandi, a district of Assam, India. Heilong, Hainan, an island and province of China. Hailamese, of or relating to the linguistic variety under coastal Undermin Chinese of the Sinitic family and its speakers or people of heritage from Hailam. Hailanpao, synonym of Blagoshensk, the Mandarin Chinese derived name. Heller, a district and former county-level city of Helanbur, Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, China. Hel, a surname. Held, simple past and past participle of hail. Hailed down, simple past and past participle of hail down. Hailed from, simple past and past participle of hail from. Haily, a female given name. Hailer, a person who or a device which calls, summons loudly or hails. Hailers, plural of hailer. Hales, Hales Castle in East Lothian, Scotland, the origin of the Baroncy Oscri Ref NT 5775. Halis, second person singular simple present indicative of hail. Haila, third person singular simple present indicative of hail. Haley, a surname from Old English, a spelling variant of Haley. Haley disease, familial benign pemphigus, a genetic disorder that causes blisters on the skin. Halibarian, a pupil of Haileybury and Imperial Service College. Halibarians, plural of Haileyburyan. Haileybury, synonym of Hayley, a village in Hertfordshire, England. Haleys, plural of Haley. Hail fall, an instance of hail falling. Hail falls, plural of hailfall. Hailfellow, alternative form of hailfellow. Hailfellows, plural of hailfellow. Haley, a female given name. Hailing, present participle and gerund of hail. Hailing down, present participle and gerund of hail down. Hailing from, present participle and gerund of hail from. Hailings, plural of hailing. Hell, obsolete spelling of hail. Halite, resembling or characteristic of hail the weather phenomenon. Halakong, alternative letter case form of Hailokong. Hailproof, resistant to hail form of frozen precipitation. Hails, plural of hail. Hails down. Third person singular simple present indicative of hail down. Hails from, Third person singular simple present indicative of hail from. Hail that. Alternative form of hail shaft. Hail that's. Alternative form of hail shafts, plural of hail shaft. Hale M. A civil parish and town, the largest of the 5 towns in Wealdon District, East Sussex, England. Westgrid Ref TQ 5809. Hail thought. Small shot that scatters like hailstones. Hailstone. A surname. Hailstone number. Any number appearing in a sequence described by the Collatz conjecture. Hailstone numbers. Plural of hailstone number. Hailstones. Plural of hailstone. Hailstorm. Alternative form of hailstorm. Hailstorm Alley. An area of South and Central Alberta, Canada where hailstorms frequently occur. Hailstorms. Plural of hailstorm. Halu. A surname from Amharic. Halufang. Haifeng and Lufeng, 2 neighboring council-level divisions in Shanwei, Guangdong, China. Halas. Plural of Halu. Haleweed. The plant daughter. Haley. Containing hail, involving hail falling. Hup. Alternative spelling of chame. Hay-Monk's syndrome. A skin disease characterized by thick, curved fingernails and toenails. Hammon. A surname from German. Haymans. Plural of Haman. Hammon. A district of Nantong, Jiangsu, China, a former council-level city and former county of Nantong, Jiangsu, China. Hamish. Alternative spelling of Hamish. Hamish. Homey. Folksy. Haymovets. A surname. Haymovetses. Plural of Haymovets. Haymura. The American ray-finned fish Hopleus malabaricus. Haymuras. Plural of Haymura. Hen. To hedge or fence in, enclose, protect by hedging. Hen. Hesmat. Henai. A Native American tribe that lived in what is now East Texas. Henong. Synonym of Hanan. The Hainanese-derived name and island off the coast of southern China. Hainanese. Of or relating to the linguistic variety under coastal Min Chinese of the Sinitic family and its speakers or people of heritage from Hainan. Hainan. A province off the coast of southern China, primarily made up of Hainan Island. Capital. Haikou. Hainan gibbon. A Hainan black-breasted gibbon Namescus Hainanus. Hainan gibbons. Plural of Hainan gibbon. Hainan minnow. Hainania serrata, a species of minnow. Hainan minnows. Plural of Hainan minnow. Hainanasai. A particular steroid glycoside. Hainanaeus. Of or relating to the island of Hainan, its people and their diaspora. Hainanese chicken rice. A dish of poached chicken and seasoned rice, served with chili sauce and usually cucumber garnishes, and national dish of Singapore. Hainanese pork chop. A Singaporean dish consisting of a fried breaded pork chop in a tomato-based sauce. Hainault. A suburban area in the borough of Redbridge, in northeastern Greater London, England. Westgrid Ref TQ 4591. Hainaut. A province of Wallonia, Belgium. Hainching. The game of road bowling. Hainaltite. An orthorhombic bisphenol mineral containing calcium, fluorine, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese, niobium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, sulfur, titanium, and zirconium. Hand. Simple past and past participle of Hain. Hans. A surname. Haynesboro. A borough of Alaska, United States. The equivalent of a county in other U.S. states. See also Haines. Haney. A surname from Irish. Haynes. Plural of Haney. Hench. A surname. Henning. Present participle and gerund of Hain. Hainings. Plural of Haining. Hainite. A triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing calcium, fluorine, iron, lanthanum, cerium, praseodymium, neodymium, samarium, manganese, oxygen, silicon, sodium, titanium, and zirconium. Haemon. A surname. Hainline. A surname. Hainlines. Plural of Haimine. Heinous. Obsolete spelling of heinous. Hans. Plural of Hain. Hainsworth. A surname. Hainsworths. Plural of Hainsworth. Haint. Alternative form of haunt. Haint blue. A pale shade of blue or green traditionally used to paint porch ceilings in the southern United States. Hainted. Alternative form of haunted. Hainting. Present participle and gerund of haint. Hence. Plural of haint. Hefai. Acidium. Hi. Alternative form of hake. Hakes. Plural of hake. Ho. A surname. Hairband. Alternative spelling of hairband. Hairbands. Plural of hairband. Hair bobble. Hair tie, scrunchy. Hair bobbles. Plural of hair bobble. Hair bracket. A molding which comes in at the back of, or runs aft from, the figurehead. Hair brackets. Plural of hair bracket. Hairbrush. Alternative form of hairbrush. Hairbrushes. Plural of hairbrush. Hairbrushing. The act of brushing hair. Hairbulb. The end of the hair follicle under the skin, in which there are cells that grow hair. Hair bulbs. Plural of hair bulb. Hair bun. Synonym of bun hairstyle. Hair bundle. A group of cellular processes resembling hair, characteristic of hair cells. Hair bundles. Plural of hair bundle. Hair buns. Plural of hair bun. Hair care. Alternative form of hair care. Hair cell. Any of the sensory receptors of both the auditory system and the vestibular system in all vertebrates. Hair cells. Plural of hair cell. Hair chalk. A substance made from chalk, pigment, and a binding agent used for temporarily coloring the hair. Hair chalks. Plural of hair chalk. Hair clip. A clip to hold back the hair. Hair clips. Plural of hair clip. Hair conditioner. A type of shampoo product that aims to improve the condition of the hair, especially after washing. Hair conditioners. Plural of hair conditioner. Hair curler. Synonym of hair roller. Hair curlers. Plural of hair curler. Hair curling. Alternative form of hair curling. Haircut. Alternative form of haircut. Haircuts. Plural of haircut. Hair divider. A divider capable of delicate adjustment by means of a screw. Hair dividers. Plural of hair divider. Hairdresser. Obsolete form of hairdresser. Hairdressers. Plural of hairdresser. Hair dryer. alternative form of hairdryer. Hair dryers, plural of hair dryer. Hair drop, an ornament worn by men from the Great Lakes and Plains tribes. Hair dryer, a handheld electric device for drying hair by blowing hot air on it. Hair dryers, plural of hair dryer. Hair dye, any of various materials used to dye hair on a head. Hair dyes, plural of hair dye. Hair elastic, synonym of hair tie. Hair elastics, plural of hair elastic. Hair extension, a length of hair which is attached to one's normal hair to make it longer. Hair extensions, plural of hair extension. Hair fairies, plural of hair fairy. Hair fairy, one of a category of gay queens or proto-trans women in the 1960s and 70s who wore their hair long and teased it. Hair follicle, an organ found in mammalian skin residing in the dermal layer of the skin. Hair follicles, plural of hair follicle. Hair fork, a large pronged accessory for holding a hair bun in place. Hair forks, plural of hair fork. Hair gel, a hairstyling product in gel form that hardens the hair, so it stays in a certain hairstyle. Hair gels, plural of hair gel. Hair grass, a grass with very slender leaves or branches as. Hair grip, alternative form of hair grip. Hair grips, plural of hair grip. Hair ice, a type of ice resembling fine, silky hair, forming on dead wood in the presence of certain fungi. Hair in the gate, dirt, debris, or slivers of emulsion in the aperture of a camera or projector. Hair iron, a tool that uses heat to curl, straighten, or crimp a person's head of hair. Hair irons, plural of hair iron. Hair jellies, plural of hair jelly. Hair jelly, the lion's main jellyfish. Hairline, alternative form of hairline. Hairlines, plural of hairline. Hair loss, loss of hair from the head or body due to a medical condition. Hair mask, a cosmetic application similar to a facial mask, but applied to the hair to nourish and moisturize it. Hair masks, plural of hair masked. Hair match, a wrestling match in which the loser undergoes the forfeit of having the head shaved bald. Hair matches, plural of hair match. Hair metal, the lamb metal. Hair moss. That choy, a type of alga. Hair mosses, plural of hair moss. Hairnet, alternative form of hairnet. Hair of the dog, an alcoholic drink, particularly when taken the morning after to cure a hangover. Hair of the dog that bit one, synonym of hair of the dog. Hair oil, a perfumed oil used in dressing the hair. Hair oils, plural of hair oil. Hair out of place, the slightest sign of disorder or unkemptness. Hair pencil, an artist's brush made from a few fine hairs. Hair pencils, plural of hair pencil. Hair pie, the external female genitalia with an unshaven mons veneris. Hair pies, plural of hair pie. Hairpin, alternative form of hairpin. Hairpins, plural of hairpin. Hairpite, a type of long, cylindrical bead from North America used in the creation of personal adornments, principally by Native Americans. Hair pipes, plural of hair pie. Hair plate, an iron plate forming the back of the hearth of a bloomery fire. Hair plates, plural of hair plate. Hair plug, a kind of hair transplant consisting of a portion of hair surgically punched out from one part of the scalp and positioned on another part. Hair plugs, plural of hair plug. Hair powder, a cosmetic powder for dusting the hair to remove grease, etc. Hair powders, plural of hair powder. Hair razor, alternative form of hair razor. Hair razors, plural of hair razor. Hair raising, alternative form of hair raising. Hair remover, any device or substance that is used to remove hair from the body, such as a shaver, wax, etc. Hair removers, plural of hair remover. Hair restorer, a lotion claimed to promote hair growth. Hair restorers, plural of hair restorer. Hair rig, a piece of tackle allowing the bait to be linked to the hook by a thread rather than directly mounted on the hook. Hair rids, plural of hair ray. Hair roller, a small tube that is rolled into a person's hair in order to curl it, making a new hairstyle. Hair rollers, plural of hair roller. Hair salon, the establishment of a beautician or barber. Hair salons, plural of hair salon. Hair salt, alternative spelling of hair salt. Hair salts, plural of hair salt. Hair scale, alternative form of hair scale. Hair scales, plural of hair scale. Hair seal, any of various seals which have coarse hair rather than fur. Hair seals, plural of hair seal. Hair shirt, alternative form of hair shirt. Hair shirts, plural of hair shirt. Hair space, a piece of metal type used to create the narrowest space. Hair spaces, plural of hair space. Hair spray, a usually scented hairstyling product in aerosol form that stiffens the hair so it stays in a certain hairstyle. Hair spray, simple past and past participle of hairspray. Hair spraying, present participle and gerund of hairspray. Hair sprays, plural of hair spray. Hair stick, a small stick for holding a hair bun in place. Hair sticks, plural of hair stick. Hair stone, clear quartz crystal contain colored filaments caused by impurities. Particular kinds are sometimes known as Venus's hair stone or Thetis's hair stone. Hair stones, plural of hair stone. Hair stroke, a fine line drawn out at the top or bottom of a letter. Hair strokes, plural of hair stroke. Hair styling, alternative form of hairstyling. Hair stylist, a barber or beautician. Hair stylists, plural of hair stylists. Hair tie, a circular piece of elastic used to hold hair in place. Hair ties, plural of hair tie. Hair today, gone tomorrow. Hair is only temporary, so it is not a big deal for it to be cut. Hair tonic, a liquid or gelatinous substance applied to the hair on one's head to improve its appearance in various ways. Hair tonics, plural of hair tonic. Hair trigger, alternative form of hair trigger. Hair triggers, plural of hair trigger. Hair twists, a portion of twisted strands of hair forming part of an afro-textured hairstyle somewhat resembling short dreadlocks. Hair twists, plural of hair twists. Hair wax, a thick hairstyling product containing wax, used to assist with holding the hair. Hair waxes, plural of hair wax. Hair's breadth, a very small amount or distance. Hair, initialism of hyperandrogenism, insulin resistance, and acanthosis nigricans used only in the medical term Heron syndrome. Heron syndrome, a rare disease in women which is a subset of polycystic ovary syndrome. Heron syndromes, plural of Heron syndrome. Hair bow, wearing a hair bow. Hair brown, of a color like brown human hair. Hair rush, alternative form of hairbrush. Hair brushes, plural of hairbrush. Hair clip, alternative spelling of hair clip. Hair clips, plural of hair clip. Hair curling, exciting, astonishing, frightening, or horrifying. Hairdresser, archaic form of hairdresser. Hairdressers, plural of hairdresser. Hairdryer, alternative form of hairdryer. Hairdryers, plural of hairdryer. Hairdryer, alternative spelling of hairdryer, alternative spelling of hairdryer. Hairdryers, plural of hairdryer. Hair grip, alternative form of hair grip. Hair grips, plural of hair grip. Hair-like, alternative form of hair-like. Hair on fire, impassioned, eager, wild, crazy, rage-filled, frantic. Hair hive, alternative form of hair pipe. Hair pipes, plural of hair pipe. Hair pulling disorder, synonym of trichotillomania. Hair-raising, something which scares or causes fear, something hair-raising. Hair-raisers, plural of hair-raiser. Hair-raising, causing fear or anxiety, scary. Hair-raisingly, in a hair-raising manner. Hair salt, a habit of epsomite which occurs as silky, hair-like fibers. Hair salts, plural of hair salt. Hair shirt, alternative form of hair shirt. Hair shirted, alternative form of hair shirted. Hair shirts, plural of hair shirt. Hair splitter, alternative form of hair splitter. Hair splitters, plural of hair splitter. Hair splittery, synonym of hair splitting. Hair splitting, the act of finding exceedingly small differences which are probably neither important nor noticeable to most people. Hair splittingly, with exceedingly small differences that are probably neither important nor noticeable to most people. Hair splittings, plural of hair splitting. Hair tidies, plural of hair tidy. Hair tidy, a dish used by women in the past to store the hair that fell while combing, and use it later for a bun, etc. Hair trigger, a trigger that will set off a firearm when even a very small pressure is applied. Hair triggers, plural of hair trigger. Hairball, a small wad of fur or mass of hair formed in the digestive system of a cat or other animal from hair ingested while grooming. Hairballs, plural of hairball. Hairband, a headband. Hairbands, plural of hairband. Hairbell, archaic form of hairbell. Hairbells, plural of hairbell. Hairbird, a chipping sparrow, Spizella passerina. Hairbirds, plural of hairbird. Hairbow, a decorative bow worn in the hair. Hair bow, alternative form of hair bow. Hair bows, plural of hair bow. Hair-brained, misspelling of hair-brained. Hairbreadth, alternative form of hair's breadth, the width of a hair, a very short distance or a very small amount. Hairbreadths, plural of hairbreadth. Hairbrush, a brush used in hair care for brushing, tidying, and detangling hair. Hairbrush, simple past and past participle of hairbrush. Hairbrushes, plural of hairbrush. Hairbrushing, alternative form of hairbrushing. Hairbrushings, plural of hairbrushing. Hairbun, alternative form of hairbun. Hairbuns, plural of hairbun. Haircalf, a material made from the skin, including hair, of a very young or aborted calf. Haircalf, any of various mosses of the family Palatraceae. Haircaps, plural of haircap. Haircare, the care and treatment of the hair. Hairclip, alternative spelling of hairclip. Hairclips, plural of hairclip. Haircloth, cloth made of the mane or tail hairs of a horse. Haircloths, plural of haircloth. Haircoats, the coat of hair on the skin of certain animals. Haircoats, plural of haircoat. Hair color, artificial hair coloring. Hair colors, plural of hair color. Hair curling, alternative form of hair curling. Haircut, the act of cutting of the hair often done professionally by a barber, hairstylist, or beautician. Haircut band, a musical group that achieves success based on physical appearance rather than musical talent. Haircut bands, plural of haircut band. Haircuts, plural of haircut. Haircutter, having a specified kind of haircut. Haircutter, one who cuts hair, a barber or hairdresser. Haircutters, plural of haircutter. Haircutting, the act or service of cutting hair. Haircuttings, plural of haircutting. Hairdo, a hairstyle. Hairdo, having a specified kind of hairdo. Hairdont, a bad hairdo. Hairdonts, plural of hairdon. Howdo, alternative spelling of hairdo. Hairdos, plural of hairdo. Hairdos, plural of hairdo. Hairdress, a hairstyle. Hairrest, simple past and past participle of hairdress. Hairdresser, a person who cuts or styles hair as an occupation or profession. Hairdressers, a hairdresser shop. Hairdressers, plural of hairdresser. Hairdressers, plural of hairdressers. Hairdressers, plural of hairdress. Hairdressing, the washing, coloring, cutting, and styling of the hair, the art or trade of a hairdresser. Hairdressing salon, an establishment where customers can have their hair cut, washed, styled, or dyed by a hairdresser. Hairdressing salons, plural of hairdressing salon. Hairdressings, plural of hairdressing. Hairdryer, alternative form of hairdryer. Hairdryers, plural of hairdryer. Hairdryer, a small electrical appliance for drying hair by generating a stream of hot air. Hairdryer treatment, a confrontation where someone stands stands very close to a subordinate and lambasts them very loudly. Hairdryer treatments. Plural of hairdryer treatment. Hairdryers. Plural of hairdryer. Ho. A surname. How. Bearing one's own hair as grown and yet attached, neither bald nor hairless. Hairness. The state or quality of having a particular type of hair. How. Consisting or made of hair. That. Plural of hair. Hairfall. Hair loss. The visible falling out of hair. Hairfield. A surname. Hairfluencer. A social media celebrity whose account focuses on hairstyles or haircare products. Hairfluencers. Plural of hairfluencer. Hairful. Characterized by fullness of hair. Hairy. Hairfuls. Plural of hairful. Harries. A 1993 controversy around allegations that Bill Clinton's haircut aboard Air Force One delayed air traffic. Hairgrass. Any of various grasses thought to resemble hair, including those of genera Ira, Dischampsia, Coleria, and others. Hairgrasses. Plural of hairgrass. Hairgrip. A flat hairpin having two prongs that hold bobbed hair together. Hairgrips. Plural of hairgrip. Hairhound. Alternative form of whorehound. Harry. Comparative form of hairy, more hairy. Harris. Superlative form of hairy, most hairy. Hairily. In a hairy manner. Hairiness. The characteristic of being hairy. Hairinesses. Plural of hairiness. Hairy. Present participle and gerund of hair. Herons. Plural of herring. Hairism. Discrimination based on a person's hair type. Harris. One who discriminates against people based on their hairstyle or hair color. Harists. Plural of Harris. Hairless. Destitute of hair. Hairlesses. Plural of hairless. Hairlessly. Without hair. Hairlessness. The condition or quality of being hairless. Hairless. A small or slender hair. Hairlets. Plural of hairlet. Hairlets. Any of various surgical procedures to encourage hair growth or give the appearance of a fuller head of hair. Hairlets. Plural of hairless. Hairlie. Resembling hair, having the texture, consistency, or appearance of hair. Hairline. The line along one's forehead where hair starts growing. Hairline. Having one or more hairline cracks. Hairlines. Plural of hairline. Hairlining. The presence of hairline cracks in ceramics, etc. Hairlock. A lock of hair. Hairlocks. Plural of hairlock. Hairlore. Knowledge about hair. Hair folklore. Hair loss. Alternative form of hair loss. Hairmageddon. An instance in which one's hair is unsightly or out of control. Hairmageddons. Plural of hairmageddon. Hairmonger. A person who traded in hair for stuffing, cushions, etc. Hairmongers. Plural of hairmonger. Hairmyres. A suburb of East Kilbride, South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 6053. Hairnet. A net designed to keep hair up and out of the way. For example, while cooking. Hairnets. Plural of hairnet. Hairnetted. Wearing a hairnet. Hairpiece. A false substitute for a person's hair, a toupee or wig. Hairpieces. Plural of hairpiece. Hairpin, a pin or fastener for the hair. Hairpin bend, an acute curve, often one of a series in a road, especially on a steep incline. Hairpin bends, plural of hairpin bend. Hairpin curve, synonym of hairpin bend. Hairpin curves, plural of hairpin curve. Hairpin transfer, transfer of genetic information from a strand of nucleic acid that terminates in a hairpin ribozyme by first detaching one side of the base of the hairpin so that hairpin is flattened out before making the RNA copy. Hairpin transfers, plural of hairpin transfer. Hairpin turn, synonym of hairpin bend. Hairpin turns, plural of hairpin turn. Hairband, wearing hairpins. Hairpins, plural of hairpin. Hairpipe, alternative form of hairpipe. Hairpipes, plural of hairpipe. Hairplay, the act of playing with one's own or someone else's hair, usually on the head. Hairplay, the act of plucking out one or more hairs. Hairplex, plural of hairpluck. Hairpuller, one who pulls the hair. Hairpullers, plural of hairpuller. Hairpulling, the pulling of one's own or another's hair. Hair raising, alternative form of hair raising. S, plural of hair. Hairs in the gate, plural of hair in the gate. Hair's breadths, plural of hair's breadth. Hairy breadth, alternative form of hair's breadth, a very short distance or a very small amount as is the width of a hair. Hair's breadths, plural of hair's breadth. Hair scale, a scale that is long and thin, resembling a hair. Hair scales, plural of hair scale. Hair sedge, a sedge of the genus Bulbostilies. Hairyat, the hard filamentous part of a hair, extending above the skin surface. Hairshafts, plural of hairshafts. Hairshirt, a shirt made of haircloth, especially one worn by ascetics or the penitent. Hairshirted, wearing a hairshirt. Hairets, plural of hairshirt. Hair sign, a surname. Hair slide, a clip that is used to keep a woman's hair in position. Hair slides, plural of hair slide. Hair split, to make fine distinctions concerning. Hair splits, third person singular simple present indicative of hair split. Hair splitter, a stickler person who makes extremely, possibly excessively, fine distinctions, who would separate something as fine as a hair into two pieces and distinguish them. Hair splitters, plural of hair splitter. Hair splitting, the act of considering or arguing about fine details or worrying about minutiae. Hair splittings, plural of hair splitting. Hairspray, alternative form of hairspray. Hairspray, simple past and past participle of hairspray. Hairspraying, present participle and gerund of hairspray. Hairsprays, plural of hairspray. Hairspring, a spring made of a coil of fine wire that is used to regulate the movement of a balance wheel in a watch. Hairsprings, plural of hairspring. Hairston, a surname. Hairstone, alternative spelling of hairstone. Hairstones, plural of hairstone. Hairstons, plural of hairston. Hairstreak, any of many butterflies of the subfamily Theclinae that have hair-like projections on the back wings. Hairstreaks, plural of hairstreak. Hairstring, a textile made from spun hair, traditionally made by Australian Aborigines. Hairstyle, the style in which someone's hair has been cut and arranged. Hairstyled, having a hairstyle of some specified kind. Hairstyler, hairstylist, hairdresser. Hairstylers, plural of hairstyler. Hairstyles, plural of hairstyle. Hairstyling, the act or process of styling hair. Hairstylings, plural of hairstyling. Hairstylists, a hairdresser. Hairstylists, plural of hairstylists. Hirsute, acorn of hirsute. Hairsweath, hairsbreadth, a very short distance or a very small amount as is the width of a hair. Hairsweaths, plural of hairswit. Haredale, any of a number of species of marine fishes of the family Trichiuridae, long, band-like, with a slender, pointed tail. Haredales, plural of hairtail. Hairta, the community of hairstylists and haircare influencers on TikTok. Hairwash, the act of washing the hair on a person's head. Hairwashes, plural of hairwash. Hairwashing, the washing of hair. Hairwashings, plural of hairwashing. Hairwear, accessories to be worn in the hair. Hairweaving, the transplantation of hair onto the scalp by weaving it into the existing hair, sometimes to disguise baldness. Hairwee, the plant daughter. Hairray, a kind of fishing fly with wings made from hair. Hairwings, plural of hairwing. Hairwork, jewelry made from human hair. Hairworker, one who makes jewelry from human hair. Hairworkers, plural of hairworker. Hairworking, the process of making jewelry from human hair. Hairworks, plural of hairwork. Hairworm, a nematomorph. Hairworms, plural of hairworm. Hair, having a lot of body hair. Hair, a purposeful flaw or obvious mistake introduced, usually to a graphic design, in order to bait or divert the attention of a boss or client who might otherwise focus on harder to fix or less trivial mistakes. Hairy armadillo. Certain species of armadillo found in South America. Hairy armadillos, plural of hairy armadillo. Hairyms, plural of hairy arm. Hairy ball theorem, a theorem stating that there is no non-vanishing continuous tangent vector field on the sphere. Colloquially, that you can't comb a hairy ball flat without creating a cowlick. Hairy balls, the plant Gomphocarpus physocarpus. Hairy canaries, plural of hairy canary. Hairy canary. The penis. Hairy cell, a kind of malignant B cell and an uncommon form of leukemia of unknown cause, having a hairy appearance under the microscope. Hairy cells, plural of hairy cell. Hairy click beetle, the click beetle Synaptus filiformis. Hairy click beetles, plural of hairy click beetle. Hairy darling pea, synonym of darling pea. Hairy darling peas, plural of hairy darling pea. Hairy elbow syndrome, synonym of hypertrichosis cubitis. Parietal, a look askance at someone, a look of disdain or skepticism. Hairy eyeballs, plural of hairy eyeball. Hairy frog, a species of frog, Trichobatrachus robustus, found in Central Africa that has dermal papillae on the skin. Hairy frogs, plural of hairy frog. Hairy hedgehog, a gymnure. Hairy hedgehogs, plural of hairy hedgehog. Hairy leukoplakia, the presence of a white patch on the side of the tongue with a corrugated or hairy appearance caused by Epstein-Barr virus. Hairy leukoplakias, plural of hairy leukoplakia. Hairy mollies, plural of hairy molly. Hairy molly, a hairy caterpillar. Hairy nightshade, any of certain species of Nightshade solanum with stems, leaves, or other parts with hairs. Hairy nightshades, plural of hairy nightshade. Hairy panic, a grass Panicum effusum native to Australia. Hairy spider orchid, Caladinia villicissima, a Victorian orchid native to Australia. Hairy spider orchids, plural of hairy spider orchid. Hairy willow herb, Epilobium hirsutum, a flowering plant native to much of Eurasia and introduced elsewhere. Hairy woodpecker, a species of woodpecker, Leucanatopicus villosus. Hairy dwarf lemur, a nocturnal lemur, Alospis trichodes. Hairy dwarf lemurs, plural of hairy dwarf lemur. Hairy-soled kineret, money rat. Hairy-soled kinerets, plural of hairy-soled kineret. Hairy-tailed mole, any of species Parascalops brueri of medium-sized North American mole having dark gray fur with lighter underparts, a pointed nose and a short, hairy tail. Hairyback, a gastrotrich. Hairybacks, plural of hairyback. Hairfish, Murapina esau, a fish in the family Cetomymidae with unusual fins resembling thorns or hairs. Hairfiches, plural of hairfish. Hairiness, alternative spelling of hairiness. Hairytail mole, Parascalops brueri, a medium-sized North American mole. Hairytail moles, plural of hairytail mole. Haitianwai, synonym of Vladivostok, the Mandarin Chinese-derived name. Haitianwai, synonym of Vladivostok, the Mandarin Chinese-derived name. Haisla, an indigenous people living in Kitimat, British Columbia, Canada. Haislet, a surname. Hazelets, plural of Hayslip. Hazen, a city and reign of Vinnytsia Oblast, in western Ukraine. Hedek, a district of Sania, Hainan, China. Heit, alternative form of H. Heichas, plural of H. He, a surname. Hey Dach, a surname. Hey Dax, plural of Haithcock. Haith, plural of Haith. Haiti, a country in the Caribbean, official name, Republic of Haiti. Hut, alternative spelling of Haiti. Haitian, a person from Haiti or of Haitian descent. Haitian Creole, a language spoken in Haiti, developed first as a Creole based on French and several West African languages. Haitian Va-Down culture language, a specialized vocabulary perhaps not strictly a language used in Haiti for religion, song, and dance purposes. Haitianism, Haitian nationalism. Haitianization, the process of making something Haitian. Haitianize, to make Haitian. Haitianize, simple past and past participle of Haitianize. Haitianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Haitianize. Haitianizing, present participle and gerund of Haitianize. Haitianness, quality of being Haitian. Haitians, plural of Haitian. Havoran, a city in Kirovohrad Oblast in central Ukraine. Haley, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and uranium. Haixi, a Mongol and Tibetan autonomous prefecture in Qinghai, China. Haya, an exclamation of exasperation said especially when a bad event occurs. Haiyan, a county of Hebei, Qinghai, China. Haiyuan, a county of Jianghui, Ningxia Autonomous Region, China. Hez, Asai. Heizhou, a district of Lianyungang, Jiangsu, China. Heizhou, a district of Guangzhou, Guangdong, China. Ad, alternative spelling of Hajj. Hajar. Synonym of Alasa. Hadizu, a surname from Hungarian. Hajj-Duchenne syndrome, a rare autosomal dominant congenital disorder of the connective tissue, characterized by severe and excessive bone resorption leading to osteoporosis and other symptoms. Hadida, a surname from Polish. Hajdux, plural of Hajduk. Hadithes, plural of Hajdu. Hajj, the Egyptian cobra, Najahaj. Hadin, a domesticated camel or dromedary used for riding. Hajins, plural of Hajin. Hajdek, a surname. Haydex, plural of Hajik. Heads, plural of Hajj. Hadi, a surname. Hajj, an official of a Muslim court of varied importance, initially controlling access to the caliph but later very powerful, a chamberlain. Hajjads, plural of Hajib. Hajjalij, the tree Balanites Egyptiaca from which Zakun is derived. Hajibor, former name of Diamond Harbour town and municipality in West Bengal, India. Hadiz, plural of Haji. Had, the pilgrimage to Mecca made by pious Muslims, one of the 5 pillars of Islam. Hada, a female Haji. Hajjaz, plural of Hajja. Hajjau, a member of an ethnic group of North India and Pakistan, traditionally working as barbers. Hajjams, plural of Hajjam. Hajjan, synonym of cameleer, a camel-mounted soldier. Hajjane, plural of Hajjan. Hajjans, plural of Hajjan. Hajar, a surname. Hajars, plural of Hajar. Hadi, one who participates in the Hajj. Hadis, plural of Haji. Hadis, plural of Hajj. Hadi, a Muslim who has participated in a Hajj. Hadis, plural of Haji. Hajinal line, an imaginary line drawn between St. Petersburg in Russia and Trieste in Italy, sometimes thought to divide Europe into 2 areas characterized by different levels of nuptiality, with lower marriage and fertility rates to the west and higher rates to the east. Hajnoka, a town in Podlaski Voivodeship, Poland. Hajai, a member of an ethno-linguistic group living in northeastern Bangladesh and in the West Bengal, Meghalaya, Assam, and Arunachal Pradesh states of India. Hajangs, plural of Hajang. Hadise, a surname. Hajtamari, a surname from Farsi. Ah, a surname. Ata, a group dance of New Zealand's Maori people featuring rhythmic chanting, vigorous facial and arm movements, and foot stamping. Traditionally a war dance, today it is also performed to welcome guests as a mark of respect at occasions such as commemorations and funerals, as a challenge to opposing teams at sports events, and for artistic purposes. Hathedal, a village and parish in Nithedal municipality, Akershus, Norway. Hakadosh, Baruch Hu, God, literally the Holy One, blessed be He. Ated, simple past and past participle of Haka. Hataha, a circular religious procession traditionally practiced on Sinchat Torah. Hagaat, a procession of people making circuit around something. Hagaha, alternative form of Hakafat. Hacking, present participle and gerund of haka. Hara, an arbitrator. Hakama, a type of traditional Japanese clothing resembling very wide pleated trousers. Hakamata, a surname from Japanese. Hakams, plural of hakam. Hakansen, a surname from Swedish in turn from Old Norse. Hackensons, plural of Hackenson. Hakape, alternative form of Hakapick. Hakape, a hunting implement, a long pole with a pick and hammer on the end, used by sealers to bludgeon seals and drag their carcasses to the sealing boat. Hakapex, plural of Hakapick. Hakari, an elaborate feast in Maori culture. Hakaris, plural of Hakari. Haktor, an Icelandic food, cured fermented shark with a strong ammonious smell. Hagas, plural of Haka. Hava, a traditional Cantonese shrimp dumpling. Hakawati, a public storyteller in Arab culture. Hakawatis, plural of Hakawati. Hi, a surname. Hagstame, forkbeer. Hagia, a shrub of the genus Hagia of Australia. Hagias, plural of Hagia. Hite, a pike fish. Hates, plural of hate. Hakim, a surname from Arabic. Hakims, plural of Hakim, alternative spelling of Hakims. Hakelike, resembling or characteristic of a hake fish. Hagim, a reducible, compact, and containing a non-delta paralleling compressible surface besides a sphere or disk. Hakenkreuz, the swastika that is used as a Nazi symbol. Hakenkreuzes, plural of Hakenkreuz. Hikes, plural of hake. Hakisha, an endangered Jewish Romance language spoken in North Africa. Hackathon, alternative form of Akatan. Hackathons, plural of hackathon. Hakewell, a surname. Hakewells, plural of Hakewell. Hatha, a town in Chin State, Myanmar. Hatta, a wise man or scholar. Hakhamam, plural of Hakam. Hakams, plural of Hakam. Haktal, the mitzvah commandment to assemble the Jewish people to hear the Torah, Deuteronomy 30:1-12. Hakshara, Zionist training in preparation for emigration to Israel and subsequent life in a kibbutz. Hakira, alternative form of Hakshara. Haka, a surname from Arabic. Hakimi, a surname. Hakimian, a surname from Persian. Hakimians, plural of Hakimian. Hakimes, plural of Hakimi. Hakims, plural of Hakim. Haking, present participle and gerund of hake. Hatite, an isometric hextetrahedral gray-brown mineral containing antimony, arsenic, copper, mercury, selenium, and sulfur. Heptha, of or relating to the Hakka-Kejia Chinese letter Kejia, an ethnic group of the Han Chinese. Hakka noodle, a kind of stir-fried rice or egg noodle dish in Indo-Chinese cuisine. Hakkahat, alternative form of Hakkafat. Hakkahat, alternative form of Hakkafat. Hakkaneas, of or relating to the Hakka people. Hakkapliita, a Finnish light cavalryman during the 30 Years' War. Hakkapliitas, plural of Hakkapliita. Hakkari, a province in far southeastern Turkey, overwhelmingly Kurdish. Hakkas, plural of Hakka. Hakkanen, a surname from Finnish. Haklite, a surname. Hackleitian, of or pertaining to Richard Hakluyt c.1552-1616, English writer who promoted the settlement of North America. Hakko, a Pawnee Indian ceremony celebrating the union of earth and heaven and the genesis of life. Hethak, a transliteration of the Armenian male given name Hakob Hakub. Hakdidian, a surname from Armenian, equivalent to English Jacobs or Jacobson. Hakkibians, plural of Hakkabien. Hakkode, a port city in Ashima Subprefecture, Hokkaido Prefecture, Japan. Hakomi, a form of body-centered somatic psychotherapy developed in the 1970s. Hakkos, plural of Hakko. Haks, plural of Hak. Havu, a three-ply braid incorporating additional materials used in making lei. Hakule, a lei Hawaiian flower garland worn on a head. Hakules, plural of Hakule. Hakuna Matata, no worries, take it easy. Hakunila, a district of Vantaa, Finland. Hakure, a type of round, white turnip from Japan. Hakure is, plural of Hakure. Hakusen, a city in Ishikawa Prefecture, Japan. Hakwan, alternative form of Hagwon. Hakwans, plural of Hakwan. Out, acronym of hardware abstraction layer. Out, a diminutive of the male given names Henry, Harold, and Harry. Out, simple past and past participle of hail. Al, Pandanus tectorius, is screw pine native to Malaysia, Eastern Australia, and the Pacific Islands. Hallow, alternative spelling of Howell. Hallow, synonym of Aleppo. Halabi, a surname from Arabic. Halabes, plural of Halabi. Halabia, a town in the Kurdish part of Iraq that was attacked with chemical weapons by Iraqi Air Force jets in March 1988. Halakarid, any member of the Halakaridae family of mites. Halach Uinik, a Mayan governor either pre-conquest or colonial. Halach Uiniks, plural of Halach Uinik. Halacha, a law or tradition by which Jews live. They are derived from the Torah and from later rabbinic literature. Halata, alternative form of halacha. Halachas, plural of halacha. Halakha, of or pertaining to halacha Jewish law. Halachically, in halakhic manner, i.e. within the bounds of Jewish law. Halachos, plural of halacha. Halachas, plural of halacha. Halachas, plural of halacha. Halacronate, a particular fungicide. Halavian, of or relating to the Mesopotamian Neolithic Halaf culture. Halakha, alternative form of halakha. Halakas, plural of halakha. Halakha, alternative spelling of halacha. Halakas, plural of halakha. Halakhic, alternative spelling of halakhic. Halakhically, alternative spelling of halakhically. Halakis, a Jewish person who strictly adheres to halakhic and Talmudic laws. Halakiste, of or relating to the halakists. Halakists, plural of halakists. How that goes? Plural of halakha. Halakai, plural of halakha. Halakai, plural of halakha. Halakhi, alternative form of halakhic. Halakis, alternative form of halakist. Halakis, plural of halakis. Halakai, plural of halakha. Hal, allowable according to Muslim religious customs to have or do. Halal cart, a food cart which serves halal food, particularly platters or gyros containing chicken, lamb, or other protein with a side of rice and salad. Halal carts, plural of halal cart. Halal snack pack, a fast food dish consisting of halal certified doner kebab meat, chips, cheese, and a variety of sauces, usually chili, garlic, and barbecue. Halal snack packs, plural of halal snack pack. Halal syndrome, a rare disorder characterized by microcephaly, cleft palate, and other anomalies. Halala, a wedli is temporary marriage to a stranger undertaken prior to remarriage to an ex, that is to make the remarriage halal, or the woman halala f to marry. Halal, alternative form of halala. Halalas, plural of halala. Halalas, plural of halala. Halalture, alternative form of halalcore. Halaltures, plural of halalture. Halalper, alternative form of halalcore. Halalpor, a sweeper or scavenger, a person of very low caste. Halalcores, plural of halalcore. Halalkers, plural of halalker. Haleld, simple past and past participle of hal. Halalify, simple past and past participle of halalify. Halalifies, third person singular simple present indicative of halalify. Halalify, to make halal. Halalifying, present participle and gerund of halalify. Halaling, present participle and gerund of halal. Halalization, alternative spelling of halalization. Halalization, the act or process of making something halal. Halalize, to make something halal. Halalize, simple past and past participle of halalize. Halalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of halalize. Halalizing, present participle and gerund of halalize. Halal, simple past and past participle of halal. Halaling, present participle and gerund of howl. Howlness. The quality of being howl. Howls. Third person singular simple present indicative of howl. Howled. Synonym of salling. This name is used more in Laos. Howlant. A diacritic used in most writing systems of the Indian subcontinent to signify the lack of an inherent vowel. Howlants. Plural of howlant. Jalapeno. Misspelling of jalapeno. Jalapenos. Misspelling of jalapenos. Plural of jalapeno. Jalapenos. Misspelling of jalapenos. Plural of jalapeno. Halakha. A religious gathering to study Islam and the Quran. Halakha. Alternative form of halakha. Halakas. Plural of halakha. Halakas. Plural of halakha. Halarachinid. Any mite in the family Halarachinidae. Halarachinids. Plural of Halarachinin. Halas. Plural of Hala. Havas. A surname from Hungarian. Halasis. Plural of Halas. Hawasal. A hot, spicy paprika-based river fish soup which originates from Hungary. Halatinus. Saline, salty. Halation. The action of light surrounding some object as if making a halo. Halations. Plural of halation. Haladotelechelix polymer. Any polymer having repeat units that have stable ionizable N groups such as carboxylate anion or quaternary ammonium cation. Haladotelechelix polymers. Plural of haladotelechelix polymer. Halatopolymer. An ionic polymer formed by the reaction of a linear polymer containing carboxylic or similar N groups with divalent metal cations. Halatopolymers. Plural of halatopolymer. Halo. A school or group of hula dancers. Halos. Plural of halo. Haloxythane. The herbicide Formino, 3-chloro-6-4-chloro-2-fluoro-3-methoxyphene L-pyridine, 2-carboxylic acid. Halava. Alternative form of hava. Halava. Alternative spelling of hava. Halawa. A census-designated place in Honolulu County, Hawaii, United States. Halloway. Alternative form of hava. Halawi. A soft, sweet, small to medium-sized, ate the fruit. Halawis. Plural of halawi. Halisbam. A benzodiazepine drug used to treat obesity. Halazone. P-sulfondichloraminobenzoic acid, a disinfectant used to sterilize water. Halozones. Plural of halazone. Halbot array. An arrangement of permanent magnets that augments the magnetic field on one side of the array while canceling the field to near zero on the other side. Halbot arrays. Plural of Halbot array. Halby. A suburban village east of Dunfermline, Fife Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 1288. Halberd. A two-handed pole weapon, consisting of a long pole with an axe-like blade mounted on it at a right angle like an axe, not on the tip like a spear, and opposite the blade typically is spike or hook. Halberded. Armed with a halberd. Halberdier. A soldier armed with a halberd. Halberdiers. Plural of halberdier. Halberd leaf yellow-violet. Viola histata, principally of the woodlands of the Appalachians and nearby areas. Halberd leaf yellow-violets. Plural of halberd leaf yellow-violet. Halberdman, a man armed with a halberd. Halberdman, plural of halberdman. Halberds, plural of halberd. Halberdsman, alternative form of halberdman. Halberdsman, plural of halberdsman. Halber, a surname. Halbers, plural of halber. Halberject, alternative form of haberject. Halberjects, plural of halberject. Halberstadt, a town, the administrative seat of Harz district, Saxony-Anhalt, Germany. Halberstadt, plural of Halberstadt. Halberstam, a surname. Halberstams, plural of Halberstam. Halbert, a surname. Halberton, a village and civil parish in Mid-Devon district, Devon, England. OS grid ref SD 0012. Halberts, plural of Halbert. Halfinger, a surname. Halfingers, plural of Halfinger. Halpai, an Indo-Aryan language spoken in the Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra states of India. Halbur, a surname. Halbooks, a surname. Halbookses, plural of Halbrooks. Halber, a surname. Halders, plural of Halber. Halcombed, NEC and in the family Halcomhidae. Halcombeds, plural of Halcompid. Halcompoid, NEC anemone of the genus Halcompoids. Halcompoids, plural of Halcompoid. Halpira, alternative form of Harkara. Halpira, alternative form of Harkara. Halcaris, plural of Halcara. Halcaris, plural of Halcara. Halchithoma, an Indian tribe now living mostly on the Salt River Reservation, but formerly native to the area along the lower Colorado River in California and Arizona. Halcynoni, a particular therapeutic glucocorticoid. Hausen, brand name for triazolam. Halcombe, a surname. Halcombs, plural of Halcombe. Halgro, a surname. Halcyon, a kingfisher whose nesting by the sea was said, in classical mythology, to cause the gods to restrain the wind and waves. Halcyon days, period of calm during the winter when storms do not occur. Halcyonian, halcyon, calm. Halcyon, a tree kingfisher in the family Halcyonidae. Halcyonids, plural of Halcyone. Halcyonoi, alternative form of Alcyonoi. Halcyonoids, plural of Halcyonoi. Halcyass, plural of Halcyon. Haldane, a surname from Old Norse. Haldane effect, the ability of hemoglobin to carry increased amounts of carbon dioxide in a deoxygenated state as opposed to the oxygenated state. Haldane effects, plural of Haldane effect. Haldane principle, the idea that decisions about how to spend research funds should be made by researchers rather than politicians. Haldane's law, synonym of Haldane's rule. Haldane's rule, an observation about the early stage of speciation, stating that if in a species hybrid only one sex is inviable or sterile, that sex is more likely to be the heterogametic sex. Haldens, plural of Haldane. Haldeman, a surname. Halder, a surname. Helderberg, a municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Helderman, a surname. Heldermans, plural of Helderman. Helders, plural of Helder. Haldi, synonym of turmeric. Haltin, alternative form of Chaldean language. Haldimand, a surname. Haldimand County, a municipality with city status on the north shore of Lake Erie, Ontario, Canada. Haldimand, plural of Haldimand. Halda, Halopradal. Haldals, plural of Haldal. Halton, a ridge of high ground in Devon, England, between the rivers Exe and Tyne. Hell, a topographic surname from Old English. Hale and hearty, alternative form of hale and hearty, in a state of robust good health. Hale and heartily, in a hale and hearty manner. Hale and heartiness, the state or quality of being hale and hearty. Hale and hearty, in a state of robust good health. Hale Center, a city in Hale County, Texas, United States. Hale County, one of 67 counties in Alabama, United States. County seat, Greensboro, named after Stephen F. Hale. Hale End, a suburban area in the borough of Waltham Forest, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3991. Hale Kala, a large shield volcano in eastern Maui, Hawaii, USA. Halab, alternative form of Halab. Halabian, a surname from Armenian. Halabians, plural of Halabian. Halchinicid, any tardigrade in the family Halchinicidae. Halze, any hydroid in the family Halcidae. Halzids, plural of Halcia. Halcomorph, any mostly extinct fish of the clade Halcomorphi. Halcomorphs, plural of Halcomorph. Halcostum, any fish of the clade Halcostomi, including bowfins and most ray-finned fishes. Halcostomes, plural of Halcostome. Halgris, a kind of light armor protecting the bust, used in the 16th century, usually thought to have been a corselet or light cuirass. Halgrits, plural of Halgrit. Held, simple past and past participle of hail. However, a stew-like dish traditionally consisting of wheat, mutton, spices, and other ingredients, popular in the Middle East, Central Asia, and the Indian subcontinent. Haleo, one of the largest towns in the North Shore area of Honolulu County, Hawaii. Helen, a village in Halen, Hasselt, Limburg, Belgium. Haleness, the state or quality of being hale. Haler, comparative form of hail, more hail. Halers, plural of haler. Halaru, plural of haler. Els, a village in Loggerheads Parish, Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7. Hale's Jewett theorem, a fundamental combinatorial result of Rancy theory concerning the degree to which high-dimensional objects must necessarily exhibit some combinatorial structure and cannot be completely random. Halesia, any of the genus Halesia of American shrubs with white flowers. Haleas, plural of Halesia. Halesome, wholesome, healthy. Halesowen, a town in the metropolitan borough of Dudley, West Midlands, England, previously in Worcestershire and historically an Slave of Shropshire OS Grid Ref So 9683. Hailest. Superlative form of hail, most hail. Halesworth. A market town and civil parish with a town council in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in Waveney District OS Grid Ref TM 3877. Hallow. Abbreviation of High-Low enriched uranium of 5%, 20% enrichment. Hallow. Plural of Hallow. Halewood. A town in the metropolitan borough of Knowsley, Merseyside, England OS Grid Ref SJ 4485. Haley. A surname from Old English, variant of Haley, a common spelling variant of Haley. Haleys. Plural of Haley. One of two usually roughly equal parts into which anything may be divided, or considered as divided. Half a brain. A very basic or minimal level of intelligence. Half a chance. Synonym of half chance. Half a dozen. 6, often used approximatively. Half a grunter. As sixpence. Half a head. Synonym of half a brain. Half a loaf is better than no bread. Alternative form of half a loaf is better than none. Half a loaf is better than no loaf. Alternative form of half a loaf is better than none. Half a loaf is better than none. Something is better than nothing. Some reward, achievement, result, etc. is preferable to none at all. Half a mind. A moderate inclination. Half a mo. A brief time, a jiffy. Half adder. A specific logic circuit that performs an addition operation on 2 bits. Half adders. Plural of half adder. Half again. 1.5 times 150%. Half an eye. A minimal amount of attention. Half an hour. 30 minutes. Half an f. In equal parts, half. An ass. Plural of half and half. Half-ass. Danager. Half-asses. Plural of half-ass. Half-aunt. A half-sister of one's parent. Half-aunts. Plural of half-aunt. Half-baked. Alternative spelling of half-baked. Half-bath. Clipping of half-bathroom. Half-bathroom. A residential bathroom with a toilet and usually a sink, but no shower or bathtub. Half-bathrooms. Plural of half-bathroom. Half-baths. Plural of half-bath. Half-binding. A style of book binding in which only the back and corners are in leather. Half-bindings. Plural of half-binding. Half-birthday. The day halfway in between 2 consecutive birthdays. Half-birthdays. Plural of half-birthday. Half-blood. A person who shares one parent with another, a half-sibling. Half-bloods. Plural of half-blood. Half-blue. Sporting colors that are awarded by a university or other institution for sporting achievement at a lower level or in a more minor sport than that required to receive full blue, especially and originally at Oxford and Cambridge University in England. Half-blues. Plural of half-blue. Half-board. A hotel rate that includes accommodation, breakfast and dinner, but no meal at lunch time. Half-boards. Plural of half-board. Half-brethren. Plural of half-brother. Half-brother. A male sibling sharing a single parent, as distinguished from a full brother or brother German. From a step-brother, or from a brother-like figure such as a blood brother. Half-brother-in-law. The half-brother of one's spouse. Half-brothers. Plural of half-brother. Half-brothers-in-law. Plural of half-brother-in-law. Half-butt. an extra long snooker cue and bridge used to reach the cue ball when at the far end of the table. Half butts, plural of half butt. Half cadence, a cadence that moves up from a tonic, supertonic, mediant, or subdominant chord to a dominant triad. Half cadences, plural of half cadence. Half cap, a small salute with a cap. Half caps, plural of half cap. Half cell, either of the two parts of an electrochemical cell containing an electrode and an electrolyte. Half cells, plural of half cell. Half cent, a coin of the United States worth $0.005 and minted at certain times from 1793 to 1857. Half cents, plural of half cent. Half columnar, semicolumnar. Half court, a game of basketball played on half of the court. Generally, a player or team has to dribble the ball to the half-court line in order to get the chance to score points. Half cousin, the son or daughter of one's half-uncle or half-aunt, a relative with one common grandparent. Half cousins, plural of half cousin. Half crown, alternative form of half crown. Half crowns, plural of half crown. Half cut, rather drunk. Half day, a school day when the students are released early. Half days, plural of half day. Half dead, alternative form of half dead. Half deck, alternative form of half deck. Half decks, plural of half deck. Half dime, a coin formerly minted in the United States, valued at 5 cents. It was discontinued in 1873. Half dimes, plural of half dime. Half dozen, a set of 6. Half dozens, plural of half dozen. Half duplex, synonym of semiduplex. Half eagle, a gold coin with a face value of $5, formerly used in the United States, 1/2 the value of the U.S. eagle coin. Half eagles, plural of half eagle. Half empty, synonym of half full. Half fare, a charge of half the usual or standard fare for a journey on public transport, available to certain groups such as children and senior citizens. Half fares, plural of half fare. Half free, plural of half foot. Half first cousin, alternative form of half first cousin. Half first cousins, plural of half first cousin. Half foot, half of a metrical foot. Half forward, an attacking player who plays between the midfielders and forwards. Half forwards, plural of half forward. Half fuck, alternative form of half fuck. Half full, holding about half of the full capacity. Half jib, alternative form of half jib. Half jips, plural of half jib. Half glove, a form of glove that covers the fingers and most of the hand but not the thumb, or one that leaves the ends of the fingers exposed. Half gloves, plural of half glove. Half gross, 72. Half grosses, plural of half gross. Half jib, a move in contradancing related to the gypsy. Half jips, plural of half jip. Half hitch, a knot or hitch made by passing the end of the rope once around the standing part or other rope. Half hitches, plural of half hitch. Half hour, alternative spelling of half hour. Half hours, plural of half hour. Half in the bag, mildly drunk or nearly drunk. Half inch, a length of half of an inch. Half inches, plural of half inch. Half João, a Portuguese gold coin worth 3,200 reais, formerly current in North America. Half Joãos, plural of half Joe. Half joke, a statement which contains elements of both jest and seriousness. Half joke, simple past and past participle of half joke. Half jokes, plural of half joke. Half joking, present participle and gerund of half joke. Half lit, druck. Half marathon, a running race over the distance of 21.0975 km, half the length of a marathon. Half marathons, plural of half marathon. Half mast, alternative form of half mast. Half measure, alternative form of half measure. Half measures, plural of half measure. Half moon, alternative form of half moon. Half Moon Bay, a city in San Mateo County, California, United States. Half moons, plural of half moon. Half murder, the committing of a grievous, but not fatal, injury. Half Nelson, a hold in which the wrestler applying the hold puts one arm under the arm of the opponent and applies pressure to the back of the opponent's head or neck. Half Nelsons, plural of half Nelson. Half nephew, son of one's half-brother or half-sister. Half nephews, plural of half nephew. Half niece, daughter of one's half-brother or half-sister. Half nieces, plural of half niece. Half note, a musical note that is 2 beats long, which is half the length of a semibreve and equal in length to 2 crotchets. A minim. Half notes, plural of half note. Half orphan, a person, especially a child, with only one living parent. Half orphans, plural of half orphan. Half past, 30 minutes past any hour. Half pay, reduced pay as of naval or military officers when not in active service. Half pike, alternative form of half pike. Half pipe, alternative form of half pipe. Half pipes, plural of half pipe. Half polluted, druck. Half rest, a pause or interval of silence equal in duration to 2 quarter rests or 1/2 of a whole rest. In common or 4/4 time, its duration is 2 beats. Half rests, plural of half rests. Half rhyme, a form of imperfect rhyme in which the final coda consonants of stressed syllables and, in modern English poetry, any following syllables to the end of the words are identical in sound, but the vowels of the stressed syllables are not. Half rhymes, plural of half rhyme. Half seas over, slightly drunk, or, possibly in meiosis, very drunk. Half shaft, either of the pair of drive shafts that extend from a differential to the wheels. Half shafts, plural of half shaft. Half shell, inexpensive, not overpriced. Half shells, plural of half shell. Half sib, alternative spelling of half sib. Half sibling, a sibling sharing a single parent, as distinguished from a full sibling or sibling German, from a step-sibling, or from a sibling-like figure such as a blood sibling. Half siblings, plural of half sibling. Half sibs, plural of half sib. Half sister, a female sibling sharing a single parent. Half-sister-in-law, the half-sister of one's spouse. Half-sisters, plural of half-sister. Half-sisters-in-law, plural of half-sister-in-law. Half-slip, a slip or undergarment held to the body around the waist with an elastic waistband. Half-slips, plural of half-slip. Half-smile, a short-lived, partial, or seemingly uncertain smile. Half-smiles, plural of half-smile. Half-sole, a shoe sole, extending only from the shank forward, placed on old soles to repair them. Half-soles, plural of half-sole. Half-sovereign, a former British gold coin having a value of 10 shillings. Half-sovereigns, plural of half-sovereign. Half-space, a broad step between flights of a staircase. Half-spaces, plural of half-space. Half-stack, an amplifier set consisting of an amp head and a cabinet. Half-stacks, plural of half-stack. Half-staff, alternative form of half-staff. Half-staffs, plural of half-staff. Half-step, the distance between two tones. In 12-tone equal temperament, its frequency ratio is 2:1/12, or about 1.059 or 18/17. Half-steps, plural of half-step. Half-term, a short school holiday in the middle of the term. Half-terms, plural of half-term. Half the battle, a large part of what it takes to accomplish something. Half the story, an incomplete or one-sided version of events. Half-time, alternative spelling of half-time. Half-times, plural of half-time. Half-title, a page before the title page in a book, bearing the title but no further details. Half-titles, plural of half-title. Half to death, to an extreme or excessive degree related to how a person feels or is affected. Half-tone, alternative form of half-tone. Half-tones, plural of half-tone. Half-under, synonym of terse the third hour of daylight. Half-viaduct, a type of viaduct built into a hillside where only part of the road is supported by the structure. Half-viaducts, plural of half-viaduct. Half-volley is stroke in ball sports in which the ball is hit immediately after it bounces off the ground. Half-volleys, plural of half-volley. Halfway Tree, a neighborhood of Kingston, Jamaica, generally considered as the city's central hub. It is also the parish capital of St. Andrew Parish. Half or partial, not complete. Half-a-crown, alternative form of half-crown. Half-a-crowns, plural of half-a-crown. Half-a-dollar, half-crown in pre-decimalization currency. Half-a-dozen, alternative form of half-a-dozen. Half-an-hour, alternative form of half-an-hour. Half-an-half, alternative spelling of half and half. Half-an-halves, plural of half and half. Half-angel, a hybrid of an angel and a creature that is not an angel. Half-angels, plural of half-angel. Half-ape, lemur. Half-apes, plural of half-ape. Half-arse, alternative spelling of half-ass. Half-arsed, alternative spelling of half-assed. Half-asleep, showing signs of being asleep or very sleepy, as not demonstrating full energy or attention. Half-ass, produced in an incompetent or desultory manner, or of something lacking in quality or substance, of low rank, incompetent. Half-assed, poorly or incompetently done, desultory. Half-assedly, in a half-assed manner, poorly or incompetently. Half-assery, the act of half-assing something, carelessness, perfunctoriness. Half-asses, third-person singular simple present indicative of half-ass. Half-assing, present participle and gerund of half-ass. Half-awake, alley awake. Half-back, the scrum half and the fly half. Half-backs. Plural of half-back. Half-baked, incomplete, of an idea or scheme not fully planned or carefully considered, ill-conceived, unsound, or badly thought out, of a person foolish or having no common sense. Half-bakedness, the quality of being half-baked. Half-ball, describes a shot where the cue ball and the object ball make contact at a natural 45° angle. Half-baptism, a short private baptism, formerly used where an infant was at risk of imminent death. Half-baptisms, plural of half-baptism. Half-barrier, at an automatic half-barrier level crossing, a lifting barrier that does not block the whole road when in horizontal position, placed on the left side in the UK according to driving on the left, and mostly used on narrower or quieter roads instead of two lifting barriers either side of the railway crossing. Half-barriers, plural of half-barrier. Half-bat, a bat brick with one whole end that is exactly half the length of the original brick. Half-bat, a short bath of the feet, limbs, and abdomen that only reaches up to the chest where the upper half of the body is typically kept dry with minimal splashing, especially with water temperature not above 95° F nor below 75° F, and usually prescribed for the sick or unwell as a form of hydrotherapy. Half-bats, plural of half-bat. Half-birthday, alternative form of half-birthday. Half-birthdays, plural of half-birthday. Half-blood, related by sharing descent from one parent. Half-blooded, having only one parent in common. Half-bloods, plural of half-blood. Half-blue, alternative form of half-blue. Half-blues, plural of half-blue. Half-boiled, partially cooked. Half-boot, a short boot, rising to anywhere from the ankle to halfway up the calf, but no higher. Half-boots, plural of half-boot. Half-bound, having only the back and corners bound in leather. Half-brained, exhibiting low intelligence, as if having only half a brain. Half-break, the situation where a player almost breaks the opposition defensive line but is stopped by the opposition. Half-breaks, plural of half-break. Half-red, imperfectly acquainted with the rules of good breeding, not well trained. Half-breds, plural of half-bred. Half-breed, a member of the half-breeds, a former Republican political party during the Gilded Age. Half-breed, a person of mixed racial parentage or ancestry, especially one of mixed white and American Indian parentage, Métis, mestizo. Half-breeds, plural of half-breed. Half-breeds, plural of half-breed. Half-reverend, plural of half-brother. Half-broken, halfway or partially broken, somewhat broken. Half-brother, alternative spelling of half-brother. Half-brothers, plural of half-brother. Half-built, only partially built, not finished or completed. Half-calf, consisting of equal parts decaf and regular coffee. Half-calves, plural of half-calf. Half-caste, of mixed racial descent. Half-castes, plural of half-castes. Half-cell, alternative spelling of half-cell. Half-cells, plural of half-cell. Half-centuries, plural of half-century. Half-century, a period of 50 years, half of a century. Half-chair, an arrangement of atoms in a cyclohexane ring molecule similar to but less stable than the chair arrangement, differing from it by being flat and at one end. Half-chance, a slight chance. Half-chances, plural of half-chance. Half-clammed, half-filled. Half-cocked, not fully cocked. Half-colonel, lieutenant colonel. Half-colonels, plural of half-colonel. Half-court, alternative form of half-court. Half-court line, the line parallel to the end lines and midway between them. Half-court lines, plural of half-court line. Half-court violation, a turnover occurring when the team with possession, having brought the ball over the half-court line, causes it to cross back over the line without interference from the other team. Half-court violations, plural of half-court violation. Half-cousin, the child of one's parent's half-sibling. Half-cousins, plural of half-cousin. Half-gracked, crazy, demented. Half-crown, a pre-decimal coin used in Britain, Ireland, and New Zealand, equivalent to 30 pence or 2 shillings and 6 pence. Half-grounds, plural of half-crown. Half-cut, alternative form of half-cut drunk. Half-dead, alternative form of half-dead. Half-deal, a half-part, half. Half-deals, plural of half-deal. Half-decent, not bad, reasonably good. Half-deck, alternative form of half-deck. Half-decked, of or pertaining to a vessel consisting of a deck covering about half of its length or surface area. Half-stacks, plural of half-deck. Half-demon, a hybrid of a demon and a creature that is not a demon. Half-demon, plural of half-demon. Half-diminished seventh chord, a chord with the bass note and the minor third, diminished fifth, and minor seventh above it, often denoted with. Half-diminished seventh chords, plural of half-diminished seventh chord. Half-dollar, a coin worth 1/2 of a dollar, typically 50 cents. Half-dollars, plural of half-dollar. Half-done, semi-completed. Half-door, synonym of Dutch door, is stable door, especially when the top half is open. Half-doors, plural of half-door. Half-dozen, alternative spelling of half-dozen. Half-dozens, plural of half-dozen. Half-duplex, semi-duplex. Half-eight-ball, alternative form of half-eagle. Half-eagles, plural of half-eagle. Half-eaten, not fully eaten, partially consumed. Half-add, an edge that is attached to only one node rather than connecting two of them, or is connected in only one direction. Half-edges, plural of half-edge. Half-elf, a person who is half-elven and half-human by birth. Half-elven, of half or partial elf heritage or descent. Half-elves, plural of half-elf. Half embrace. A partial hug. Half embrace. Simple past and past participle of half embrace. Half embraces. Plural of half embrace. Half embracing. Present participle and gerund of half embrace. Half equation. Either of two equations that describe each half of a redox reaction. Half equations. Plural of half equation. Half evergreen. Synonym of semi-evergreen. Half evergreens. Plural of half evergreen. Half expect. Almost to expect, to think that something may happen without being entirely sure. Half expected. Simple past and past participle of half expect. Half expecting. Present participle and gerund of half expect. Half expects. Third person singular simple present indicative of half expect. Half-faced. Showing only part of the face, wretched looking. Half-filled. Holding or containing only half of its capacity. Half-finished. Only partially completed, being more or less at the halfway stage. Half-first cousin. The offspring of a parent's half-sibling. Half-first cousins. Plural of half-first cousin. Half-fish. A salmon in its 5th year of growth. Half-forgotten. Not completely forgotten. Half-frame. Being or relating to a kind of film camera using a film format of half the usual exposure size of a 35 mm camera. Half-free. Halfway or partially free. Half-thought. Half-assed. Done without care or seriousness. Half-jeb. Alternative form of half-jeb. Half-jebs. Plural of half-jeb. Half-guy. Alternative form of half-god. Half-gods. Plural of half-god. Half-graben. A geological structure bounded by a fault along one side of its boundaries, unlike a full graben where a depressed block of land is bordered by parallel faults. Half-roam. Not fully grown or matured, roughly halfway through its growth cycle. Half-jeb. Alternative form of half-jeb. Half-jebs. Plural of half-jeb. Half-off. Bisvifty. Half and half. Half-alt. A specific riding aid given by an equestrian to their horse, in which the driving aids and restraining aids are applied in quick succession, used as a warning signal or to rebalance the horse. Half-alts. Plural of half-halt. Half-hardies. Plural of half-hardy. Half-hardy. Of a plant, requiring protection against frost. Half-hearted. Alternative form of half-hearted. Half-heartedly. Alternative form of half-heartedly. Half-heartedness. Alternative form of half-heartedness. Half-hitch. Alternative spelling of half-hitch. Half-hitches. Plural of half-hitch. Half-holiday. Half of a working or school day set aside for recreation on a special occasion. Half-holidays. Plural of half-holiday. Half-hour. A period of time equal to 30 minutes, half an hour. Half-hour long, which lasts half an hour, or approximately so. Half-hourly. Once every half-hour, every 30 minutes. Half-hours. Plural of half-hour. Half-human. Any hybrid of a human and some other creature. Half-humans. Plural of half-human. Half-hunter. a pocket watch of the hunter style, but with a glass panel or hole in the center of the lid, giving a view of the hands even when the watch is closed. Half hunters, plural of half hunter. Half identical, synonym of semi-identical. Half inch, to pinch, to steal. Half inch, simple past and past participle of half inch. Half inches, third person singular simple present indicative of half inch. Half inching, present participle and gerund of half inch. Half integer, any number obtained by dividing an odd integer by 2, a number equal to some integer plus 1/2. Half integers, plural of half integer. Half integral, having a value that is half of an odd integer. Half island, an area of land occupying part or half of an island. Half islands, plural of half island. Half jacket, a short coat or jacket. Half jackets, plural of half jacket. Half Jew, a person who is half Jewish and half Gentile by birth. Half Jews, plural of half Jew. Half Joe, alternative form of half joke. Half joke, simple past and past participle of half joke. Half jokes, plural of half joke. Half joking, present participle and gerund of half joke. Half jokingly, with an element of jest, but fundamentally in earnest. Half kirtle, a kind of jacket worn by women in the 16th and 17th centuries. Half kirtles, plural of half kirtle. Half landing, a small landing between two flights of stairs that connect adjacent floors of a building. Half landings, plural of half landing. Half length, half the normal length. Half lengths, plural of half length. Half life, the time required for half the nuclei in a sepal of an isotope to undergo radioactive decay. Half light, the soft, grayish-light characteristic of dawn or dusk. Half line, ray, a line extending indefinitely in one direction from a point. Half lines, plural of half line. Half lives, plural of half life. How long, between a short vowel and a long vowel in length. Half long vowel, in languages that distinguish vowel length, a vowel whose length is between a short vowel and a long vowel. Half long vowels, plural of half long vowel. Half longs, plural of half long. Half marathon, alternative form of half marathon. Half marathoner, someone who runs a half marathon. Half marathoners, plural of half marathoner. Half marathons, plural of half marathon. Half maro, either of a pair of young boys employed as putters, pushing wagons in the mine and dividing their earning. Half marrows, plural of half marrow. Half mass, the lowered position, half the height of a mast, at which a flag is flown one morning, especially expressing respect for the dead. Half measure, an inadequate or incomplete solution to a problem. Half measures, plural of half measure. Half metal, any substance that acts as a conductor to electrons of one spin orientation, but as an insulator to those of the opposite orientation. Half metallic, made half of a metal and half of some other material. Half metallicity, the condition of being half metallic. Half metals, plural of half metal. Half mile. Half of a statute mile, a measurement of 880 yards, or 2,640 feet, or 804.672 meters. Half monthly, occurring twice per month. Half moon. The moon in its first or last quarter when only half the visible face is illuminated, a quarter moon. Half mooned, having a half moon or crescent shape. Half moons, plural of half moon. Half mourning, a mourning costume less than deep or full mourning, worn somewhat later after the death. Half naked, with very few clothes on, revealing lots of one's body. Half natural, one with a simple mind, a fool or idiot. Half naturals, plural of half natural. Half nephew, alternative spelling of half nephew. Half nephews, plural of half nephew. Half niece, alternative spelling of half niece. Half nieces, plural of half niece. Half night stand, a single sexual encounter between two individuals lasting for less than an entire night, where at least one of the partners has no immediate intention or expectation of establishing a longer-term sexual or romantic relationship. Half night stands, plural of half night stand. Half noble, an ancient unit of currency of England, equivalent to half a noble. Half nobles, plural of half noble. Half one, a handicap of one stroke every second hole. Half op, an IRC channel operator with limited privileges, unable for example to promote other users to operator status. Half open, partially open, ajar. Half open file, a file with only pawns of one color situated on it. Half open files, plural of half open file. Half open interval, an interval in the real line which contains one of its endpoints but not the other one, i.e. either contains its supremum or its infimum but not both. Half open intervals, plural of half open interval. Half ops, plural of half op. Half orc, someone of both human and orc descent. Half orcs, plural of half orc. Half orphan, alternative spelling of half orphan. Half orphans, plural of half orphan. Half bent, shorts. Half pass, in dressage, a movement in which the horse moves forward and sideways at the same time. Half passes, plural of half pass. Half past 6, careless, shoddy. Half pence, obsolete form of halfpence, obsolete plural of halfpenny. Half pike, a short pike, sometimes carried by officers of infantry, sometimes used in boarding ships, a spontoon. Half pikes, plural of half pike. Half bind, a unit of volume used for liquids equal to half of a pint. Half pints, plural of half pint. Half putt, a structure used to perform tricks approximately semicircular in cross-section, resembling the bottom half of a cylinder lying down. Half pipes, plural of half pie. Half plane, either half of an infinite plane divided by a straight line. Half planes, plural of half plane. Half plate, a photographic plate measuring 4 3/4 by 6 1/2 inches in Britain, 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 in the US. Half plates, plural of half plate. Half port, 1/2 of a 2-part shutter used to close a porthole. Half ports, plural of half port. Half pounder, a burger weighing approximately half a pound. Half-pounders, plural of half-pounder. Half-price, for sale, at half the normal price. Half-rate, at half the usual rate. Half-price. Half-ray, a ray or half-line. Half-rays, plural of half-ray. Half-reaction. Either the oxidation or the reduction component of a redox reaction. Half-reactions, plural of half-reaction. Half-read, partly read. Half-relaxation time, the amount of time required by the muscle to relax from the peak torque to 50% of its peak value. Half-relaxation times, plural of half-relaxation time. Half-relief, synonym of mesorelievo. Half-rep, a partial repetition. Half-reps, plural of half-rep. Half-rock, half-witted. Half-round, a half-circle, a semicircle. Half-rounds, plural of half-round. Half-royal, a special kind of millboard or pasteboard. Half-seam, not fully or clearly seen, with the view obscured in some manner. Half-shower, a pattern which consists of throwing the objects thrown by one hand over the top of the objects thrown by the other hand. Each object is thrown to the opposite hand. Half-showers, plural of half-shower. Half-set, the offspring of only one of one's parents. Half-sibling, alternative spelling of half-sibling. Half-sibling-in-law, the half-sibling of one's spouse. Half-siblings, plural of half-sibling. Half-siblings-in-law, plural of half-sibling-in-law. Half-sebs, plural of half-sib. Half-sider, a bilateral gynandromorph, an animal that is one sex on the left and another sex on the right. Half-sighted, having imperfect eyesight. Half-silvered mirror, a mirror that consists of an incomplete reflective coating so that half of the incident light is reflected and the other half is transmitted. Half-silvered mirrors, plural of half-silvered mirror. Half-sister, alternative spelling of half-sister. Half-sisters, plural of half-sister. Half-smile, alternative form of half-smile. Half-smiles, plural of half-smile. Half-staff. Half-mast. Half-staffs, plural of half-staff. Half-standard, in gardening, a tree or shrub whose branches start from 3 to 4 feet from the ground. This makes the entire plant lower than a plant of the same type of the standard form. Half-step, alternative form of half-step. Half-steps, plural of half-step. Half-strained, dim-witted, lacking intelligence. Half-suit, a kind of armor worn in the 17th century, less cumbersome than full-body armor, and sometimes worn for portraiture etc. rather than combat. Half-suits, plural of half-suit. Half-swastika, the Z letter used by Russian nationalists, usually to support Vladimir Putin or the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Half-swastikas, plural of half-swastika. Half-term, pertaining to the half-term school holiday. Half-terms, plural of half-term. Half-tide, the tide halfway between flood and ebb. Half-timber, alternative form of half-timber. Half-timber, of a building, constructed using a load-bearing timber frame with the spaces panels between the timbers filled with bricks, stone, or wattle and daub, etc. The infill, especially the timber frame, is visible on the outside of the building. Half timbering, a method of construction using heavy timber beams, usually joined by tenon and mortise joints pegged together. The spaces between the posts and beams is infilled with materials such as wattle and daub, bricks or stones. Half timberings, plural of half timbering. Half timbers. Third person singular simple present indicative of half timber. Half time, the interval between the two halves of a sports match. Half timer, one who works only half the usual time, especially historical. A pupil in an elementary school allowed to be absent half the school day at some employment. Half-timers, plural of half-timer. Half-times, plural of half-time. Half-dent, an intermediate tinged. Half-dents, plural of half-dent. Half-title, alternative form of half-title. Half-titles, plural of half-title. Half-tone, alternative form of half-tone. Half-toned, simple past and past participle of half-tone. Half-tones, plural of half-tone. Half-toning, present participle and gerund of half-tone. Half-track, a vehicle combining both wheels and treads caterpillar tracks. Half-tracker, a ball bowled so as to pitch roughly halfway down the wicket, i.e. halfway between batsman and bowler. From a slow bowler, this is a poor delivery, likely to be hit to the boundary. Half-trackers, plural of half-tracker. Half-tracks, plural of half-track. Half-truth, a deceptive statement, especially one that is only partly true, is incomplete, misrepresents reality by telling part of the truth, or alters the time sequence of truths. Half-truths, plural of half-truth. Half-uncle, a half-brother of one's parent. Half-uncles, plural of half-uncle. Half-unicorn, an old Scottish coin worth 9 shillings, i.e. half the value of the coin, called a unicorn. Half-unicorns, plural of half-unicorn. Half-up, half-down, describes a hairstyle where only a section of hair is tied up behind the head half up while the rest of the hair hangs freely half down. Half-value thickness, the thickness of a given shielding material required to have a given type of radiation. Half-virgin, a person who has participated in some sexual acts, but not full intercourse. Half-virgins, plural of half-virgin. Half-volley, alternative spelling of half-volley. Half-volleys, plural of half-volley. Half-waking, in a state of not being fully awake. Half-waxen, half-grown, partially completed, incomplete. Halfway, alternative spelling of halfway. Half-wheel, to maintain a distance of half a wheel in front of another rider, regarded as poor etiquette. Half-wheeled, simple past and past participle of half-wheel. Half-wheeling, present participle and gerund of half-wheel. Half-wheels, third person singular simple present indicative of half-wheel. Half-width, alternative spelling of half-width. Half-widths, plural of half-wit. Half-wild, partly wild or feral. Half-windsor, a triangular not used to tie a necktie. Half-windsors, plural of half-windsor. Half-wit, a stupid or inept person. Half-wish, a female hybrid of magical and non-magical parents. Half-witches, plural of half-witch. Half-wits, plural of half-wit. Half-witted, having low intelligence. Half-wittedly, in a half-witted manner. Half-wizard, a male hybrid of magical and non-magical parents. Half-wizards, plural of half-wizard. Half-world, synonym of demimon. Half-worlds, plural of half-world. Half-year, the period of time equal to half a year, normally referred to as 6 months, but a half-year is more exactly 182.5 days without a leap day. Half-yearly, of which there are 2 in a year, once every 6 months, semi-annual, bi-yearly. Half-years, plural of half-year. Half-zip, a style of jackets, sweaters, etc. having a zip fastener from the collar to halfway down the garment. Half, synonym of a Sparta North African grass. Half a grass, a North African and South Asian grass, Desmostachea bipinnata, with tough stems woven into rope, sandals, mats, etc., and sacred in Hinduism, Buddhism, and other religions. Half a grasses, plural of half a grass. Half-acre, a surname. Half-acres, plural of half-acre. Half-log, half of a telephone conversation, overheard by a listener at one end. Half-a-logs, plural of half-a-log. Half-angel, rare spelling of half-angel. Half-angels, plural of half-angel. Half-assed, alternative spelling of half-assed. Half-assury, alternative form of half-assury. Half-awake, alternative spelling of half-wake. Halfback, any of various positions on the field of play between the forwards and the fullbacks. Half-backed, simple past and past participle of halfback. Halfbacking, present participle and gerund of halfback. Halfbacks, plural of halfback. Half-baked, alternative spelling of half-baked. Halfback, rare spelling of half-backed. Half-bats, plural of half-bat. Happy, any slender, marine fish of the family Hemorrhaphidae, having the upper jaw much shorter than the lower, the ballyhoos or ballyhoos. Half-bakes, plural of half-beak. Half-breed, alternative form of half-breed. Half-breeds, plural of half-breed. Half-brother, alternative spelling of half-brother. Half-brothers, plural of half-brother. Half-tie, the position when the cock of a gun is at the first notch. Half-cock, simple past and past participle of half-cocked. Half-cocking, present participle and gerund of half-cock. Half-cocks, third-person singular simple present indicative of half-cock. Half-court, the middle of the court at and near the center line. Half-courts, plural of half-court. Halfway dead, only partially alive. Half-deck, the portion of the deck next below the spar deck which is between the mainmast and the cabin. Half-decks, plural of half-deck. Half-demon, rare spelling of half-demon. Half-demons, plural of half-demon. Half-rest, wearing few articles of clothing, scantily clad. Archaic spelling of half. Half-bends, obsolete form of half-bends. Half-edge, alternative form of half-edge. Half-edges, plural of half-edge. Outlet, obsolete spelling of half-lie. Hathaniel, half. Ever. With regard to the Sleeping Beauty problem, one who argues that the probability of heads is 1/2. Havers, plural of Haver. Haverty, a surname from Irish. Howardies, plural of Hafferty. Half-expect, alternative form of half-expect. Half-full, alternative form of half-full. Half-god, a demigod. Half-gods, plural of half-god. Half-graben, alternative form of half-graben. Half-hearted, lacking full energy, effort, commitment, or resolve. Half-heartedly, without enthusiasm or interest. Half-heartedness, the characteristic of being half-hearted. Half-helm, a simple skullcap or cerviliere which protects only the top of the head, in contrast to a greathelm or other helmet that would protect the whole head. Half-helm, plural of half-helm. Heffel, a surname. Hassels, plural of half-hell. Half-human, rare spelling of half-human. Half-humans, plural of half-human. A person of mixed race ancestry. Half-is, plural of halfy. Half-life, alternative spelling of half-life. Halfling, a fictional small humanoid creature featuring in fantasy fiction, a hobbit. Halflings, plural of halfling. Halflows, plural of half-life. Half-lie, Halon, a surname from German. Halfmans, plural of halfman. Half-maximal, that produces half of the maximum response. Halvor, either half of an approximately symmetrical polymer. Halfwars, plural of halfmore. Half-metallic, alternative form of half-metallic. Half-metallicity, alternative form of half-metallicity. Half-month, a period of time equal to half a month. Half-months, plural of half-month. Half-moon, a place in the United States. Half-runs, plural of half-moon. Halfness, the quality of being half, incompleteness. Halfnesses, plural of halfness. Half-on, a surname. Half-open, alternative form of half-open. Halford, a place name. Halfords, plural of Halford. Halfbore, alternative form of Halfbore. Halfbors, plural of Halfbore. Half-bes, a platform of a staircase where the stair turns back in exactly the reverse direction of the lower flight. Half-besses, plural of half-pace. Halfpence, plural of halfpenny. Halfpences, plural of halfpence. Halfpennies, plural of halfpenny. Halfpenny, a surname transferred from the nickname. Halfpennies, plural of halfpenny. Halfpennywer, as much as could be bought for a halfpenny pre- or post-decimalization. Halfpennywers, plural of halfpennywer. Halfpike, alternative form of halfpike. Halfpikes, plural of halfpike. Halfpipe, alternative form of halfpipe. Halfpipes, plural of halfpipe. Half-planer, relating to half-planes. Half-plane, alternative form of half-plane. Half-planes, plural of half-plane. Half-African, a person who is biracial, with one black parent and one of another race. Half-Africans, plural of Half-African. Afro, an Afro hairstyle that only covers half the head or is otherwise of below average size. Halfros, plural of halfro. Halves, plural of half, alternative form of halves. Halfshaft, alternative form of half shaft. Halfshafts, plural of half shaft. Halfsa, alternative spelling of half sib. Half-sibling, alternative spelling of half-sibling. Half-siblings, plural of half-sibling. Half-sibs, plural of half-sib. Half-si, one whose membership in a group is only through one parent or through a partial commitment. Half-sis, the condition of splitting something in half in order to share it. Half-sister, alternative spelling of half-sister. Half-sisters, plural of half-sister. Half-sleep, state between being awake and being asleep, light sleep. Half-smoked, halfway consumed through prior use. Half-space, either of the two parts of a three-dimensional object cut by a two-dimensional plane. Half-spaces, plural of half-space. Half-sphere, hemisphere. Half-spheres, plural of half-sphere. Half-staff, alternative form of half-staff. Half-staffs, plural of half-staff. Half, the ordinal form of half, a half, 50%, 5. Halves, plural of half. Half-timber, alternative form of half-timber. Half-time, alternative spelling of half-time. Half-times, plural of half-time. Half-tone, synonym of semitone, half the interval between two notes on a scale. Half-tone, simple past and past participle of half-tone. Half-tones, plural of half-tone. Half-toning, present participle and gerund of half-tone. Half-track, alternative form of half-track. Half-tracks, plural of half-track. Half-wave, half, especially the positive half of the sine wave. Half-waves, plural of half-wave. Halfway, a community in Restigouche County, New Brunswick, Canada. Halfway Covenant, a form of partial church membership adopted by the Puritan-controlled congregational churches of colonial New England in the 1660s, allowing baptized but unconverted parents to present their own children for baptism, but denying them the other privileges of church membership. Halfway covenants, plural of halfway covenant. Halfway decent, no more than adequate. Halfway house, a temporary residence for those who have left prison, residential drug rehabilitation, or the like, designed to ease them back into society.